dismay. Gwyn had not exaggerated in her paraphrase. "Oh, how dare they!" Elizabeth laughed and clapped her hands. "Cleo," she said, "I could not be happier. It is disrespectful to speak ill of the dead, I suppose, particularly when he was your husband, but I felt badly for you throughout your marriage. I always felt that I ought to have married him myself and so saved you. You deserved far better, and now you are going to get it at last." "Major Gilchrist is very handsome," Gwyn added, "as well as being famous. How splendidly brave he was in risking his own life in order to save the Duke of Wellington's. And there is a strong chance that he is to be your husband, Cleo?" Cleo closed her eyes briefly. Could life possibly get any more unreal? "We had a passing acquaintance in the peninsula," she said. "Because he was a military man for so many years and has lived in the country since being so badly wounded, he knows very few people in town, despite the fact that he is the son of an earl. I dare say he knew no one but me at Lady Claremont's ball, apart from his own brother and sister-in-law. It was natural that he danced with me, and it was understandable that he invited me to the theatre last evening. I was delighted to attend. The play was very well done. And I may at this very moment be with child by him." Elizabeth and Gwyn exchanged amused glances. "Methinks the lady protests too much," Gwyn said, "or whatever that quote actually says." "Methinks you are right," Elizabeth said as she smiled fondly at Cleo. Fortunately, Mrs. Evans chose that moment to bring in a tray of tea, and they all took seats and enjoyed a visit together until Elizabeth got up to leave. Nothing more had been said about last evening or the very foolish little passage in the paper. "We have the Severidge garden party to dress for, Gwyn," she said. "You are coming too, Cleo. We will come by with the carriage." "Oh," Cleo said. "No, I have other plans, I'm afraid." "Let me guess." Gwyn clasped her hands to her bosom. "Major Gilchrist." Cleo thought of lying, but it was too late. Her cheeks felt suddenly hot, and she knew she was blushing. "He is taking me for a drive," she said. "Will you mind terribly much?" They assured her they would not, and went merrily on their way. Was this how Pandora felt? Cleo was left to wonder, after she had opened that famous box. Had she despaired of ever replacing all its contents before closing the lid and restoring tranquility to her life? But Pandora aside, did she want to restore tranquility to her life? The inner debate resumed. Chapter 7. When Jack arrived at Cleo's house that afternoon, he was on foot, and it was just as well, he saw when he was shown into the parlour. She was not dressed for the outdoors. She was standing before the fireplace, her hands clasped at her waist, a determined look on her face, as though she had steeled herself to say something and was not to be deterred. Which fact rather deterred him, for he had something to say too. He took a few steps into the room and waited until he heard the door click shut. "Cleo," he said. "I will not be coming with you," she said. "I am truly sorry for the trouble you must have gone to in renting a house. I hope you will be able to cancel any lease agreement you made. I must insist upon sharing any expense with you, or even paying it all if you wish. I will not be coming, either this afternoon or any other." "Good," he said. "There is no house. I did not rent one, or even look for one." "Oh!" She looked suddenly mortified, but she replaced the determined look almost immediately. "I ought to have added that we will not remain here either. I mean," he held up a staying hand. "There is no affair between us, Cleo," he said. "One afternoon does not qualify for the name, does it?" "No," she said after a brief silence, and her eyes slipped from his to focus upon his chest. "No, it does not. Not at all. I thank you for your kindness to me. I hope you find a suitable bride soon. I hope she will be someone who can make you happy. You need to be happy. You need not feel obliged to stay any longer. Cleo." He took a step closer to her. She stopped talking and looked up into his eyes again. Her own looked huge and wounded. Her cheeks were flushed. "If you have no other plans," he said, Will you fetch your bonnet and come walking in the park with me? Not in any of the fashionable parts of the park, though. I am not in the mood for crowds, and I dare say you are not either. I do not suppose either of us ever is, in fact. There are areas that are more like secluded countryside. Come walking there with me." "Why?" she asked. "You do not need to—" "Yes," he said, "I do, Cleo. Please come, unless you would really rather not, that is." He held his breath while she examined the backs of her spread hands for a few moments. "Very well," she said at last, and she moved past him without another word and left the room. 5 minutes later she was back, wearing a straw bonnet and a blue spencer one shade darker than her dress. They remarked upon the unseasonably warm weather as they walked to the park and discussed last evening's play. He wondered if she had seen the morning paper, and decided that yes, she must have. He did not ask. And then they were in the park, strolling among trees along a path that was wide enough only for pedestrians, but was not being used by any of those, it seemed, except themselves. They had been silent for 5 minutes or more. "Cleo," he said at last, setting his free hand lightly over hers on his other arm, "talk to me. Tell me why." "There are so many reasons," she said after a minute more of silence, "that I do not know quite where or how to begin. I just cannot do that again, Jack, what we did yesterday afternoon. I thought I was woman of the world enough to do what many other widows do without a qualm of conscience. Not that it is exactly conscience with me. I do not believe that what we did was wrong, morally wrong, that is. It just was not right. I cannot explain it better than that." He patted her hand. "I cannot marry you," she said, "without being sure that I can offer you the one thing for which you are ready to sacrifice your freedom. And yet I have understood today that I have actually been afraid that I would conceive if we had an affair that lasted 2 months. Then I would be forced to marry you." He winced inwardly, and they walked onward, slightly uphill. To his right he could see the open fields of the park spread slightly below them. "For 5 years," she said, "I was actively unhappy. I had no one but myself to blame. I was not forced to marry Aubrey. I wanted to. I was the first of my family to marry, when I had expected not to marry at all. Aubrey was not really cruel to me. He did not beat me, but he was cruel," Jack said, cutting her off. "He destroyed your sense of self, Cleo. He convinced you that you are not beautiful." "Oh," she said, turning her head to look at him briefly, "I did not need him to convince me of that. I have always had access to a mirror. But that is beside the point. I married and was unhappy because he was unkind to me, and now I have been offered the chance to marry again, and this time I would be unhappy because you would be kind. Children or no children, you would be kind. I know that. Indeed, if there were no children, you would be even kinder than if there were. I could not bear it, Jack. I am sorry. I really ought not to have come to the park with you." "I hope," he said, bending his head closer to hers, "I could never be less than kind to anyone who is in my care." "I know," she said, and her voice sounded hopelessly bleak. Her head was down. He could not see her face around the brim of her bonnet. He glanced quickly about. There was no one in sight. He turned sharply off the path, taking her with him, and then he swung her around in front of him, her back to a tall tree trunk. He hemmed her in with his arms and dipped his head until he could see her face clearly. Her eyes were startled and were looking directly back into his. "Why do you think," he asked her, "I want to marry you, Cleo? Apart from the fact that I must marry, that is, if I am to do my family duty. Why do you think I chose you over every other lady I might have asked?" "Because you knew me," she said. "Because you are rather shy, I believe, or at least reserved in manner, and it was easier to offer for me than to—" He rested his forearms up to the elbows along the trunk on either side of her head. Her body was half-pinned between him and the tree. She fell silent. "That," he said, "is a little insulting to me, is it not, suggesting as it does that I chose without any real care either to your feelings or indeed to mine?" "I did not choose my words carefully," she said. I meant no insult. I have been flattered.
Flattered, he said. You are not worthy of me then, Cleo. Is that what this is all about? You are not worthy of me. You are worthless, unlovely, dull, ineligible, old. Her eyes brightened with tears, but almost simultaneously sparked with anger.
Of course I am worthy, she cried with more vehemence than he had ever heard from her before. I am a person. I am me, and perhaps beneath the skin I am as beautiful as the most lovely person you could name. Of course I am worthy. Stand back. You are too close. You did not rent a house as you said you would. You were going to end our affair. You have had second thoughts about it. You no longer want me after yesterday afternoon. It does not matter. Maybe you are not worthy of me. Stand back. He kissed her, hard and open-mouthed, but she did not relent. He raised his head, took a step back, and clasped his hands behind him.
Yes, he said, I would have ended the affair, even if you had not, Cleo. I could not do it. There was no moral objection. There is no reason in the world why you and I cannot enjoy each other if we choose, except for one. I want you as my wife, not my lover, and I want that for only one reason that matters. Having children with you is not that reason. The fact that I love you is.
She blinked back tears again, though the anger had not gone from her face.
You see what I mean, she said. Kindness. Do you not see that this is worse than bluntness? Cleo must be reassured. She must not be made to feel rejected. She must not be made to feel that she is not worthy of a good man's regard. I do not need this, Jack. I am strong enough to live my life my way. I always have been. Aubrey made me unhappy, but he did not destroy me. Meeting you again and loving you again will not destroy me either. I will not have you feeling guilty.
He regarded her silently, and she looked defiantly back.
Meeting me again and loving me again, he said softly.
She bit her lower lip.
A slip of the tongue, she said. But you must have known. It must have been painfully obvious. Of course I loved you. I always have, and I probably always will. But that is my concern. It need not concern you. I am to believe you then, am I? He asked her. But you will not believe me. I am insulted again. Don't, Jack, she said. Don't be kind. What a mass of contradictions you are, Cleo, he said. Strong, independent, stubborn, invulnerable, and as ignorant of your own worth as it is possible to be. Cleo, believe me, because you must believe. All of my future happiness depends upon it, and it would seem that yours does too. I love you. I believe I loved you without realizing it from the time I first knew you, though I did know it after that day I kissed you. And then I ruthlessly suppressed the feelings as rather horrifyingly inappropriate. I could not love another man's wife. It took me a few days after we met again this year to realize that those feelings had always remained dormant, just waiting to bloom again when I saw you again. I love you, and it must be marriage between us or nothing. One of his hands was splayed beside her head again, the other he kept behind his back, and he realized suddenly that two of his fingers were crossed, a long-forgotten superstition of childhood. "But what," she asked him, "if I am barren?" "Then I will be disappointed," he said. "I dare say you will be too. We will deal with it if that is what happens. I will never stop loving you and striving to remain happier with you than I have ever been before in my life. I don't believe you will stop loving me. It is not in your nature not to love with your whole heart. I know that about you without any tangible proof at all. Sweetheart, Matt and Charlotte have not stopped loving each other because they cannot have more children, and the four they do have are all girls. Surely you could see last evening that they are a happy, loving couple." She swallowed rather awkwardly. "Say you will marry me," he said, but he pushed himself away from the tree even as he said it. "No, wait a minute. Let me do this properly." And he went gingerly down on one knee, noting the uneven ground and the exposed tree roots as he did so, and took her right hand in both of his. "Cleo, will you marry me? On the understanding that my motive is entirely selfish and concerned solely with my own happiness and yours. that love is my only motive, even if it was not when I first began my search for a bride. But then I saw you, and how could anything else matter except love, and the chance to reach for happiness for the rest of both our lives? Will you say you will marry me, before I go rambling on even more and make an even greater ass of myself?" And then they were both laughing, and she looked quite dazzlingly beautiful as she bent over him and kissed his upturned face. "How could I possibly say no now?" she said. "You would surely die of embarrassment." And he surged to his feet, wrapped both arms about her waist, and swung her about in a complete circle, while she shrieked and laughed. He set her feet back on the ground and kissed her again, as he had that very first time, as he had wanted to yesterday before lust got in the way. Not that he would rule out lust for their wedding night and every available night after that. Lust was a healthy expression of love, though by no means the only or even perhaps the most important one. Now, because they were in the middle of Hyde Park, even if they were in a secluded part of it, there was no place for lust, only love, and so he kissed her with all the love and yearning in his heart, and he knew that she kissed him back the same way. "Was that a yes?" he asked against her lips after a long while. "It was a yes," she said, her beautiful eyes shining back into his. "Good," he said. "Let's go and tell Charlotte and Matthew. I promised to bring you for tea if you had no other engagements. They were very taken with you last evening and congratulated me on making such a wise choice. And lest you become suspicious of that word wise, let me explain that they consider you warm and mature, and capable of giving me the companionship and care and love that I apparently so richly deserve. I have very kind relatives." "Well," she said, as she took the hand he offered and allowed him to lace his fingers with hers, "of course I am warm and mature and capable of all those other things and more. Of course I am beautiful and wonderful and—" But she had to pause to laugh. Her eyes sparkled into his as they began to walk back down the path together. Epilogue. Jack walked alone on the beach at Rigdon. The sunset created an orange and yellow band of exquisite beauty across the still water. He wished Cleo was beside him so that they could share it, but she was not. She was at home sleeping. At least he hoped she was still asleep. She had earned the rest. She had been hard at work for almost 24 hours. Hard at labor. And, shockingly, it was only 8 months since the grand wedding at St. George's on Hanover Square in London that Matt had insisted upon. It was surprising how large premature babies could be. Jack smiled across the water. A son. And perfect in every imaginable way, despite the anxious assurances the physician had given them that the child's head would look less distorted and the skin of his face less patchy tomorrow. Their son was perfect as he was. Jack had never seen a more beautiful baby, in fact. He had left the house to come to the beach because he had been afraid that he might use his time while mother and son slept, pestering all the servants with his enthusiasm. But he was going back now. Perhaps Alexander needed to be held, or perhaps he needed to hold Alexander. And perhaps Cleo would wake soon, and he would see in her eyes again, as he had seen earlier, tired though they had been, that her happiness was complete, that all lingering anxieties had been put to rest. Foolish Cleo. With her head, she still sometimes entertained doubts about herself and his happiness with her. With her heart, of course, she knew the truth. The heart would eventually rule the head completely. He turned from the sunset toward the brighter light of home, and Cleo and their son.
Hope Springs Eternal by Jackie D'Alessandro. Prologue. London, April 1816. Dear Sir, per your request to keep you informed on the whereabouts and activities of Miss Penelope Markham, I am writing to inform you that she has returned to England from the Continent. As you know, she wasn't scheduled to do so for another 2 months. However, an unfortunate situation arose in Italy, one involving her making a sculpture of a most inappropriate nature, embroiling her in a scandal that resulted in her being dismissed as art instructor to Lord and Lady Bentley's children. Given the lurid circumstances regarding this matter, I fear it will be impossible for Miss Markham to find another position, especially as she will most emphatically not receive a recommendation from Lord and Lady Bentley. Indeed, they have informed everyone in their circle of Miss Markham's disgrace, and word of the incident has spread like wildfire, casting her in a most unfavourable light. A shame, as I understand Miss Markham possesses great artistic talent. Sadly, she clearly also possesses a rebellious, wayward streak, much to her detriment. Miss Markham arrived in London yesterday and has taken lodging at Exeter House in Covent Garden. Her future plans are unknown at this time, although, given Lord and Lady Bentley's determination, it is safe to surmise that whatever they are, they hold little promise. I shall await further instructions from you and remain at your disposal. Sincerely, Harold P. Wheeler, Solicitor. Chapter 1. Alec Trentwell stood in the doorway of a dilapidated coffee-house and stared across the cobblestone street at Exeter House. The faded brick facade and peeling dull paint lent the boarding establishment a tired, worn air, much like the haggard, hollow-eyed prostitute assessing him from the adjacent alleyway. She tugged her bodice lower in invitation, filling Alec with a combination of pity and revulsion. He shook his head, and she shrugged, then sank into the shadows. He thought of Penelope Markham, and his hands tightened into fists. Bloody hell! This was no place for an unmarried, unescorted woman. In spite of, or perhaps because of, the crowds frequenting the nearby market, danger lurked in every doorway, every shadow. The area was maybe marginally safe during the day, but at night, thieves, footpads, prostitutes and pickpockets made their living preying on the hordes of theatre-goers. He shuddered to think of what could happen to a lone woman, especially to the one particular woman he sought. Penelope Markham. Although he'd never met her, through the strong bond he'd shared with her brother, Alec felt as if he knew her. Certainly he felt a deep sense of responsibility toward her. In spite of the gut-churning emotion that gripped him at the prospect of facing her, he'd intended to do so upon her return to England, an occasion he'd believed was still months away, until this morning when he'd read his solicitor's note. He'd planned to spend those months in seclusion, in the small cottage he'd purchased in Little Longston, another of his plans that had sadly gone awry. He should have known that his well-meaning but interfering family would find a mere 3-hour buffer between himself and London far too easy to breach. One minute he'd been existing in the solitude he craved, then the next his brother had descended, and Alec's life had changed. Again. And not for the better. Again. Damn it. He was tired of change. In truth, he was simply tired of everything. But there were promises to keep, and he intended to keep them no matter how much he dreaded the prospect of doing so. The door to Exeter House opened, and Alec stilled at the sight of the woman who emerged. Based on Edward's description of his sister and her unmistakable resemblance to Alec's former sergeant, he was certain the tall, bespectacled, dark-haired woman was Penelope Markham. Dressed in a plain brown walking gown and matching spencer, she clutched what appeared to be an oversized sketch pad. She glanced in both directions, as if aware of the dangers lurking about, and debating which route was safer. She frowned and pushed her glasses higher on her nose, a gesture that tightened Alec's throat. How many times had he seen young Edward doing that exact same thing? He didn't know. Only knew he'd give everything he owned to see his sergeant do it again. But dead men didn't push up their glasses. Just then, Miss Markham's gaze caught his and nailed him in place. Her eyes seemed to pierce him, making him feel as if she could see his soul, his secrets, and the countless lies that writhed in the empty darkness there. For the space of several heartbeats he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything save stare back at her. A wave of hot shame washed through him, making him feel as if he stood in a ring of fire, burned by the guilt that had been his constant companion for the past 10 months, since that horrific day at Waterloo. She blinked several times, then turned away. Clutching her sketch-pad to her chest, she walked with a purposeful stride toward the muted sounds of the nearby Covent Garden market. Alec shook his head, jerking himself free of the stupor into which he had momentarily fallen, and started across the street. He had taken less than half a dozen steps when a shabbily dressed man emerged from a shadow alleyway and blocked Miss Markham's path.
"Where's a pretty piece like ye off to in such a hurry?"
the man asked with a leer. Miss Markham gasped and stepped back. Outrage and disgust ripped through Alec. In a single, swift motion, he pulled his knife from his boot and sprinted across the street. The man reached out to grab Miss Markham's arm, but before he could touch her, Alec stepped between them.
"You have precisely 2 seconds to disappear,"
he said in a deadly voice. The other man narrowed his eyes. His lips curled back, showing rotted, broken teeth.
"And if I don't?"
Alec pressed the point of his blade under the man's ribs.
"Then I'll gut you like a fish.
I may do so anyway, just because you sicken me. I definitely will if I ever see you so much as look at this woman again." He pressed the knife in harder, and the man sucked in a quick breath.
"Any questions?"
A combination of hatred and fear flickered in the man's eyes. He shook his head, stepped back, then disappeared into the shadowy alleyway from where he'd first appeared, his footfalls echoing, then fading to silence. Alec released a breath he realized wasn't quite steady, and ruthlessly shoved aside the mental pictures bombarding him, accompanied by the terrifying echo of men's and horses' screams. Images and sounds he normally only experienced in the dark of night while lying alone in his bed. But the threat of bloodshed and the feel of a knife hilt gripped in his hand had brought the vivid memories sneaking out into the light of day, rendering them even more starkly horrifying. He needed several seconds to compose himself before turning around. When he did, he found himself staring into startled, gold-flecked brown eyes magnified by spectacles. Miss Markham stood less than a foot away, wide-eyed and pale. "Are you all right?" he asked. She moistened her lips.
"Yes. Thank you, sir.
We need to get you away from here, Miss Markham." He lifted his hand and whistled for his carriage, which waited at the end of the street. Her eyes widened further.
"How do you know my name?"
Alec had imagined this moment when he'd meet her countless times over the last 10 months. He'd prepared for it, the scenario running through his mind over and over again. He'd introduce himself, then tell her what he had to say, quick, impersonal, emotionless. Then he'd return to his solitude and try to forget the unforgettable. Never once had he considered that he'd be standing on the street, a cold sweat covering his body, stomach knotted, heart and head pounding, gripping a knife after scaring off a man who would have done God knows what to her. Nor had he imagined the impact of looking directly into those gold-flecked eyes, or of her standing close enough for him to notice the pale freckles dotting her nose, close enough to detect the subtle scent of flowers rising from her skin that looked like velvet cream. Nor had he even once considered that a wayward curl of glossy mahogany hair might blow across her cheek, begging his fingers to tuck the spiral back into place. Or that her mouth would look so lush, yet so vulnerable at the same time, making it nearly impossible to tear his gaze away from it when she moistened her lips. He needed to pull himself together, escort her to his carriage, yet his legs felt like stone. He needed to speak, but all the words he planned to say fled his mind. Wariness filled her gaze, and she retreated a step. The movement jerked him back to his senses, and he cleared his throat.
Please, don't be alarmed. My name is Alec Trentwell. I knew your brother, in the army.
I was Edward's commanding officer, she broke in. Her expression cleared. I know your name well, Captain Trentwell. Indeed, given how frequently Edward mentioned you in his letters, I feel as if I already know you. Confusion again clouded her features. But how is it that you're here, and know who I am? Once again, Alec found himself at a loss. I heard you'd returned to England, and I wished to see you. Crimson bloomed in her cheeks. Oh dear, clearly word of what happened in Italy has reached London. Truly, the entire incident was misunderstood. Miss Markham, I wish only to talk about your brother. I was with him that last day at Waterloo, and there are things you should know. His carriage halted beside them, and he nodded toward the black lacquer vehicle pulled by two matched bays. As this is not the safest place, would you consent to accompanying me somewhere else, somewhere we can talk? Her gaze roamed his face, and he was struck by the intelligence shining in her eyes. Of course, Captain Trentwell. Edward thought the world of you. I'd be very interested to hear anything you have to tell me about my brother. Her voice quavered, and a shadow of unmistakable grief crossed her features. I miss him terribly. She averted her gaze, but not before he saw her blink back tears. His hands clenched inside his gloves. Bloody hell, this was going to be so much harder than he ever imagined. He forced himself to move, to open the carriage door, bearing the Earl of Crandall's seal, grateful that he'd opted to use his brother's carriage rather than hiring a hack. He held out his hand to help Miss Markham inside. She set her gloved hand in his, and he frowned at the odd tingle of warmth that shot up his arm. Before he could fully examine the puzzling sensation, her fingers slid away, and she sat on the pale grey velvet squabs. Alec shook his head, then looked up at the coachman. Hyde Park, he instructed. Yes, sir. Before entering the carriage, Alec scanned the area. When he was satisfied no immediate danger threatened them, he slipped his knife back into his boot, then entered the carriage and settled himself on the seat opposite Miss Markham, and stilled at her expression. Bloody hell, there was no mistaking the gratitude shining in her eyes. I haven't properly thanked you for your intervention, Captain Trentwell. What were you thinking going about unescorted, especially in Covent Garden? The question came out far more brusquely than he'd intended, certainly far more brusquely than could be considered polite. But damn it, tension still gripped his entire body. Colour flooded her cheeks, but instead of shrinking into her seat at his rebuke, she hoisted a brow and raised her chin. A woman of my age hardly requires an escort to walk to the market. While I never would have ventured out alone at night, I believed I'd be safe enough during the day. Clearly, I was mistaken. Clearly. You quite saved the day, and I'm most grateful for your bravery. Not that I'm surprised. Edward always referred to you as a hero in his letters. The knot in Alec's stomach cinched tighter, and he barely swallowed the bitter sound that rose in his throat. Hero. Bloody hell. Was there a word in the entire English language he detested more than that one? No. In the first few weeks following his return from the war, that damn word had been relentlessly heaped upon him, a weight falling upon his shoulders until he felt crushed, until he couldn't stand it any longer and had escaped to Little Longston, to obscurity and solitude, to a place where he didn't have to live a lie or pretend he was something he wasn't. Like everyone else who'd anointed him a hero, Miss Markham was wrong, but she would soon know the error of her ways. The gratitude and admiration currently glowing in her eyes would quickly dissipate after he told her what he'd sought her out to say. After she knew the truth that ate at him every day, the truth she deserved to know, that he'd killed her brother. Chapter 2. Penelope sat across from Captain Trentwell and pressed her sketch-pad more firmly against her lap, lest she give in to the nearly overwhelming urge to fan herself with the tablet, to relieve the heat scorching her. Good heavens, it felt as if her skin were afire and her skirts ablaze. Obviously the aftermath of her encounter with that horrible man, but still no less confounding, especially given that, thanks to Captain Trentwell's swift intervention, she'd barely suffered any fright at all. Indeed, from the moment she'd first seen the tall, arrestingly handsome man standing across the street, before she'd even known who he was, her every thought had been reduced to 2 words. "Oh my!" Those same 2 words reverberated through her mind now, as his height and the breadth of his broad shoulders reduced the spacious carriage interior to what felt like the size of a hat-box. Heavens, the man took up a great deal of space, and clearly he used up a great deal of air as well, because there seemed to be a sudden dearth of oxygen. Just as well that she couldn't pull in a deep breath, otherwise she'd most likely humiliate herself by involuntarily heaving the sort of gushy feminine sigh she had, until this moment, believed herself quite immune to heaving. Of course, such a sigh would only result from pure artistic appreciation, as Captain Trentwell's countenance was the most compelling she'd ever seen. Even if she didn't know him to be a war hero, his bearing had instantly marked him in her mind as a military man. His features seemed hewn from granite, from his blade-straight nose to the slash of his high cheekbones to his square jaw. Deep lines bracketed his firm mouth, one which she could easily imagine barking out orders on a battlefield, a mouth that appeared utterly uncompromising, and made her wonder if it ever tilted upward in a smile. Creases radiated from the corners of his eyes, lines she imagined were the result of squinting into the sun as opposed to indulging in fits of unbridled laughter. A thin scar bisected his left brow, an imperfection that only served to fascinate her further. His hair was thick and wavy, and she wondered if the sun-streaked brown strands would feel as soft as they looked. But it was his eyes she found most compelling. When their gazes had met outside Exeter House, even across the span of the street, she'd been pinned in place by the intensity of his gaze, so much so it had been nearly impossible to look away from him. And then, when he turned around after dispatching that hooligan, rather than her first thought being about her safety, it was blue. His eyes are blue. The deep, mysterious azure of the sky at twilight, just before darkness completely swallowed the daylight. His eyes had once again pinned her in place with what flickered in their depths. Pain. Dear God, so much pain. The kind that haunted a person and ate at their soul. That flash of pain had disappeared, replaced by a detached expression she recognized very well as she'd seen it frequently in Edward's eyes, as if a curtain lowered, purposefully blocking out all emotion. Even though Captain Trentwell was a stranger, seeing that raw pain followed by that blank expression grabbed Penelope by the heart, and it had been all she could do not to reach out and touch him and offer him her sympathy. When he'd asked if she was all right, she'd sent up a silent prayer of thanks that he'd rendered her momentarily mute, for otherwise she might well have given in to her bad habit of saying precisely what she was thinking. Actually, I don't believe I'll ever be the same again, and I fear it's entirely your fault. He'd stunned her by knowing her name, yet when he identified himself as Captain Trentwell, it somehow made perfect sense that the arresting man with the intense eyes and military bearing who'd bravely rescued her was the same courageous man Edward had written to her about at length. Certainly it was a surprise to meet him so unexpectedly. Clearly he'd sought her out, and she cringed at the thought of him knowing about the scandal that had forced her to leave Italy in disgrace and return to England to contemplate a future that looked very bleak indeed.
"Are you certain you're all right, Miss Markham? You look flushed."
His deep voice yanked her from her thoughts, and although she prayed for her skin to pale, she knew she was doomed to both failure and further embarrassment when more heat rushed into her face at the realization she'd been caught gawking at him. The gawking was for artistic purposes, of course. Her fingers itched to draw him, paint him, sculpt him in marble, but that didn't make being caught any less humiliating. "I'm fine, Captain Trentwell. I possess a most robust constitution. It's merely warm in here. Anxious to change the subject lest she inadvertently confess that he was the source of her flaming cheeks, she asked, "Do you reside in London, sir?" "No, I live in Kent, in a small village called Little Longston."
"I see. So you travelled all the way to London to see me?"
"Actually, I was already in town, visiting my brother and his family who are here for the season, when I learned of your arrival."
"Your brother is the Earl of Crandall?"
He seemed surprised. "Yes. Do you know him?"
"No. Edward mentioned in one of his letters that the Earl was your older brother."
He merely nodded, and silence fell between them. Although he didn't speak, his gaze remained on her, and a frown creased his brow, as if she were some sort of puzzle he was attempting to solve. It was nearly impossible not to fidget under his unwavering regard, and once again Penelope had to fight the urge to fan herself. Botheration! She was normally most self-possessed, but something about this man completely flustered her, which was quite vexing, as she considered herself quite unflusterable. "Your brother wrote to you frequently," he finally said. "Whenever he had a free moment, he took pen to paper." She gratefully grasped the subject.
"I loved hearing from him, and knowing what was happening with him."
"He enjoyed receiving your letters in return. They always made him laugh."
An image of Edward's smile flashed in her mind, and hot moisture pushed behind her eyes. "I'm glad. There wasn't usually anything of great interest to report. My position as art teacher to Lord and Lady Bentley's 3 children wasn't rife with excitement."
"On the contrary, he found your stories most diverting. As did I. He often read passages of your letters aloud to me. My favourite was your retelling of an art lesson with Lord Bentley's children at the lake on his country estate."
Penelope winced. "Oh dear, Edward told you about that?"
"He did. A bit of a difficulty you had there."
"You are kind to describe the incident as such, sir, for in truth it was a debacle of gargantuan proportions, especially since the children were supposed to be completing drawings as gifts for their grandmother's birthday celebration that evening. But it was such a lovely day, and really, how was I to know the rowboat would spring a leak?"
Captain Trentwell raised a brow. "A leak? I believe you wrote that it sprung a half-dozen."
"Yes, and very inconveniently, not until after I'd rowed into the middle of the lake. Fortunately, the water was no more than waist-deep, and the children were all able swimmers. Not that you'd known it from all their yelling and splashing about. I learned that day that even the most gently bred, polite children turn into unruly, boisterous imps when lake water is involved."
"If I recall correctly, you were also guilty of splashing about."
"Only to defend myself from the veritable walls of water those little devils flung my way,"
Penelope replied in her most prim tone. "Naturally, although I feel compelled to inform you that your brother often referred to you as Imp."
"I'm certain he did," Penelope said gravely. "It is an old family nickname. Goes back generations. It means, one who possesses great decorum." She gave a decisive nod, which sent her spectacles sliding down her nose.
One corner of Captain Trentwell's mouth quirked upward. "Indeed?" She pushed up her glasses and forced her gaze to remain on his eyes rather than that fascinating upward flick of his stern mouth.
"Yes, great decorum. That is, after all, how I was able to get myself and 3 extremely bedraggled, wet children back into the house, redressed and freshly coiffed, and with finished drawings, in time for the party that evening, without Lord or Lady Bentley knowing about our adventure."
"I believe that would take dexterity and ingenuity rather than decorum, Miss Markham."
"Perhaps, but mostly luck."
"And the bribing of several servants, if I remember the story correctly." Penelope raised her chin.
"A bribery is such an ugly word. I prefer to call it a trade, entitled, 'I'll sketch your portrait in exchange for your silence in this matter.'"
Captain Trentwell nodded in an approving manner. "Most effective, I'd wager. One can only wonder what fate might have befallen you without your artistic talent." I would have sunk even more quickly than that leaky rowboat. No need to add that she'd inadvertently managed to do just that in Italy, a most unfortunate situation that had left her in her current dire circumstances. Disgraced, unemployed, not likely to be employed, and alarmingly short of funds. Edward showed me several samples of your work, small illustrations you included with your letters to him. You're very talented. An embarrassed flush crept up Penelope's neck. Thank you. However, those were just idle drawings. If so, then you're very talented indeed. Edward told me your work belonged in a museum. My brother was my greatest champion. A sad smile tugged at her lips. If only Edward had been a museum curator, and I'd been born a male, so my work would be taken seriously. He studied her for several seconds with an indecipherable expression. Then he cleared his throat and said, Ever since that day, since Waterloo, I've wanted to meet you and personally extend my condolences on your loss. Edward was an extremely fine young man, a brave and exemplary soldier, an inspiration to others, including myself. I'm sorry, so very sorry for your loss. His hoarse rasp, coupled with the palpable tension emanating from him, made it clear his words were not only heartfelt, but difficult for him to speak. Emotion swelled Penelope's throat, and to her mortification, a tear slipped down her cheek. Before she could reach for her handkerchief, Captain Trentwell muttered something that sounded like bloody damn hell, then yanked a snowy linen square from his pocket. Here, he said in a gruff voice, holding out his hand. Thank you. Penelope slid off her glasses, set them atop her sketch-pad, then dabbed at her eyes, which continued to leak a seemingly unending stream of tears. Forgive me, Captain Trentwell. Contrary to all evidence, I'm not normally a weepy female. But hearing you, a man Edward so greatly admired, speak so highly of him, well, it just touches me, and reminds me how much I miss him. A watery laugh escaped her. If he were here right now, he'd roll his eyes, tell me to stop being such a nodcock, and perform his brotherly duty by reminding me what a red-eyed, blotchy fright I look when I cry. I didn't mean to upset you. She shook her head and squinted at him. Without her glasses, it was difficult to make out his expression, but surely he was horrified to find himself trapped in a coach with a crying female. Determined to pull herself together, she gave her eyes a rigorous swipe, her nose a gusty blow, then slipped her glasses back on. You didn't upset me, Captain. His grave gaze flicked to his wet handkerchief she clutched, then returned to her eyes, which she knew looked red and puffy. Heavens, he did indeed look as if he'd rather be facing the fires of hell than sitting across from her. Botheration! Why couldn't she be one of those women who looked adorable and dewy when they cried, rather than swolly and blotching? There's no need to spare my feelings, Miss Markham. I'm not. Truly, I'm not upset. Indeed, I'm honoured that you would take the time to seek me out, to pay tribute to my brother. In spite of the hardships involved, Edward loved being a soldier, and a good deal of that had to do with you, with being under your command. It would please him no end that you came to see me, and said such nice things about him. I, of course, thought he was brave and wonderful, but as his sister, that was rather expected of me. Without thinking, she reached out and rested her hand over one of his clenched fists. Thank you, Captain Trentwell. You are indeed as kind and fine a man as Edward said. She sensed him go perfectly still. Then his lips pressed into a thin line, and a frown creased a deep crevice between his brows. His gaze shifted downward, riveting on her hand resting upon his. Penelope stared as well, struck by how small her cream-coloured glove looked compared with his, at how intimate the sight of her fingers curved over his appeared. A heated tingle raced up her arm, and her breath caught at the sensation. His tightly clenched fingers flexed beneath hers, and although her inner voice screamed at her to pull her hand away, she found she couldn't move, couldn't draw a breath. couldn't do anything save stare at her hand atop his. For several seconds it felt as if time stopped and the entire world existed inside the confines of his carriage. Then he broke the spell by gently taking her hand and setting it back on her lap. A wave of embarrassment washed through her, and she mentally chastised herself. Touching a man she'd just met was completely inappropriate, yet it had felt so natural to do so. No doubt because, although they were strangers, she felt as if she knew him. She raised her gaze and discovered him looking at her with an intensity that curled her toes inside her leather walking boots. "Miss Markham, there is something I need to tell you." His deep voice sounded harsh, urgent. "You need to know that—" He frowned and cleared his throat. "That is to say, His words cut off when the carriage jerked to a halt. "Hyde Park, sir," came the coachman's voice. Captain Trentwell blinked, then shook his head, as if coming out of a trance. He appeared about to say something, then pressed his lips together. He sat still as a statue, looking at her, his eyes bleak. Penelope clearly sensed he was struggling with something. She longed to help him, but didn't know how. "You were saying, Captain?" she prodded gently. He exhaled a slow breath, then shook his head. "Nothing." His frown deepened. "Nothing," he repeated. He then inclined his head toward the window. "Shall we walk?" Penelope swallowed her curiosity and nodded her consent. Obviously, she'd have to wait to discover what he'd wanted to tell her. Clutching her sketch pad to her chest, she exited the carriage, and together they entered the park. Chapter 3. "Tell her. Bloody hell, tell her now, then send her on her way and be done with this torture." The words screamed through Alec's mind as he and Miss Markham entered Hyde Park, the same mantra that had pounded in his brain from the moment he'd first seen her. But for some reason he didn't understand. He couldn't force the words from his lips. Why couldn't he say it? Just 4 bloody words. "I killed your brother." Was it because that by uttering that sentence he'd then be forced to explain what had happened, to relive the horror of that day? Perhaps, although that couldn't be the only reason, as the horrific events of Waterloo played through his mind every night like a discordant melody. Still, he'd never actually spoken of them, to anyone. God knows he didn't want to now. But damn it, he felt an honour-bound duty to tell her the truth about Edward's death and his role in it. Yet when the moment to tell her had arrived in the carriage, he'd failed. Sweat had coated his skin, the words had jammed in his throat, and just as he had on that ill-fated day last June, he'd hesitated. He well knew the disastrous results of hesitation. So why had he done so? "You are indeed as kind and fine a man as Edward said." Those words she'd spoken in the carriage had tightened the noose of guilt around his neck until he could barely breathe. And then she had laid her hand on his, and for the space of several heartbeats everything inside him had simply stopped. His blood, his heart, his breath. The gesture had caught him completely off guard. It had been so long since anyone had touched him. His choice. He lived alone and didn't encourage familiarity, and clearly over the 10 months of his self-imposed exile he'd forgotten how powerful a gentle touch could be. In spite of the 2 layers of gloves separating their skin, warmth had suffused him, filling him with an overwhelming urge to clasp her hands tightly in his, to soak up all the kindness and compassion and admiration glowing in her eyes. He didn't deserve it, but God help him, it had felt so incredibly good. The way that single touch had made him feel now forced him to admit why he'd hesitated, because her opinion of him would change once she knew the truth. "Admit the truth, you selfish bastard," his inner voice sneered. "You don't want to see the admiration and warmth glowing in her eyes turn to disgust and loathing." Bloody hell, he couldn't deny that. During the 3 years Edward had been under his command, Alec had come to admire Miss Markham through her brother's stories of her and the letters she sent. Even without benefit of meeting her, Alec knew her to be witty and intelligent, kind, generous and caring, talented, and more than a little mischievous. Ridiculous as it was to like someone he'd never met, to view a stranger as a friend, there was no refuting that's how he felt. Surely, if she was completely unfamiliar to him, his task would prove easier. But she wasn't unfamiliar to him, and he knew as soon as he told her she'd turn away in disgust, and he'd never see her again. And that prospect filled him with a confounding, profound sense of loss he couldn't put a name to. So he'd wait, just for a little while. He'd waited all these months she was travelling on the continent, so what were a few more minutes? Besides, there were other things he needed to discuss with her first, before she banished him as he knew she would. No matter how much she might come to loathe him, he still felt a responsibility toward her, and that wasn't something his battered conscience would allow him to dismiss. "This is my very favourite sort of day," she said. Her statement jolted him from his brown study, and he realized to his chagrin that they had walked in silence for quite a distance along the path meandering through the park's verdant lawns. He glanced at her and was struck by the way the bright sunshine coaxed reddish highlights from the curls that had escaped her bonnet to brush her cheeks that once again bore a becoming blush. "Your favourite in what way?" he asked. "I adore it when the sky is so vividly blue it almost hurts your eyes to look at it, and the clouds are so fluffy they resemble stuffed pillows, and the air bears just enough coolness to offset the heat of the sun." She smiled. "It's the perfect sort of day to spend outdoors." Unlike some people whose smiles were nothing more than a slight curving of their lips, Miss Markham's smile engaged her entire face, completely transforming her, lighting up her eyes, showcasing perfectly straight, pearly white teeth, and denting a pair of shallow, beguiling dimples in her cheeks that hinted at the deviltry sparkling behind her spectacles. It was, Alec decided, the most enchanting smile he'd ever seen, and he found himself unable to look away from her. Edward had said other children in their village where they'd grown up had referred to her as plain Penelope, and that she'd never had a suitor. But surely he was mistaken about the latter, or that was by her own choice, for while Miss Markham might not be beautiful in the classic sense, her smile was surely enough to grab any man's attention. Indeed, now that he looked closely, he realized her eyes were quite remarkable, like fine brandy sprinkled with flecks of gold. And her lips, yes, they were quite remarkable as well. Certainly much fuller than was fashionable, but then he'd never particularly cared about the latest rage. She tilted her face toward the sun, let out a deep breath, then dazzled him with another smile. "A lovely day, is it not?" "Lovely," Alec agreed, although he realized he wasn't speaking of only the pleasant weather. "The sort of day that inspires me to sketch." She tapped her pad. "Would you mind if we sat for a moment? I'd like to commit some of what I'm seeing to paper." "Oh, of course." He indicated a bench set beneath a trio of soaring elms. "Will that do?"
"Perfectly."
They moved to the bench, and he watched transfixed as she pulled off her gloves, then opened her pad to a clean page. Heat suffused him at the sight of her bare hands, a reaction he was at a loss to explain, especially as they were merely capable and sturdy-looking, her fingers bearing several faint ink stains. Certainly they weren't pale, slim, elegant hands, yet he couldn't tear his gaze from them. She pulled a length of charcoal from her pocket and slowly circled her finger around the tip, a gesture that made his cravat suddenly feel too tight. He cleared his throat and pulled his gaze away from her hands. "What are you going to sketch?"
"That couple."
She nodded down the path, her eyes glowing with amusement.
"The pair with the trio of misbehaving dogs."
Alec spotted the couple she indicated, a tangle of people, dog leads, and boisterous canines, one of which was no larger than a teapot, another that looked like a small, fluffy bear, while the third was the size of a small horse. "Quite the interesting assortment of pets they have," he remarked.
"Indeed."
Her hand flew over the page, and he barely managed to refrain from craning his neck to see her progress.
"Do you have any pets, Captain?"
she asked as her gaze flicked back and forth between the scene and her sketchpad. "A horse," he replied, although he considered Apollo more of an old friend than a pet. "You?" She shook her head.
"No. Lord Bentley owned a mastiff I adored. His name was Hugo. He looked very much like that couple's largest dog."
"The one that should be saddled?"
She laughed. "Yes. Hugo possessed the sweetest disposition and infinite patience with the children, even when the boys dressed him as a pirate or little Lady Annabel turned him into a princess."
"A princess?"
"Yes. Definitely not his favourite outfit. But he loved Lady Annabel, so he bore the indignity with stoic resignation. He much preferred the pirate costume." She grinned. He enjoyed chewing on the sword.
"No sword for the princess?"
"Sadly, no. That came with a tiara and feather boa. Hugo learned from experience that feathers don't make a good chew toy. Would you like to see a picture of him?"
"Very much."
She stopped drawing and flipped back several pages, then turned the tablet toward him. The illustration showed a tremendous dog with a tiara perched on its head, lying across the entire length of a sofa, his huge paws resting on a young girl's lap. A feather boa adorned the dog's neck. And were those ear-bobs dangling from the beast's ears? A chuckle rumbled in Alec's throat. By God, they were. "The child nearly buried beneath Hugo's paws is Lord Bentley's youngest, Lady Annabel," Miss Markham said. "Hugo didn't quite understand that he wasn't a lapdog."
"A very substantial lap would be required for that beast."
She laughed, then turned the tablet back to herself. She stared at the picture for several seconds, and he watched all the amusement seep from her eyes, replaced by unmistakable sadness. "I miss the children, and Hugo, very much. Indeed, I would love to have a Hugo of my own some day." She gave a decisive nod, then said, "I shall add get a Hugo to my list."
"Your list?"
"Yes, it's filled with things I wish to do, places I'd like to visit, that sort of thing."
"You keep an actual written list?"
"Oh, yes. Otherwise I'd forget. In fact, I'd best write down my latest wish while I'm thinking of it." She once again flipped pages in her book, this time to the last page, and made a notation. "Get a Hugo," she read when she'd finished. He caught a brief glimpse of what appeared to be a long inventory of items, several of which had lines drawn through them, before she turned back to her sketch in progress and continued working. Unable to curb his curiosity, Alec asked, "What else is on your wish list?" She kept her gaze on her sketch-pad and shrugged. "Lots of things. Some of them simple, some of them silly, some of them impossible."
"If it's impossible, why wish for it?"
Spoken like a pragmatic military man. She lifted her gaze and stared at him through very serious eyes. "But I believe it's important to wish for, hope for your heart's desire, even if it seems unattainable. Miracles do happen, Captain Trentwell, and if we give up hope, well then, there's nothing left. 'Hope springs eternal in the human breast,'" she quoted softly.
"Alexander Pope,"
he murmured. She smiled and nodded. "Yes. You're familiar with his work?"
"Very. He's my favourite poet."
When her brows shot upward, he said,
"You look surprised. Even pragmatic military men enjoy reading."
Colour washed over her cheeks. "I'm certain they do. I'm merely surprised because Mr. Pope is my favourite poet as well."
"And you've taken his words about hope to heart?"
"Yes. Therefore, although it's highly unlikely that the Prince Regent will commission me to paint his portrait, that remains on my wish list, right along with riding a horse, having my own garden, and finding the perfect skipping rock."
Now it was Alec's turn to raise his brows. "You've never ridden a horse?"
"Not yet, but as Mr. Pope said—"
"Hope springs eternal," they said in unison. She flashed him a quick grin, then returned her attention to her sketch. Alec watched her, fascinated by the way her hand lightly moved across the page, while a furrow of concentration creased between her brows. Her glasses slowly slid down her nose, something she ignored until they balanced perilously close the tip. Then, without missing a stroke, she gave them a quick push upward, the movement leaving a small streak of charcoal on her chin. He was about to tell her, but the words died in his throat when she pursed her full lips and gently blew on her sketch. His gaze riveted on her lush mouth as she blew several more times, her lips puckered in a perfect imitation of a kiss. A perfect kiss from those lovely moist lips. Heat shot through him, but this time of a far different sort than the cosy warmth he had experienced when she'd rested her hand on his. No, this heat, fierce and unexpected in its intensity, all but incinerated him. While he hadn't felt such a strong rush in a long time, it was unmistakable, and there was no denying what it was. Desire. She glanced up. Her lips remained pursed for several seconds, then she pressed them together, jerking him from the heated stupor into which he'd fallen. "The dust, it gets in my way," she said. He bludgeoned back the shocking carnal images crowding his mind, of those plush lips crushed beneath his own, of them kissing their way down his naked torso, of them surrounding his... He shook his head and forced his gaze away from her distracting mouth. Bloody hell, what was wrong with him? Clearly he desperately needed sexual relief, although he hadn't realized just how desperate that need was until several seconds ago when the sight of her pursed lips had set him on fire and robbed him of his wits. He felt the need to say something, but damned if he knew what. He knew she'd said something to him, but damned if he remembered what. He tugged on his suddenly tight cravat and cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon?" "I just said that the charcoal dust gets in my way, so I was blowing it away." She flashed a grin, and her dimples winked at him. "Based on your somewhat stunned expression, I thought perhaps you feared I'd taken leave of my senses and was kissing my work." Kissing? Kissing? Bloody hell, the word was embedded in his brain. Thank God his expression hadn't given away what he'd really been thinking. A hazard of using charcoals, I gather." "Yes. I'm finished with the preliminaries. Would you care to see?" "Absolutely." She handed him the sketch pad, and another bolt of heat shot up his arm when her fingers brushed his. He snatched his hand back as if she'd burned him, which it bloody well felt as if she had. Thoroughly disgusted with himself, he lowered his gaze to the sketch, and was instantly charmed by the depiction of the laughing couple entangled with their zany dogs. "You perfectly captured the moment." "Thank you. I'll put the finishing touches to it when I return to Exeter House." Alec handed her back the tablet. The mention of her lodgings reminded him of the other topic he needed to discuss with her. "Surely, after what happened this afternoon, you're not planning to remain there?" "Actually, I am." Alec shook his head. "No, the area isn't safe." "Perhaps not completely, but it is safer than many parts of London. There's no need for you to worry on my behalf, Captain Trentwell. I own a pistol, and I'll be careful." "Are you carrying your pistol now?" "Well, no, but—" "Have you ever shot anyone, Miss Markham?" "No, but—" "Have you ever fired your pistol?" "Once." "Did you hit your target?" "Well, no, but—" "Then I feel it is my duty to inform you that the only way a pistol can serve as effective protection is if you carry it on your person and are able to hit that at which you're aiming." "Well, obviously. However, it hadn't occurred to me that I'd require protection during the day. Now I know, and I shall act accordingly." "Miss Markham, a pistol won't help you if it's not used properly. In fact, it's more likely that you'll either shoot yourself or be disarmed and shot with your own weapon." Before she could argue, he rushed on. "For your own safety, I insist you lodge elsewhere." Twin flags of colour stained her cheeks. "I'm afraid that's impossible." There was no reason to ask why. The only possible explanation would be a lack of funds to lodge anywhere better. As he had during his years in the military, Alec quickly assessed the problem from every possible angle, including the fact that he still needed to discuss Edward with her, and arrived at a resolution. Miss Markham, I have a solution." She raised a brow. "I wasn't aware there was a problem." "Regarding your lodgings?" "As I said, Captain, there isn't a problem." "I disagree. You shall stay at my family's townhouse in Mayfair. My brother, his wife, and his children are in residence, so you'll be well chaperoned." Her complexion now resembling the setting sun. "Captain Trentwell, while I appreciate your concern, I cannot accept."
"Of course you can."
He consulted his pocket watch and inwardly groaned. Damn it, where had the time gone? If he wasn't home in half an hour's time, William would have his head, and given that he planned to bring Miss Markham home with him, this wasn't a good time to risk vexing his brother. He stood and tugged his coat into place. "Come, we'll get you settled, and I'll send a footman to the Exeter to gather your things." She remained seated and stared up at him for several seconds, then huffed out a laugh. "I'm not certain if I'm more amused or aggravated." "I cannot imagine why you'd be either." Clearly amusement won out, because her eyes twinkled behind her lenses. "Captain, clearly it's necessary to remind you that I'm not a soldier, and therefore barking orders at me will not win the day." Alec's brow collapsed into a scowl. "I wasn't barking orders. I was merely telling me what to do, in a very commanding way. Because I'm concerned for your safety. If I seem abrupt, it's because time is of the essence. My brother and his wife are hosting a party in my honour, and it begins in precisely 27 minutes. I gave my word I wouldn't be late." "Then by all means you must go without further delay. I appreciate your concern. While I do need to carefully watch my finances, I am not destitute, and cannot accept charity."
Bloody hell, he should have known she'd react this way.
He again quickly assessed the situation, then said, "I am not offering you charity. I'm offering you employment."
"Employment? What do you mean?"
"I mean an exchange of your talent for payment. I realise I'm far from the Prince Regent, and we're not the royal family, but I'd like to commission you to paint my portrait, and a family portrait as well." She rose and pressed her hand to her chest.
Are you certain?"
"Of course. You're immensely talented."
"Thank you. It's just—"
She hesitated, then said in a rush,
"I cannot be less than completely honest with you, Captain, especially given your kindness to Edward and to me. Do you know why I was relieved from my position with Lord and Lady Bentley?"
"It doesn't matter."
"I'm afraid it does. As you will hear about it at some point, I'd prefer you hear it from me."
"Very well. I'm listening." She moistened her lips with the tip of her tongue, a flick of pink that had Alec fisting his hands inside his gloves.
"I found the artwork in Italy fascinating. So fascinating I was moved to attempt a sculpture in the Renaissance style."
"Meaning?"
"A nude." She lifted her chin. "A male nude, human-sized, of human proportions."
An image instantly rose in Alec's mind, of her bare hands fashioning such a sculpture, her fingers gliding over a nude male form, that looked exactly like him. Bloody hell. He blinked to dispel the disturbing mental picture, but its effect lingered, heating him to his core and forcing him to shift his feet to relieve the pulsing ache in his groin. "I kept the sculpture in my bedchamber, away from the children," she continued, "but Lady Bentley learned of its existence from one of the maids, stormed into my chamber and flew into the bows. She dismissed me on the spot. Quite a shock, as she didn't so much as bat an eye during our visit to the Uffizi Gallery, and there were more nude male sculptures in there than I could replicate in 10 lifetimes. She refused to give me a reference, and informed me that she'd see to it that I was never hired again. In my own defence, I can only say that it was art, and not in any way lewd or intended to be construed as such. Still, you deserve to know the full truth, that this scandal surrounds me, and that you certainly risk Lady Bentley's wrath if you hire me." She hiked her chin another notch. "I quite understand if you withdraw your offer, now that you're in possession of all the facts." You deserve to know the full truth. It clearly was humiliating for her to tell him, yet she had, doubling his admiration for her. And his guilt. Tell her. Tell her now. Give her the same courtesy she just gave you. But he couldn't. If he did, she'd never consent to work for him. And then where would she be? Unemployed and lodging at Exeter House, and a target for every footpad in the area. No, he couldn't allow that. He'd tell her, after the portraits were done, and he'd paid her handsomely enough to keep her financially secure for the foreseeable future. With his conscience as assuaged as it was going to get, he said, "I appreciate your honesty, Miss Markham, and I'm sorry you were dismissed from your post, but Lord and Lady Bentley's loss is my gain, and I have no fear of their possible wrath. My offer stands." She regarded him steadily, and he could almost hear her internal debate, weighing her uncertain future against an employment opportunity she clearly suspected was manufactured purely for her benefit. Finally, she said in a quiet voice, "I accept, Captain Trentwell, and I thank you." Relief, and something that felt suspiciously like anticipation, but surely wasn't, rippled through him. "You're welcome. Now that's settled, let us make our way to the townhouse, lest I'm late and truly incur some wrath, that of my brother." They started down the path leading back toward the park entrance. "This party in your honour you mentioned, is it to celebrate your homecoming from the war?" Alec bit back the humourless sound that rose in his throat. No, the party is to celebrate my upcoming marriage." Chapter 4. Penelope looked around the elegant grandeur of her bedchamber in Lord Crandall's townhouse and pinched herself on the arm to make certain she wasn't dreaming. The sting on her skin assured her the pale green silk-covered walls, ornate canopy bed with its gold velvet counterpane and lace-edged pillows, and marble fireplace where a cheery fire crackled were all real. Yet it was difficult to grasp that a mere few hours ago she'd faced dire unemployed straits at the Exeter and an uncertain future, and now she had a commission for at least 2 portraits and accommodations in a beautiful guest room in the most exclusive section of the city. Indeed, she felt more like a guest than an employee. She'd briefly met the Earl and Countess. Their surprise was evident upon learning Captain Trentwell had hired her, but both had made her feel welcome. Clearly, they hadn't yet heard of the Italy debacle, for if they had, her employment would have ceased before it even began. Would Captain Trentwell still wish to hire her if his brother had objected? Probably not, so she prayed he wouldn't change his mind. For while she told him she wasn't destitute, in truth, her situation was quickly approaching desperate. Her funds would last her no more than 2 months, and only that long if she were extremely frugal and skipped meals. Captain Trentwell's offer had indeed been a godsend. An image of the darkly handsome captain flashed in her mind, and this time she wasn't able to suppress a feminine sigh of appreciation. Based on Edward's writings, she'd already known Captain Trentwell to be kind and heroic. She just hadn't realized how kind and heroic. He'd not only rescued her from that dreadful man, he'd also saved her from the financial calamity looming on the horizon. He was, in every way, a hero, and an extremely attractive one. Attractive? More like spectacular. Her fingers itched with anticipation at the prospect of sketching him for his portrait. It would prove a challenge to perfectly capture his expression, to convey everything he was, a brave military leader, yet a kind, generous man. A man who lived with inner pain and secrets. A man who was getting married. An unexpected, utterly ridiculous and completely inappropriate sense of loss had swept through her when he'd announced tonight's party was to celebrate his upcoming marriage. Botheration! What sort of person was she? She should be delighted for him. He deserved every happiness life had to offer. Yet rather than well wishes, her first reaction had been crushing disappointment, which was laughable. Even if he wasn't soon to be married, a man like Captain Trentwell, devastatingly attractive war hero and brother to an earl, would certainly never look at her twice. He could have any woman he wanted, so of course his future wife would be a young, beautiful society diamond, whereas Penelope knew all too well that at 29 she possessed neither youth nor beauty, nor did she have any connections to recommend her. Even a decade ago, when her parents had been alive and money wasn't scarce, and she'd spent a season in London in the hopes of attracting a husband, well, even then, she'd faded into insignificance amongst all the peers' daughters and gorgeous young women of the temps. He hadn't offered any details regarding his fiancée or the wedding, and she hadn't asked. She'd merely congratulated him, then focused on beating back the unacceptable, unwanted, and overwhelming envy she felt toward a woman whose name she didn't even know. The muted strains of a waltz drifted into the room, pulling her from her thoughts. To her surprise, the captain had invited her to attend the party, but she demurred. Even if she owned a gown appropriate for the occasion, which she did not, she had no wish to court disaster by showing herself at a soirée filled with people who undoubtedly knew Lord and Lady Bentley. But the captain had also invited her to explore the house and roam the corridors to peruse the extensive artwork and portraits of generations of Trentwell family members, an offer she intended to take advantage of. Tucking her sketch pad under her arm, Penelope quit the room and entered the corridor. The music swelled louder, mingled with the hum of conversation, laughter, and the tinkle of crystal glasses, evoking memories of the elegant soirees she'd once attended. She moved slowly along, her kid boots sinking into the thick dark blue carpeting, and examined each painting of the former earls and countesses of Crandall and assorted family members lining the panelled walls. Some were formal portraits, others of gentlemen on horseback, ladies sitting in the gardens, or children surrounded by dogs, all dressed in the fashions of the time. As she neared the end of the corridor, the sounds of the party increased in volume. When she turned the corner, she found herself near a small gallery that overlooked the party below through a narrow stone archway. Unable to resist, she approached the wrought iron railing and looked down. She judged that more than 100 elegantly dressed people mingled in the spacious room, some conversing in small groups, some partaking of the refreshments set up on a long table against the far wall, while others swirled around the parquet dance floor in time to the waltz being played by the quartet of musicians near the French windows. Dozens of candles blazed in the gleaming crystal chandeliers, bathing the partygoers in a golden, prism-filled glow. Her gaze panned over the crowd, halting when she caught sight of Captain Trentwell. He circled the dance floor with a beautiful, petite, blonde young woman dressed in an exquisite pale blue gown. Given the naked adoration glowing on the young woman's face as she gazed up at him, she was clearly his fiancée, and exactly the sort of exquisite female Penelope had imagined he'd choose. Certainly no one could fault his taste, or the bride-to-be for looking so dazzled. Dressed in perfectly tailored formal black that accentuated his broad shoulders and muscular physique, Captain Trentwell looked big and dark and dangerously handsome. The young woman said something, and Captain Trentwell, who towered over his petite fiancée, bent his head, clearly trying to capture her words. No doubt he didn't want to miss a single syllable of whatever pearls fell from her perfect bowed lips. Although Penelope had long ago stopped the pointless practice of lamenting her average looks, the sight of that stunning young woman waltzing with Captain Trentwell squeezed her in a vice of envy and made her uselessly wish she'd been born blonde and beautiful. What would it feel like to be held in his strong arms, to have him bend closer so as not to miss a word she said? You'll never know, so stop being a nodcock and cease thinking about it. Exactly. It was one thing for hope to spring eternal for the unlikely. It was quite another to wish for the utterly impossible. Even as her mind commanded her to turn away and continue her perusal of the Trentwell ancestors before she was caught gawking, she opened her tablet to a fresh page and pulled her charcoal from the pocket of her gown. Her hand moved swiftly across the page, capturing the image below. The waltz ended, and Penelope watched in an agony of envy that utterly irritated her, as Captain Trentwell escorted his stunning fiancée from the dance floor. When they passed beneath the gallery where she stood, and she lost sight of them, she turned her full attention to completing the rough outline of her drawing. "Idiot, that's what you are," she scolded herself under her breath. She blended the charcoal with a practised finger, then blew away the dust. Jealousy and envy are naught but wastes of time and energy. She knew it, yet still her heart ached with a yearning she couldn't squelch, which was truly vexing. "Good heavens, it's not like you to moon over a man," she muttered. She frowned at the likeness of Captain Trentwell she'd drawn. "Why do you have me so unsettled? I command you to stop it at once. I'm confused and thrown off balance, and I don't like it one bit."
"Don't like what, one bit?"
Penelope gasped at the sound of the quiet, deep voice that came from directly behind her. She whirled around and found herself face to face with Captain Trentwell. Chapter 5. Penelope pressed a hand to her chest where her heart thumped hard and fast, and pressed her lips together, lest she say the words that rushed into her throat. "You were attractive at a distance, but up close, dear God, up close you're utterly breathtaking." Her gaze fastened on his, and her mind instantly emptied, her last thought being a combination of reluctant admiration for his fiancée for retaining her wits enough to converse while being held in this man's arms, and a heartfelt, "Oh, my!" "Answer him!" her inner voice shouted. Yes, she needed to answer him, but God help her, she'd completely forgotten the question. She cleared her throat, then managed, "I beg your pardon." "I was wondering what you didn't like. The party, perhaps?" Sanity returned with a slap, accompanied by a rush of heated embarrassment. "Oh, of course not," she assured him quickly. "The party looks lovely. I was, referring to my sketch." His gaze dropped to the pad she held. "What don't you like about it?" She shoved the tablet behind her back. I failed to capture the mood correctly." "What were you drawing?" "Just an image of the party." Unmistakable interest flared in his eyes. "May I see it?" "No." Penelope gave a nervous laugh. I mean, it's not finished yet." "I don't mind." "Don't you need to return to your guests?" One dark brow lifted. "Are you trying to get rid of me, Miss Markham?" "Yes. No, it's just that, well, surely your guests are missing you." He flicked a gaze toward the gathering below, and an expression that looked like a grimace but surely wasn't passed over his features. "I'm certain the festivities can carry on for a few minutes without my presence, and clearly you've forgotten that you're a guest here as well." He craned his neck and shot a pointed look at the tablet concealed behind her back. "May I?" Botheration. To refuse him again would make her appear both childish and churlish. Swallowing her dismay, she handed him the tablet. Alex studied the image of himself and several other couples waltzing, and was once again amazed by her talent. "This is extremely well done, Miss Markham. You captured the movement of the dance perfectly. I can almost hear the rustling of the ladies' gowns." "Thank you, Captain. You and your fiancée make a striking couple." His gaze shot to hers. "Fiancée?" He shook his head and handed her back the tablet. "The young lady I was waltzing with is not my fiancée." Indeed, he couldn't even recall her name. As far as he was concerned, she'd been interchangeable with every other woman he'd met and danced with this evening. They'd all been beautiful, yet nothing about any of them had captured his interest. Fire raced into Miss Markham's cheeks. "Oh, forgive me, sir. I just assumed—" "I don't have a fiancée." She blinked. "You don't? But I thought you said this party was to celebrate your upcoming marriage." "It is." "I'm afraid I don't understand." Alec flicked another glance at the soiree below. While he didn't particularly relish discussing the details of his situation, it certainly won out over the alternative of returning to the festivities right away. He returned his attention to Miss Markham, and his heart skipped in the most unexpected way at the sight of her, the very welcome sight of her, a woman who wasn't staring at him as if he were a prize to be won. He lightly grasped her arm and led her around the corner where they were away from the gallery and the noise of the party faded to a quiet hum. "The purpose of the party is to find me a fiancé," he said. "My brother has 5 daughters and no son. After his wife nearly died 4 months ago, giving birth to their youngest, the doctor advised them that she cannot have any more children. He asks me to marry, preferably as soon as possible, as at 32 I'm not getting any younger, in order to produce a male heir to inherit the title. I agreed to do so." She nodded slowly. "I see. Well, based on my brief glimpse of the festivities, you have your pick of beautiful young ladies." "Yes, none of whom I know, none of whom know me, and all of whom, along with their matchmaking mammas, are looking at me as if I'm a bauble in a treasure chest."
"Surely that cannot surprise you, Captain?"
He shrugged. "I suppose not, as the woman I choose will be the mother to the future Earl of Crandall." She blinked, looking nonplussed.
Oh, yes, I hadn't thought of that."
"Indeed? Then what did you mean? Why else would I be viewed as a bauble in a treasure chest?" Even in the dimly lit corridor he could see the scarlet that stained her cheeks. A nervous-sounding laugh escaped her.
"You are casting about for compliments, sir?"
His brows shot upward. "I am."
"Aren't you?"
"No, just an honest answer."
"In that case, I would say that it's because you are very dashing. Any young lady would gaze at you adoringly, as she would a bauble, because you're, well, a treasure."
Something seemed to shift inside Alec at her words. Words he knew all too well weren't true, yet they still ridiculously, inordinately pleased him. "I assure you I'm nothing of the sort, and no one was gazing at me adoringly. That was calculation in their eyes." Miss Markham shook her head, and her glasses slid down her nose. She pushed them back up, then said,
"I don't know about anyone else, but the young lady I sketched you dancing with was looking at you as if the sun rose and set upon you alone. It was one of the reasons I was moved to draw that scene."
"One of the reasons? Why else?"
She hesitated, then said, "The dances, the candlelight, the elegantly dressed guests. It was all so lovely I couldn't resist."
Mischief flickered in her eyes.
"And, of course, because you looked especially bauble-like."
His heart sped up at her words. "I thought you said I was dashing."
"You are," she grinned, "in a very bauble-like way."
He stared at that smile, at her laughing eyes and the dimples flanking her lush mouth, and felt a bit of the tension that had gripped him all evening fade away. Not that he felt in the least bit relaxed in Miss Markham's company. No, quite the opposite, actually. But the tension he felt with her was somehow exciting and welcome, an eager anticipation of what she'd say next, if their hands would touch, if she'd smile at him as opposed to the dread he felt from the moment the party began. With his gaze steady on hers, he offered her a formal bow. "Dashing in a bauble-like way. Thank you, Miss Markham. That is the nicest thing I've heard all evening." She laughed, a warm, husky, magical sound that enveloped him like a heated blanket.
"And I know a Banbury tale when I hear one, sir. I'm certain you've been smothered with compliments all evening."
A humourless sound escaped him. "I can't deny I felt smothered all evening." Her amused expression changed to one of confusion.
"You're not enjoying the party?"
"In truth, no. Actually, I couldn't wait to escape for a few minutes and seized the first opportunity to do so." He didn't add that he'd immediately made that opportunity happen when he'd seen her in the gallery. "I don't particularly care for crowds."
"Nor do I.
thus my skulking about in the corridors. Are you enjoying the paintings? Very much. There are some exceptionally fine portraits here. And also some rather hideous ones. He moved a bit further down the corridor, then nodded towards a large gilt-framed painting. This one, for example. Miss Markham joined him and leaned forward to peer at the painting of Alec's great-great-great-grandfather. Her shoulder brushed his, and he pulled in a quick breath, one that filled his head with her subtle floral scent. Unable to stop himself, he bent his head closer to her and breathed in again. Bloody hell, she smelled good. Like summer in the country, flowers and sunshine with a bit of spice thrown in. He is quite... She turned toward him, and her words trailed off. Her face was less than a foot away from his. If he leaned forward just a little bit, he'd be able to touch his lips to hers. A realization that hit him like a steamy slap. She took a quick step back, and her shoulders bumped the wall next to the painting. A lifetime of manners demanded he step back as well. Instead, he stepped forward and planted one hand on the wall next to her head. Her quick intake of breath sent a dark thrill through him, one he couldn't explain and was apparently helpless to control because in spite of his better judgment and common sense, both demanding he move away from her, he instead leaned closer. "He is quite what, Miss Markham?" She moistened her lips, a gesture that had him fisting his hand against the panelling. "He is quite formidable." He nodded slowly. "Yes, and forbidding. As a child, I always found that painting frightening. I hated walking down this corridor alone. The image seemed to watch me, and every time I walked by, I feared he'd reach out and grab me." "You've obviously overcome your fear." "True, but I'm not alone." No. Instead, he stood improperly close to a woman to whom he needed to confess his darkest secret, his deepest shame, a woman whose nearness had his heart pounding hard enough to bruise his ribs. Bloody hell, not one of the more than 24 society diamonds he danced and conversed with this evening had affected him like this, like he'd been walloped in the head and set on fire. He had received many smiles tonight, but only one had enchanted him. Heard many compliments, but they'd all merely sounded like empty words until he'd come to the gallery and heard this woman call him dashing. Every gorgeous woman he danced with had lips, but only this woman's fascinated him and tempted him beyond all reason. She hadn't been out of his thoughts all evening. He couldn't explain his reaction to her, but by God, there was absolutely no denying it. "No, you're not alone," she whispered. "You're not afraid he'll reach out and grab you?" Her gaze searched his, and Alec forced himself to remain still, to not give in to the craving clawing at him to press her against the wall and find out if she felt as soft and luscious as she looked. "No," she whispered. "I'm not afraid." "Perhaps you should be." "Perhaps, but I'm not." The need to touch her could no longer be denied, and Alec reached out and ran a single fingertip down her cheek. Soft. God, she was indeed soft. Her eyes appeared huge behind her spectacles, but he saw no sign of fear. Rather, he saw a vulnerable longing and a trembling desire, both of which set him afire, a flame that burned even hotter when her moist lips parted slightly, and he could hear her quickening breaths. The muted party sounds coming from the drawing-room below, filled with the young women from whose ranks he was expected to choose a wife, all faded away, replaced by the potent need roaring through him, a raw desire unlike anything he could recall ever before experiencing, a need he simply could not ignore, one that incinerated every reason why he couldn't kiss her. With his heart beating so loud she surely could hear it, he cupped her face between his hands, then leaned forward and brushed his lips over hers. If he'd been capable of doing so, he would have laughed in disbelief at the inferno that whisper of a touch ignited in him. He heard a thump, and it vaguely registered that she had dropped her sketch pad. She stilled beneath his hands, and for several agonizing seconds he thought she meant to push him away. End this madness, because God knows he wasn't capable of doing so. But then she expelled a shaky breath, wrapped her arms around his neck, and parted her lips, and sealed her fate. Alec settled his mouth on hers, and everything faded away, everything except her. He deepened the kiss, his tongue exploring the delicious silky warmth of her mouth. A growl rumbled in his throat, and he clasped her tighter against him. God, it had been so long since he'd held a woman, kissed a woman, and this woman tasted so damn good, warm and sweet and seductive, and she felt so bloody damn good, as if she'd been cast from a mould to perfectly fit in his arms. Any chance he might have had of listening to the bit of sanity attempting to fight its way through the fog of lust engulfing him was obliterated when she squirmed against him and opened her mouth wider beneath his. Need shuddered through him, and without breaking their kiss, he turned them. With his shoulders pressed against the wall, he spread his legs and pulled her into the V of his thighs. It felt as if she melted against him, wax to his burning flame. With a groan he plunged his hands into her soft hair, scattering pins, releasing a mass of curls that unfurled down her back. He wrapped the silky tresses around his fist and gently urged her head back, kissed his way along her jaw, then trailed his tongue down the gentle slope of her neck. Although his conscience yelled, "Stop!" the demand was drowned out by the mantra of more, pounding through him. His mouth found hers once again, and one lush tongue-mating kiss melded into another. He ran one hand down her back to her buttocks and pressed her more firmly against his erection, while his other hand came forward to cup her breast. She gasped and arched into his palm. Even through the layers of her clothes he could feel her hard nipple. Bloody hell, he wanted to strip away every bit of her clothing, with his teeth, then simply devour her. Somehow a modicum of sense prevailed, warning him that if he didn't stop this immediately, that's precisely what he would do. It required every ounce of his will to lift his head. Breathing hard, he looked down, and groaned again at the sight of her. Ragged breaths puffed from between her kiss-swollen lips. Shiny dark curls lay in wild disarray around her shoulders, and he could clearly see the outline of her hardened nipples through her gown. Her glasses sat slightly askew on her nose, and their lenses were completely fogged over. He reached out a less than steady hand and slipped off the spectacles to reveal that her eyes were closed. Her eyelids fluttered, then slowly rose to half-mast, as if she were awakening from a long slumber. She looked flushed and aroused and delightfully undone by his impatient hands, and by God, it took all of his will not to kiss her again. Somehow, without even trying, this woman had obliterated a lifetime of gentlemanly breeding and the fierce control under which he'd operated as an army officer. Shame hit him like a blow to the head. Bloody hell, he didn't know what had come over him. He'd never treated a woman with such a shocking lack of finesse, had never lost command over himself like that. An apology was in order, but he couldn't form the words, not when the only word reverberating through his mind was again. Gritting his teeth against the need still hammering him, he took her by the shoulders and firmly set her away from him, forced himself to release her, and say the words she deserved. "Miss Markham, I owe you an apology." She cut off his words by touching her fingertips to his lips. "Please, don't say you're sorry." Her voice sounded soft, husky, and not quite steady. She took her glasses from him and slipped them back on. "If you'll excuse me, I wish to retire." She turned to leave. Alec reached for her hand, but she eluded him. "Miss Markham, it's time for you to return to your party, Captain Trentwell," she said firmly. "Good night." Alec watched her hurry away, then stared at the corner where she'd turned long after she'd vanished from his sight. Finally, he roused himself from the stupor into which he'd fallen and looked down. and saw her sketch pad. He picked it up and again studied the drawing of him dancing with a young woman whose name he couldn't have recalled even if his life had depended upon him doing so. As if on cue, the sound of the string quartet striking up another waltz broke through the haze engulfing him. As Miss Markham had stated, it was time for him to return to his party, to find a wife. Among the dazzling array of society chits lining the drawing-room like a banquet feast. The problem was that the only woman who'd piqued his hunger tonight wasn't part of the menu. Chapter 6. The next morning, Alex strode into his brother's private study and halted in front of the enormous mahogany desk. "We need to talk, William." William looked up from the London Times spread before him. His sharp gaze assessed Alec, and while Alec knew his brother would see signs of the sleepless night that had plagued him, it was clear William hadn't slept well either. Dark circles shadowed the light blue eyes he'd inherited from their father, and his thick blonde hair, another gift from their father, looked as if he'd tugged his hands through it. "I'm surprised to see you up so early after last night's party," William said. "Army hours are ingrained, I'm afraid. What's your excuse?" "A great deal on my mind. As it happens, I need to talk to you as well." Although Alec was anxious to speak his mind, he said, "All right, you first." William indicated the chair opposite him. "You should sit." Alec's brows rose at his brother's serious tone and expression. At 38, William was 6 years his senior, and as such had always felt an obligation to look after Alec. While Alec loved his brother and appreciated his concern, he didn't require looking after. Ever since his return from the war, all he wanted was peace, quiet, and solitude. William, however, filled with well-meaning but misguided intentions, was determined to drag him back into society. Thus Alex escaped to Little Longston. Where he would be right now had William not needed and asked for his help. After seating himself, Alex said, "Clearly something is amiss." "I'm afraid so." William folded his hands on the desk and regarded Alec through troubled eyes. "It concerns Miss Markham. There's a problem." Alec gripped the wooden arms of his chair. Damn it, this undoubtedly had to do with their encounter last night. "Is she ill?" "Oh, no." Relief flooded Alec. "Then what is wrong?" "I heard some disturbing news about her last evening." Alex's relief turned to frustration with the realization that news of Miss Markham's Italy scandal was clearly already making the rounds. "I see." "You don't seem surprised, Alec." "If the news is regarding the incident in Italy that led to her dismissal from Bentley's employ, I'm not." William nodded. "Yes, well, the story was on everyone's lips last night, so of course you would have heard." He hadn't taken note of any gossip, no doubt because he'd paid little attention to the party chatter before his interlude with Miss Markham, and absolutely no attention whatsoever to it afterward. "Quite the debacle," William continued. "Lord and Lady Bentley are most set against her." He let out a long, tired-sounding breath and dragged his hands down his face. "This places us in a most awkward situation, as she naturally cannot remain in our employ in light of this disturbing news. Of course, you couldn't have known when you commissioned her to paint our portraits." "On the contrary, I knew all about it." "How?" "Miss Markham told me herself, before I employed her." William blinked, then frowned. "Then why did you hire her?" "Many reasons." "Indeed? Well, since I cannot fathom even one, why you'd ever consider bringing scandal into our home, not to mention the ire of Lord Bentley, a man I know and respect, I'd be interested in hearing them." I disregarded any talk of impropriety, as I believe Miss Markham was dismissed unfairly. The sculpture in question was not intended to be lascivious in nature. It was art, and no more scandalous than the statues produced by Michelangelo. "Surely you're not comparing Miss Markham's work with that of Michelangelo, who, by the way, was a man." "Yes, and if Miss Markham was a man, her talent would be celebrated rather than denigrated. And no, she isn't Michelangelo, but she is extremely talented. Be that as it may, if Jane and I had been aware of the situation, we would not have agreed to your hiring Miss Markham, or allowing her to stay here." William blew out a tired sigh. "You should have told us, Alec." "So you could react as you are now?" "No." He leaned forward and kept his gaze steady on William's. "You know her brother was my sergeant. He was all the family she had in the world. I feel a duty toward her." Concern mixed with frustration clouded William's eyes. "Alec, you're not responsible for the family members of every soldier who died at Waterloo." "I am for those I killed." "I know, but in this case her ability to support herself as an art instructor is now lost to her, and I wish to help." "Then give her money and be done with it." "She would never accept charity, but she would accept a commission to paint my portrait. If you no longer wish for her to paint yours, that is your prerogative. However, I still intend for her to paint mine." William frowned. "It's not that I'm unsympathetic to her plight, but given the circumstances, she cannot paint it here. I cannot allow any hint of scandal to touch Jane or the girls." "I understand, and not to worry. I've already decided upon other arrangements for Miss Markham." A bit of the tension eased from William's face. "I trust these arrangements will be done in a timely manner." "My plan is that she'll be gone from the house by this evening," Alec assured him. There was no mistaking William's relief. "Excellent. Now that that's settled, what did you wish to speak to me about?" "Our family's future. You'll be happy to know that I've decided upon a bride." William's expression cleared, and his lips curved up in a satisfied smile. "I am indeed happy to know that. I knew that party would get the job done." "It did indeed. Would have been impossible for you not to find someone among all those beautiful young women." He chuckled. "I'm not certain I'd have been able to choose. Good thing you've always been the decisive sort." Actually, the decision wasn't all that difficult. William's eye gleamed with a knowing look. "Ah, so one young lady in particular captured your interest." "Yes, she did." "I knew it. Jane and I discussed this last night after we retired. We both suspected Cupid's dart had found you, but we couldn't agree with whom you were smitten. We made a wager, one I'm certain I've won." William rubbed his hands together. "I'm going to so greatly enjoy collecting my forfeit from my lovely wife. So tell me, who is the lucky lady?" "Who do you think?" "A Lady Sarah Weston. I saw the way you looked at her during the quadrille." Alec didn't bother to point out that whatever his expression may have been, it was merely to mask his boredom. "Sorry, no." William's face fell. "Lost. So I suppose Jane was right. She picked Lady Mellington Springton." "No, not her either." William's brows collapsed. "Well, then it must be Miss Emily Fernbank." "I'm afraid not." "Miss Adeline Bailey?" "No." "Lady Caroline Worthington?" "Miss Elizabeth Chapman?" "Miss Helena Granger?" "No, no, and no." William tossed out several more names, and Alec shook his head at each suggestion. Finally, William blew out a quick laugh. "I officially surrender. Whom have you chosen?" "Miss Penelope Markham." Alec watched confusion flicker in William's eyes, followed by shock. Several seconds of the loudest silence Alec had ever heard swelled between them. Finally, William said, "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me, William. I'm going to ask Miss Markham to marry me." William shook his head. "No, you're joking." "I assure you, I'm perfectly serious." "Then you're foxed." "I am also perfectly sober." "Then you're insane. It's completely impossible." "May I ask why?" A humourless sound huffed from between William's lips. "In what way isn't she impossible? First, there's the scandal in which she's embroiled. Well, that would taint not only you, but the entire family. Once she and I are married, the talk will cease. No one's going to speak ill of the Earl of Crandall's sister-in-law. Even if that's true, which I'm not conceding, by the way, there is the issue of her age. The entire reason I asked you to marry is to produce an heir. Miss Markham is hardly in her first bloom of youth. Neither is she in her dotage. Or what if she's unable to conceive? There's no reason to believe she can't, nor is there any guarantee that any of the younger women at last night's soirée would be able to. William dragged his hands down his face. Good God, Alec! Why her? I paraded a roomful of beauties in front of you last evening. Alec wasn't certain how to explain something he was at a loss to understand himself. I don't feel anything for any of those women. Given your promise to marry as soon as possible, had you believed you'd make a love match? No, but I'd hoped at least to feel something for my future wife. And I feel something for Miss Markham. Yes, a misguided sense of responsibility. It's more than that, William. How can that be? You just met the woman yesterday. You've known Lady Sarah and some of the other party guests for years. I may have only been introduced to Miss Markham yesterday, but through my relationship with her brother, I feel as if I know her very well. You claim you feel more for her than responsibility. Or what else could you possibly feel? Unless it's pity. I cannot deny I am sympathetic toward her plight, but it's more than that. I feel an undeniable— His voice trailed off, uncertain what to call the raging heat she inspired in him. William stared at him through narrowed eyes. You don't mean— surely you can't mean lust. Somehow lust seemed too tame a word for the inferno that had incinerated him last night, but as Alec couldn't think of another, he nodded. Yes. William's jaw dropped. Now I know you're jesting. Alec's jaw tightened. You're implying Miss Markham isn't the sort of woman to inspire lust? Well, I'm not implying it at all. I'm saying it outright. I disagree. But how can that be? I don't know, Alec said in a chilly tone. But it is, and you should be glad for it, as it will certainly aid in the heir-begetting activities. I'll also remind you that you're speaking of my future wife, and the future mother of the next Earl of Crandall. Colour rose on William's cheeks. I was not trying to be insulting. Yet you were. I'm certain that except for the scandal, she's a very nice woman. She is. But no buts, William. It's my choice, and she is who I want. Alec looked into his brother's eyes, then asked quietly, Do you want my happiness? William raked his hands through his hair. Of course I do. Then accept my choice. While I appreciate the party and your efforts to find me a bride, I wouldn't be happy married to a society chit whose life revolves round town and soirees. I want to live quietly in the country, with someone who shares my interests, and whom I cannot keep my hands off of. William leaned back in his leather chair and stared at him for several long seconds. Finally, he blew out a deep breath and nodded. Very well, Alec. It's not the choice I would make, but it's not my choice to make. I know it wasn't your preference to even marry, and that you're only doing so because I asked it of you. Therefore, I'll respect your decision, especially since it's obvious you won't change your mind. You're correct. I won't. Which means I've lost my wager with Jane. Lost it all. Alec nearly grinned at his brother's disgruntled tone. You're forgetting that Jane also lost her wager with you. William brightened a bit at that reminder. Yes, she did, didn't she? He rose and held out his hand. Congratulations, Alec. I wish you every happiness, and many sons. Alec shook his hand. Thank you. Now, about the wedding. I was thinking of this afternoon, if that's convenient for you. William blinked. You wish to get married today? Yes, provided I'm able to secure a special license this morning, although I'm not anticipating any problem in doing so, and provided that Miss Markham agrees. He rose. I'll speak to her now, then hopefully be off to the Archbishop's office at Doctors' Commons for the license. And what if Miss Markham wants a fancier wedding, and for the banns to be posted? Then that is what she shall have. But I don't believe that will be important to her. At least Alec prayed it wouldn't be. The mere thought of waiting 3 weeks to finish what they'd started in the gallery last night clenched his hands into fists. Very well. While you're proposing and procuring the licence, I'll speak to Jane about transforming the drawing-room into a wedding chapel. Thank you, William. Perhaps Jane would also agree to arrange for Miss Markham to have whatever it is brides require to ready themselves for their wedding. Consider it done. They shook hands again, then Alec quit the room. After closing the door behind him, he pulled in a bracing breath. He'd convinced William. Now all he had to do was convince the bride. Chapter 7. Thank you for seeing me so promptly, Miss Markham, said Captain Trentwell. Penelope stood in the library and faced the man responsible for her sleepless night, the man who had kissed her senseless and opened a floodgate of feelings and sensations, of wants and desires she had no idea how to dam up. A massive mahogany desk stood between them, a fact for which she was grateful, as the more distance separating them, the better, lest she give in to the nearly overwhelming temptation to rush into his arms and beg him to make her feel that incredible magic again. However, any hope she'd harboured that he'd welcome another opportunity to kiss her withered at his stern, serious expression and stiff posture, and the fear that lurked in the back of her mind raced to the forefront. Had his brother heard of the Italy scandal? Was she about to be dismissed? Forcing a calm she was far from feeling, and one she prayed disguised the full-body blush heating her skin, she said, "Your note indicated you wished to speak to me as soon as possible." "Yes." He nodded at the chair next to her. "Please, sit." Even though her knees felt less than steady, she shook her head. "I'd prefer to stand." "Very well. I'm sorry to inform you that word of what occurred in Italy is the latest gossip fodder." Penelope's stomach dropped, and she grasped the back of the chair to steady herself. "I see." She drew a deep breath, then raised her chin. "I'm afraid I suspected as much. And of course I fully understand the ramifications, Captain Trentwell, of the impossibility of you and your family risking any hint of the scandal surrounding me attaching itself to you." A crushing sense of loss pressed down on her, and to her mortification, hot tears pushed behind her eyes. "Naturally I release you from your offer to paint your portraits. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see to packing my things." She turned to leave, anxious to quit the room before she suffered further humiliation by him seeing the tears she wasn't certain she could keep at bay much longer. She'd barely taken a step toward the door when his voice halted her. "Miss Markham." Penelope briefly closed her eyes and fought for composure. Remaining facing away from him, she asked, "Was there something else, Captain Trentwell?" "Yes. I wish to give you this." Damnation. Now she'd have to face him. She drew a deep breath and turned, and found him standing a mere arm's length away. "You dropped this in the corridor last night," he said. She looked down and saw he held her sketch-pad. Heat rushed into her face. Clearly she'd dropped it when he'd kissed her. She hadn't noticed it was missing, nor had she given it a single thought. No doubt because she'd been unable to think of anything other than him and their kiss since the instant he'd touched her mouth to his. She took the pad, ignoring the warmth that sizzled up her arm when their fingers brushed. "Thank you. And now, if you'll excuse me." This time he stopped her by lightly grasping her arm. "Actually, there is more I wish to discuss with you." Penelope prayed he didn't feel the tremor of delight that ran through her at his touch. She had to lock her knees to keep herself from leaning toward him like a flower seeking sunlight. "Very well. I'm listening." "You may recall I mentioned last night my intention to marry." Given the pain that had knifed through her at the news, she wasn't apt to forget. "Yes. in order to hopefully produce a male heir. Yes, I wanted to tell you that I've decided upon a wife. An ache she couldn't name suffused Penelope. Her hands tightened around her sketch-pad, and she swallowed hard. Dear God, she needed, to get out of here, now, before the tears she valiantly held back burst forth. Congratulations, sir. I hope you and the future Mrs. Trent will enjoy every happiness. Thank you, as do I. His gaze searched hers with an expression she couldn't decipher, other than to know it weakened her already unsteady knees. Do you think I could make you happy, Miss Markham? Confusion assailed her. I don't understand. Her words chopped off, when he lowered himself to one knee before her and slipped a square velvet box from his waistcoat pocket. He opened the box's hinged lid to reveal a slim gold ring set with a single perfect pearl. Miss Markham, will you do me the honour of becoming my wife? Penelope could only be thankful her jaw was attached, as it otherwise would have dropped to the floor. She stared into his very serious dark blue eyes and blinked, certain he and this entire scenario was a figment of her desire-addled imagination. When he still remained kneeling before her after half a dozen blinks, she managed to say, I beg your pardon. I asked you to marry me. Dear God, she had heard him correctly, which could only mean one thing. She leaned toward him and sniffed. One dark brow shot upward. Do I smell? Utterly confounded, Penelope shook her head. No. You sound surprised. Frankly, I'm shocked. I thought for certain you'd reek of brandy. He muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, Why does everyone think I've been drinking? I am not foxed. Then I cannot imagine why you would ask me to marry you. Can't you? Before she could speak, he rose to his feet. After slipping her sketch-pad from her nerveless fingers and setting it and the ring on the desk, he lightly clasped her hands, entwining their fingers. I am in need of a wife. You are without means, income, or a place to live. It is a perfect solution to both our problems. But we only met yesterday. We barely know each other. Yet even as she said the words, her heart rejected them. For, thanks to Edward's letters, she felt as if she did know this man, and had known him for years. His gaze searched hers. Did we just meet? It doesn't seem that way. I feel as if I've known you for years. His words that so clearly mirrored her thoughts tingled heat down her spine. I fear you haven't given this matter sufficient thought, Captain. What of the scandals surrounding me, and the fact that Lord and Lady Bentley are dead set against me? The gossip will cease once we're married. A humourless sound escaped her. Surely you don't believe that. If anything, a hasty wedding will only increase the gossip and rile Lord and Lady Bentley further. The talk will eventually die down, and what they or anyone else thinks is of no significance to me. The only opinion that is important to me in this matter is yours. Therefore I shall ask you again. Will you marry me? It actually frightened her how much she wanted to say yes. He was offering her all the dreams she'd set aside years ago for a husband, a home of her own, a child. Yet how could she accept? While he'd made light of the scandal, she'd lived with Lord and Lady Bentley long enough to know how vicious gossip could be amongst the ton, and how entire families could suffer from the behaviour of one member. Captain Trentwell's honour, his loyalty to Edward, had driven him to make this rash offer, one she was certain he'd regret once he'd had time to think about it. Therefore, although her heart yearned to accept him, she shook her head. Your offer is uncommonly generous, Captain, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. It only further proves you are worthy of the deep admiration Edward felt for you, a high regard, I assure you, I share. Clearly you feel a responsibility toward me, but there is no need for you to do so. Something that looked like guilt flickered in his eyes, but was gone before she could decide. I am not proposing out of a sense of responsibility. I am doing so because I need a wife, and I believe that we are well suited. I need an heir, and I believe you will make an excellent mother." His words, while certainly more practical than romantic, touched something deep inside her. Still, she forced herself to say, "Thank you. However, I cannot allow you to make such a sacrifice." "I assure you I'm sacrificing nothing." "How can you say that? You should be proposing to one of those beautiful young women you danced with last night." "I'm proposing to the beautiful woman I kissed last night." Disappointment slapped her that he'd resort to insincere flattery, and to her horror her bottom lip trembled. "Captain Trentwell, I beg you cease this nonsense. I realize you are only trying to be kind. However, it is not necessary to utter such absurdities." "I am being neither kind nor absurd. Rather, I'm being practical, as us marrying is the perfect solution to both our situations, and I'm being honest. I find you delightful, fascinating, and extremely attractive. Has no one ever told you that your eyes are extraordinary, and your smile is absolutely dazzling?" "Perhaps my mother, but aside from her, no." "Then you weren't listening, because I just told you." Whatever she might have said in response died in her throat when he released one of her hands and stroked a gentle fingertip down her cheek. "Beauty in things exists merely in the mind which contemplates them," he quoted softly. Penelope swallowed to locate her missing voice. "David Hume," she murmured. He nodded. "The fact that you recognize the words of my favorite philosopher is just one of the many things about you I find so attractive." A blush warmed her cheeks. "Anyone would know that, Captain." "You're wrong. Not one of those supposed beauties from last night engaged my interest. But you—" He brushed the pad of his thumb over her lower lip, and Penelope's heart jumped. "You captivated me with your smile, your laughter, your talent and intelligence. I had no desire to kiss any of those women, yet I couldn't not kiss you." He regarded her gravely. "You should know that I don't care for town life. Therefore we would live quietly in Little Longston. My home there isn't a grand estate, but I think you'll find it very comfortable. Would that meet with your approval?" "Of course, but—" Her words halted when he stepped closer and their bodies lightly bumped. "You should also know that because the goal is to produce an heir, preferably as soon as possible, it will of course be necessary to consummate the marriage." He leaned forward and nuzzled her neck with his warm lips. "Preferably as soon as possible." Her heart stuttered. Since her voice seemed to have gone missing, she did the only thing she could, tilt her head to give him better access. "And as frequently as possible," he murmured, drawing her closer until they touched from chest to knee. "How frequently?" she asked, her words ending on a soft gasp of delight when he touched his tongue to the base of her throat, then lightly sucked on her skin. He kissed his way up her neck to her jaw, then brushed his mouth over hers. "Every day, several times, at least." Oh my! Everything inside her screamed for her not to question this opportunity further, to grab it before he changed his mind. She'd long ago given up hoping for a marriage proposal, let alone one from a handsome, heroic, dashing man who could wobble her knees by the simple act of breathing. He ran the tip of his tongue over her bottom lip. "Do you think you could do that, Penelope?" The sound of her name, whispered in the husky rasp, had her fingers curling into the soft wool of his jacket. Could she? Dear God, did he even need to ask? Surely there wasn't a woman in the entire kingdom who wouldn't give a limb to be bedded by this man. Every day, several times, at least. Yes, but... Excellent. His mouth came down on hers, and with a groan she couldn't contain, Penelope rose on her toes and wrapped her arms around his neck, and in a heartbeat found herself crushed against him. Since that was precisely where she'd ached to be since the moment she'd walked away from him last night, she eagerly parted her lips, a silent plea to deepen the kiss, which he immediately answered, caressing her tongue with his. Dear God, he tasted so delicious, like mint and cinnamon with a dash of danger mixed in. The heat that seemed to pump from his body surrounded her, saturating her with warmth and his woodsy, clean scent. Closer. She wanted, needed to be closer to him, and his thrilling hardness that pressed between her thighs in a manner that had her clinging to him as if her life depended upon it. The folds between her legs felt swollen and heavy, and she squirmed against him in an attempt to relieve the pulsing ache. With a low moan, he lifted his head, and Penelope forced her heavy eyelids open. The fire burning in his eyes scorched and utterly amazed her. "Say you'll marry me," he demanded in a low, intense voice.
"Captain Trendwell."
Alec. Say you'll marry me, Penelope." That heat blazing from his eyes melted away whatever bit of resistance she might have retained. He obviously didn't love her, but he claimed to admire her, and there was no refuting the confounding yet obvious evidence of his desire. Even before seeing him in person, she'd liked and respected and admired him, feelings that had only increased upon their meeting. And as for desire, never had she dreamed she could feel such aching want. Certainly many marriages were based on far less than what they already shared, and she didn't doubt that given time she could and would grow to love him. Could he, would he, grow to love her? Did that really matter? Her heart said yes, but her practical mind said no. It didn't matter. What mattered was he'd offered her a future, and she'd be a fool to turn him down. She moistened her lips and whispered the words that would change her life. "I will marry you." He briefly closed his eyes. When he opened them, the intensity of his gaze simultaneously froze her in place and heated her to her core. He released her and moved to the desk, returning with the pearl ring. "It was my mother's," he said quietly. "I hope you like it." Penelope gazed at the beautiful ring and blinked back tears.
"It's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen. I've always loved pearls. They remind me of the moon."
"I'm glad you like it. I also hope you don't want a long engagement."
"A long engagement is not necessary."
"Excellent. So you've no objections to the wedding taking place today?" Penelope blinked.
"Today?"
"This afternoon. The carriage is waiting to take me to Doctor's Commons, so I can procure a special license." A nervous laugh bubbled in her throat.
"Heavens! You weren't jesting when you said you wanted to get started on your heir as soon as possible."
He pulled her tighter against him and leaned down to brush his lips over the bit of skin behind her ear, skin she hadn't known was so delightfully sensitive until he touched it. "Is that a problem?"
"No, merely a surprise."
He raised his head, and she caught her breath at the smouldering look in his eyes. "I'm going to greatly enjoy convincing you how desirable you are, Penelope, and I'll make certain you enjoy it as well."
Heavens! Surely the thought of doing that should fill her with apprehension rather than overwhelming anticipation. "I shall do my utmost to please you, Alec."
He brushed a wisp of hair from her cheek and frowned. "I know you will. You already have. And I'll do everything in my power to make you happy." She offered him a half-smile and repeated his words.
"I know you will. You already have."
His frown deepened, and he appeared troubled. "Penelope, I want you to know. That is, I need to tell you."
"Yes, Alec?"
she prompted when he continued to merely frown. He opened his mouth, then shut it, then shook his head. His expression cleared, although his eyes remained troubled. "Nothing. Certainly nothing that can't wait. Right now I must be off to Doctor's Commons. I've already apprised my brother about the wedding, and he's informed his wife, who will assist you in my absence." He leaned forward and pressed a chaste kiss against her forehead. "I'll return soon." She watched him walk toward the door and couldn't quite hold in the sigh of appreciation that rose in her throat. He looked as marvellous exiting a room as he did entering one. The instant the door closed behind him with a quiet click, Penelope moved to the nearest chair and sat down heavily. She stared at the luminous pearl adorning her left hand and marvelled at the miraculous turn her life had taken since yesterday. So many hopes she believed were beyond her reach had suddenly come true. A laugh of disbelief escaped her, followed by a sense of joy unlike anything she'd ever before experienced. Her gaze fell upon her sketchbook, and suddenly, unable to sit still, she rose and crossed to the desk, opened the tablet to the last page, then reached for the piece of charcoal she always carried in her pocket. She skimmed her finger down her wish list and drew a single line through 3 entries she'd never thought she'd cross off. Be kissed, own a pearl, get married. And it was all because of Alec, a man who touched her heart long before she'd physically met him, a man whose eyes told her he was tortured by his war experiences, a man she wanted to help heal, not only because he'd taken care of her brother during the war, but because once she'd met him, he'd touched her soul, a man whose kiss turned her knees to porridge, a man she was determined to make happy, because he was a man who deserved every happiness. Chapter 8. Alec was trying his damnedest to think of something, anything, other than his new wife, who sat opposite him in the carriage, but the task proved utterly impossible. How could he, when he had only to reach out a hand to touch her, when her delicate floral scent filled his head with every breath, when she just looked so damn desirable, and he wanted her so damn badly, and bloody hell, she was now his, and had been for an entire 2 hours and 16 minutes, and would this damn carriage ride ever end? No, it wouldn't, at least not for another 2 hours. Jesus, he'd survived more battles than he cared to recall, but not touching her for the remainder of this tortuous ride to Little Longston was going to be the death of him, and he didn't dare touch her, because if he did, even once, he knew he wouldn't be able to stop, and she certainly deserved better than having her skirts tossed up in a carriage. He was a man of control, a man of patience. He could wait. He stared out the window and forced himself to take several slow, deep breaths. The first hour of this seemingly endless journey had crawled by at a snail's pace, an exercise in torment during which he'd mentally recited the alphabet backwards 104 times, then run dozens of math sums in his head. But nothing worked. All he could think about was how damn much he wanted his wife. Bloody hell, he couldn't stop thinking the word. In his mind's eye he saw his wife as she'd entered the drawing-room for the simple wedding ceremony, wearing an unadorned pale yellow gown, carrying the small bouquet of pink roses he'd purchased for her on his way back from Doctor's Commons. Her only jewellery was the pearl ring he'd given her, but to him she didn't require anything else. The shy glow in her beautiful bespectacled eyes, coupled with her sparkling smile, rendered her far more radiant than any jewels. With William and Jane standing witness, he and Penelope had exchanged the vows that bound them for life. A life he unexpectedly couldn't wait to begin, a surprise as he hadn't anticipated the stirrings of hope and happiness seeping into him. Indeed, it had been so long since he'd felt either, he almost hadn't recognized them. A life you should have begun by telling her the truth about how Edward died, you selfish bastard. Alec squeezed his eyes shut and bludgeoned back his conscience, which had been flaying him alive. Damn it, yes, he should have told her. After failing to do so as soon as he'd met her yesterday, he certainly should have last night. But then the urge to touch her, to kiss her, had driven every other thought from his head. And of course he should have told her before marrying her, but while he opened his mouth to do so in the library after she'd accepted his proposal, he'd been unable to pry the words from his throat. What if she'd changed her mind? It was a chance he hadn't been willing to take. No. Since he'd waited this long, there was no point now in not waiting until they were settled into married life. After she'd hopefully come to care enough for him so that forgiveness wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, both for what he'd done and his failure to immediately confess it. A few weeks, a month or two at most, he assuaged his scowling conscience. Then he'd tell her, and prayed that this tiny ray of light he'd been given wasn't snuffed out. "Alec, are you all right?" His eyes popped open at the sound of her voice, and he turned towards her, and stifled a groan. Bloody hell! There was no logical reason why, dressed in the same prim yellow gown she'd worn for the ceremony, topped with an equally prim dark blue spencer and matching bonnet, she should look so damn delectable. But by God she did, and his fingers literally itched to muss up all that primness, to discover every soft curve his very active imagination envisioned beneath her clothing. He shifted in his seat in a completely unsuccessful attempt to relieve the strangulation occurring in his breeches. "I'm fine," he lied in a voice that sounded as if he'd swallowed gravel. "You look flushed." No doubt because he felt as if he were roasting over a roaring flame. "It's a bit warm in here." "You seem preoccupied. Is something amiss?" "Only that I want you so badly I can barely sit still." "No." The word came out sharper than he'd intended, and he felt like a complete bastard when twin scarlet spots stained her cheeks. "I don't believe you." "You think I'm lying?" Another layer of colour stained her cheeks. She raised her chin and said, "I think you don't wish to hurt my feelings by saying what you're thinking." "And what am I thinking?" She bit down on her bottom lip, a gesture that fisted Alex's hands. "You have regrets," she whispered, "over our hasty marriage. I knew you would, yet still I selfishly—" Her voice hitched, and she cleared her throat. "I'm so sorry." Alec forced his attention away from her right mouth and met her distressed gaze. "Any regrets I'm feeling have absolutely nothing to do with marrying you." "It is not necessary to spare my feelings." "It's not your feelings I'm attempting to spare." Confusion filled her eyes. "Then what?" Bloody hell. Well, best he tell her. He certainly didn't want her to think he was sorry they'd wed. "It's your virtue and maidenly sensibilities I'm trying to protect." She blinked. "I don't understand. I believed our marriage would be consummated." "Yes, but damn it." His cravat felt like a noose. He impatiently tugged on the linen knot and said, "It shouldn't be consummated in a carriage." Her eyes widened. "You mean you want to... here? Now?" A humourless sound escaped him. "So badly, I cannot think properly." Realization dawned in her eyes. "So the reason you've been brooding and preoccupied and ignoring me isn't because you don't want me, but rather because you do." He ground his teeth and prayed for strength. "Yes." "So badly you cannot think properly." "That is actually a grossly lukewarm description of how much, but yes." "I see." He turned to look out the window, unable to watch her recoil from his blunt words. Damn it. Confessing he longed to fall on her like a rabid dog had probably not been a wise thing to do. She cleared her throat. "Would it help to know that I feel the same way?" Alex snapped his attention back to her, and his heart damn near stopped at the desire glittering in her eyes. "You do?" Crimson flooded her cheeks. "Yes, and I'm wondering, is there any reason why our marriage shouldn't be, consummated in a carriage?" A half-dozen reasons flew into his mind, starting with the fact that she was a virgin and at least deserved a bed, and ending with the carriage not offering the utmost in comfort. But he swatted them away as he would an insect. No reason at all, Mrs. Trentwell." Feeling as if his skin was on fire, he reached out and plucked her from her seat, then settled her across his lap. The relief he felt at finally touching her, holding her, was incinerated by the feel of her soft curves pressing against him. "Just so you fully understand," he said impatiently, tugging on her satin bonnet strings, "your virtue is about to be completely, thoroughly compromised."
"Thank goodness."
She yanked her bonnet from her head, tossed it to the floor, and wrapped her arms around his neck. With a groan, Alec buried his face in her fragrant neck. "God, you smell so damn good." He traced his tongue down her throat while his fingers slipped the pins from her hair. She gasped and tilted her head. "I'm delighted you think so. In the future, in the interest of saving time, I believe it would be best for you simply to tell me what you want. Not only will I be happy to oblige you, but chances are favourable that I want the same thing." "Excellent. Have I mentioned that I greatly admire your practical, logical nature, as well as your adventurous spirit?"
"No, I don't believe you have."
"A dreadful oversight on my part. Please consider yourself told, and I'm happy to comply with your request, provided you return the favour and tell me what you want." He raised his head and sifted his fingers through her loosened hair. "As for me, I want to touch you." The mass of shiny mahogany curls tumbled over his hands, releasing a soft floral scent that made his head swim.
"I want you to kiss me."
"Thank God." He cupped her head in his palms. "To use your exact words, not only will I be happy to oblige you, but chances are favourable that I want the same thing."
"To use your exact words, thank God," she murmured.
Alec settled his mouth on hers and groaned at the sensation that swamped him. That of a man who had just discovered shelter after a gruelling journey through a horrific storm. Their tongues met, and need unlike anything he'd ever before experienced gripped him. Even while his mind commanded him to go slowly, gently, his hands attacked the fastenings on her clothing with a lack of subtlety and finesse he'd have found appalling if he'd had the wherewithal to think properly. And what little control he still possessed was disappearing at a rapid rate, because his wife, his delectable, luscious, surprising wife, was impatiently tugging at his clothing and squirming on his lap. He opened her spencer, yanked away her lace fichu, and slipped his hands inside her bodice. Warm, soft breast, topped with a pebbled nipple, filled his hand. She gasped against his mouth, and her head fell limply back, affording him the opportunity to drag his mouth along the pale column of her throat. More. Damn it, he needed, wanted more. With a growl of frustration, he shifted them until she lay back on the velvet squabs, and he reclined on his side next to her. She looked up at him through eyes hazy with desire. His inner voice whispered at him to tell her how beautiful she looked, flushed with arousal. But before he could form the words, she reached up, fisted her fingers in his hair, and pulled his head down to meet hers in another lush, open-mouthed kiss. Desperate, aching need filled him, one that demanded to be satisfied. He tugged down her bodice and skimmed his open mouth along her jaw, over her collarbone, then lower until his tongue circled her taut nipple.
"Alec!"
His name whispered past her lips, then trailed off into a groan when he drew her nipple into his mouth. She strained upward, offering more of herself, an invitation he instantly accepted. She ran her hands through his hair, over his shoulders, her breathing growing more erratic with each deepening pull of his lips on her nipple. He coasted one hand down her body and slipped it beneath the hem of her gown, dragging the material upward as he kissed his way back to her mouth. "Spread your legs," he demanded in a rough whisper against her lips. Her thighs fell open without hesitation, her choppy breaths hitching when his fingers glided over her folds. A long groan escaped him. "You're wet, so beautifully wet." Her eyes slid closed as he teased her with a slow circular motion, then slipped a finger inside her. And tight. His erection jerked in anticipation, and he prayed he'd last long enough to bring her pleasure. "You're driving me mad," she said, her words ending on a breathy moan. "As you are me." I don't see how." She laid one hand against his chest, and he knew she felt his heart pounding against her palm. "I want to touch you, as you're touching me, but I'm not certain how. I don't know what to do." The fire inside him burned hotter.
"It's simple. Don't be afraid to tell me if I do something you like."
She strained against his hand.
"I like that very much."
"Or anything you don't like?"
"I suspect that isn't going to be necessary."
"I know that if you enjoy being touched in a certain way, chances are extremely good that I'd enjoy being touched in the same manner. But we'll save that for next time, as my control is on a very short tether. Believe me, if you touch me now, this will be over before it's begun."
I'm not certain how much longer I can wait. I feel so achy."
She spread her legs wider.
"And desperate."
Bloody hell, he knew all about desperate.
Unable to wait any longer, he slipped his fingers from her body, yanked his shirt from his waistband, then jerked open his breeches. His erection sprang free, an instant of relief that ended on a harsh hiss when she brushed her fingertips over him. Her gaze flew to his face, and she pulled her hand away.
"Did I hurt you?"
Alec pulled in a ragged breath and gave his head a single quick shake.
"No, do it again."
Curiosity gleamed in her eyes. He looked down and watched her hesitantly glide her fingers over the head of his arousal.
"You're wet as well,"
she said, dragging a single fingertip through the pearl of moisture leaking from the tip. He slammed his eyes shut and groaned, and even though he stood in grave danger of being a hell of a lot wetter, he grated out, "Again." She stroked him again, then again, each pass of her fingers growing less hesitant, propelling him toward the brink of insanity.
"That feels so incredibly good."
Helpless to remain still, he rolled his hips and thrust into her hand. She wrapped her fingers around him, and he knew he was done. He wordlessly grasped her wrist, eased her hand away, and settled himself between her splayed thighs. Supporting his weight on his forearms, he slowly eased inside her, watching every nuance of her expressions. Arousal, need, desire. But no fear, thank God, because he wasn't certain he was capable of calming her.
"I don't want to hurt you,"
he ground out. She gripped his shoulders and undulated beneath him.
"You only do so if you stop."
Alec gritted his teeth and thrust, and sank deep into the tight, wet heaven of her body. Her eyes widened for a single heartbeat, then closed.
"Oh, my,"
she whispered. Alec forced himself to remain still, to allow her to grow accustomed to him. But bloody hell, the effort nearly killed him. She was so tight and so hot. Sweat broke out across his back and beaded on his forehead. Her eyes fluttered open, and she stared up at him with an expression of wonder that squeezed his heart as snugly as her body gripped his.
"I feel so delightfully, deliciously full," she murmured. "Full of you. Is this as wondrous for you as it is for me?"
Alec had to swallow to locate his voice.
"I've never felt anything so incredible,"
he said, meaning every word. He drew halfway out, then sank deep again, the slick friction dragging a groan from both of them.
"Alec, I want you to do that again."
He obliged her, this time withdrawing nearly all the way from her body before taking the slow, deep glide that buried him to the hilt. Her inner walls gripped him like a hot, wet fist, and he clenched his jaw against the intense, blinding pleasure.
"Wrap your legs around me,"
he demanded in a hoarse rasp. She instantly obeyed, and with his gaze locked on hers, he stroked inside her, each thrust increasing in speed and force. Her movements were awkward at first, but she quickly caught the rhythm. He was helpless to further delay the climax bearing down on him, and he knew he was only a few heartbeats away from exploding. Her fingers bit into his shoulders.
"Alec," she panted, "I feel so...
Her body clinched around him, and with a groan that felt dragged from the depths of his soul, he crushed her to him. His release pounded through him, the intense shudders racking his entire body. When they subsided, He dropped his forehead against her shoulder and fought to catch his breath. God help him. He couldn't move, couldn't so much as make a fist. He wasn't certain how long he remained immobile, still buried inside her, before he garnered the strength to lift his head. She lay beneath him, her mussed hair spread around her in wild abandon, her skin stained with a delicate rosy glow, her parted moist lips resembling plump ripe cherries. His gaze slid down, noting the pale golden freckles that dotted her chest, an enticing trail that led to her soft breasts, topped with hard coral nipples whose taste and texture lingered on his tongue. How in God's name had she never had a suitor? He didn't know. It defied logic. But by God he was glad for it. The thought of another man kissing her, touching her, making love to her, filmed a red haze over his vision. He raised his gaze back to hers and saw she'd opened her eyes, and that they were wet with tears. Panic raced through him, and he made to push off her. "I hurt you. I'm sorry." His words cut off when she tightened her arms and legs around him and shook her head. "You didn't hurt me at all. Indeed, I've never felt so marvellous in my entire life." A pair of fat tears leaked from the corners of her eyes. "Then why are you crying?" He brushed his thumbs over her temples, but that just seemed to bring more tears. "Bloody hell, please stop crying." A noise that sounded like a half-laugh, half-sob escaped her. "I'm not crying." "Well then, you're doing a damn fine imitation of it." He reached between them and managed to wrestle his handkerchief from his waistcoat pocket, then gently dabbed her eyes. "Tell me why you're crying," he said quietly. "That was just so... You were just so..." She heaved an unsteady breath. "Incredible. Lovely. I always wondered what it would be like, but never thought I'd know. And now I do." She reached up and lightly traced the scar that bisected his eyebrow. "Thank you, Alec." Something shifted in his chest, as if whatever anchored his heart and lungs in place broke loose of its moorings. How could he explain that while he'd believed he'd known what passion felt like, the last half-hour had proved him utterly wrong? "You were incredible and lovely. Beautiful." He skimmed his fingertips over the blush staining her cheeks. "Absolutely beautiful." She appeared about to argue, and he silenced her with a kiss. When he raised his head, he said, "Since you cannot see yourself, and I can, you are absolutely not allowed to gainsay me on that point." "Very well, but then you cannot object to me saying the same thing to you." "Thank you," which, for future reference, is the proper way to acknowledge a compliment, although I believe men are normally referred to as handsome rather than beautiful. She framed his face in her hands, and with her tear-dampened eyes steady on his, whispered, "Some men are handsome, but others, and they are very rare, are beautiful. And you, Captain Trentwell, are beautiful." Bloody hell, he felt undone, humbled, and racked with guilt. She wouldn't think you're so bloody beautiful if she knew the truth. He shoved the thought back into the crypt from which it had slithered and touched his forehead to hers. "It is I who should be thanking you," he said quietly. "I'd forgotten how it felt to touch someone, to be touched in return." "You've been alone for a long time." His damn throat swelled shut, and all he could do was nod. Her hands gently stroked his hair. "You're not alone any more, Alec." A sense of relief washed over him, like a cleansing spring rain, bathing him with a calm he hadn't felt in a very long time. He lifted his head and brushed his lips over hers, then looked into her eyes. "Neither of us is alone any more, Penelope." A slow grin curved her lips, spreading until it lit her entire face. It was impossible to resist, and he felt his own mouth stretch into an answering smile. Outlining his lips with her fingertips,
she said. "You should smile more often." "I have a feeling I'll be doing so with ridiculous frequency." Her own smile widened. "I believe our marriage is off to a very good start, Captain Trentwell."
"I agree, Mrs. Trentwell." He just prayed she would continue to think so after he told her the truth. Chapter 9. "Bloody hell, Penelope, this is pure torture." "Perhaps, but you promised." Penelope bit back a smile as she dipped her paintbrush into the flesh tone colour she'd mixed by blending several oils together. It perfectly matched Alec's skin tone, lending the painting a realism that made it seem as if his naked body leapt off the canvas. Of course she'd hidden his identity by disguising him as the Greek god Adonis. No point in bringing more scandal down upon her and the Trentwell name. Not that she wouldn't deserve it this time. Before Alec, she'd drawn the naked form and attempted that one sculpture in Italy purely from an artistic standpoint, so as to develop her talent. However, now that she'd been married to such a perfect male specimen for the past 2 months, she had to confess she painted him nude solely because of how their sessions came to an end. "You realize you'll be repaid for this," he said.
His low, hoarse voice, coupled with the scorching heat sizzling from his blue gaze, tingled anticipation down her spine. "Is that a threat?"
"Threat, promise, vow, call it whatever you wish. Just be assured that the torture you give, you shall receive in return."
"You'd best be careful, sir. With a single stroke, I can change your nose so that it resembles that of Cyrano de Bergerac."
"In case you haven't noticed, it isn't my nose that has grown."
Penelope pushed up her spectacles. "Oh, I've noticed." Given how her hard nipples pressed against the thin silk of her dressing gown, her own arousal was impossible to miss, which meant it was time for this session to conclude. She glanced at her painting and sighed at her dismal progress. At this rate, it would take her a year or 2 to complete. Oh well. Setting aside her palette, she dragged her gaze from her husband, no easy task, and picked up a clean brush. Putting a deliberate sway in her hips, she approached him slowly and said, "Due to your persistent lack of cooperation by growing, I'm not sure I've captured you accurately. Therefore I need for you to remain very still so I can make certain I have the correct feel of things." She stopped directly in front of him, and with her gaze locked on his, trailed the brush down the length of his jutting arousal. He hissed in a sharp breath.
"Penelope."
That single word, ground out through his clenched jaw, rippled a dark thrill straight to her core. "Yes?" She trailed the paintbrush over his erection again, this time finishing with a slow swirl around the engorged tip. For an answer, he yanked her against him and crushed her lips beneath his. His tongue invaded her mouth as his impatient hands jerked her robe down her arms. The garment pooled at her feet, leaving her as naked as he. Without breaking their frantic kiss, he hoisted her up and moved forward until her shoulders hit the wall.
"You're going to want to hang on,"
he warned. Penelope wrapped her arms and legs around him, then gasped when he entered her in a single deep, hard thrust. Her pleasure-filled moans mingled with his choppy breaths as he relentlessly stroked her. Her climax screamed through her, her fingers digging into his shoulders as he followed her over the edge into release. Thank goodness his strong arms remained wrapped around her, otherwise she'd have slithered to the floor in a boneless heap. Gathering her close, peppering her face with kisses, he carried her to their bedchamber where he deposited her on the bed with a gentle bounce. He disappeared for several minutes, and when he returned, he carried the paintbrush she'd teased him with, and a jar of honey.
"You're about to learn that you're not the only member of this household who can wield a paintbrush," he said with a wicked smile.
To her delight, he proved he was indeed an accomplished artist, painting an intricate, swirling design that curled from the base of her throat all the way to her toes. A work of art he then licked away with long, leisurely laps of his very talented tongue. Penelope returned the favour,
revelling in his every groan and deep shudders of his release. The following morning she awoke and indulged in a leisurely full-body stretch, savouring the feel of the soft sheets against her naked skin. What would she and Alec do today? Make love after a rousing game of backgammon, or perhaps steal away to the warm springs at the edge of the property and enjoy a long soak, followed by a repeat of last night's sensual activities. Or perhaps a picnic in the garden. He'd so far kept the promise he'd made on their wedding day, and they'd made love every day. Several times, at least. With a soft sigh of utter contentment, she reached out a languid hand for Alec. When her fingers encountered his empty pillow, she opened her eyes and discovered she was alone. Concern flooded her. Had he suffered a nightmare after she'd fallen asleep? She prayed not, but given that today marked the 1-year anniversary of Waterloo, it wouldn't surprise her if he had. Indeed, his nightmares were the only shadow over their lives. As the anniversary of the battle neared, the horrible dreams grew worse, and she was at a loss as to how to help him. She knew they stemmed from his war experiences, but the few times she'd broached the subject, he'd immediately spoken of something else. While she felt profound sadness about losing her brother to the battle, her heart broke for Alec, who had survived and still bore the internal scars of that day. The pain in his eyes ate at her, but without his cooperation all she could do was try to soothe him, hold him when he thrashed in the night and awoke shaking and bathed in sweat. Before arising, she rolled over onto his side of the bed and buried her face in his linen pillowcase and breathed deep. The material was cool, indicating he'd been gone for a while, yet it still bore a slight trace of woodsy sandalwood mixed with that elusive scent that belonged to Alec alone. Determined to see if he was all right, she slipped from the covers and began her morning ritual. As she washed and dressed in a simple day gown, her mind remained filled with her husband. Her husband who, for the past 2 months, had pleased her just as much outside the bedchamber as in it. She simply loved living with him, loved the experience of discovering something new about him every day. He enjoyed reading, especially with his head resting in her lap while she stroked his hair, which she didn't mind at all as she sought any excuse to touch him. He adored blueberries, hated broccoli, possessed uncanny luck at card games, and was completely unbeatable at chess. He enjoyed long walks in the woods and was patient to a fault, proven when he taught her to ride his horse Apollo, helped her plant flowers, and searched for hours for a perfect skipping stone, so she could cross those items off her wish list. He claimed to enjoy her efforts at the pianoforte, to which Penelope could only conclude he was either the politest man in the world or utterly tone-deaf, for she was an abysmal pianist. Still, he'd sit for an entire afternoon listening to her as if she were a virtuoso, while she butchered song after song, and each time she looked up from the music she'd find his heated gaze resting on her, and soon afterward, much to her delight, his heated hands. He was keenly intelligent, could discuss any subject, never tired of hearing the stories of her life, and told entertaining tales of his childhood. He frequently asked for her opinion, especially with regards to an addition he wished to add to the cottage, and as the weeks flew past, she was gratified to note that his formerly rare smiles appeared much more frequently, each one feeling like a gift, and they were usually accompanied by a rumble of deep, rich laughter. She enjoyed the sound so much she had made it her private mission to see to it that he laughed every day. After donning her gown, she pulled her hair back into a simple chignon and decided that as soon as she found Alec she would tell him the 2 pieces of news she carried in her heart, the first of which she'd held there for weeks. While she already liked and admired him when they married, those seeds had taken root over these past 2 months, spent in his exclusive company, days and nights filled with discovery and intimacy, and had bloomed into a deep, abiding respect, and to love. She'd fallen in love with her husband. She'd been initially reluctant to examine her deepening feelings too closely, to acknowledge them even to herself. After all, Alec hadn't married her for love, but with each passing day her feelings had grown until ignoring them was impossible, as was pretending they were merely admiration and respect. For weeks now the words, "I love you," had ached in her throat, yearning to be said. But as Alec had never broached the subject of love, she remained silent, although it had grown increasingly difficult to do so. And after last night, after the profound passion they'd shared, she simply couldn't do so any longer. And it seemed somehow fitting that she do so today, on the anniversary of the battle that haunted him. She prayed that knowing he was loved would help chase away the ghosts, and that her other news would make for happy memories of this day to help temper those that plagued him. The news that she was certain she was with child. She settled her hands on her abdomen, envisioning the life she knew in her heart was growing there. Her monthly courses hadn't appeared since her marriage, and up until then they'd always occurred regularly. In her mind's eye she imagined the scenario that was her fondest wish. Alec looking at her through love-filled eyes, cradling his newborn son. With that picture embedded in her mind, Penelope quit the bedchamber and went in search of Alec, determined to tell him of his impending fatherhood, as well as her love for him. One bit of news he'd been waiting to hear, and one she prayed he'd be happy to hear. Chapter 10. Alec paced the length of the library. Damn it! He couldn't put it off any longer. He had to tell Penelope the truth. Today. His conscience, which had been eating him alive for weeks, could no longer be bludgeoned into submission. Especially not today, a day he'd been dreading more and more as it slithered inexorably nearer. The day that marked 1 year since Waterloo. 1 year since Edward's death. He paused his restless strides at the sound of a floorboard creaking overhead, announcing Penelope had arisen. An image of her slipping from beneath the covers, hair tousled, eyes sleepy, flashed in his mind. He wanted nothing more than to remain in bed with her this morning, holding her against him, breathing her in. But she needed her rest, and he needed time alone to gather his thoughts. He dragged his hands down his face and cursed himself for allowing 2 months to pass without telling her, especially as the delay was the result of pure selfishness on his part, a trait he disliked in others, yet had managed to rationalize in himself. All because he'd been so damn happy. Bloody hell, he hadn't expected that, any more than he'd expected to fall in love with his wife. His sweet, witty, talented, passionate wife, who constantly either amused, excited, delighted, or surprised him, sometimes all at once. Oh, he tried mightily to deny the feelings that had been building over the past 8 weeks, but every moment spent in her company only confirmed and deepened what he'd felt for her the moment he first saw her. He loved her so damn much he just ached with it, ached for her to know, ached for her to love him in return. And that couldn't happen until he told her about Edward. Penelope deserved the truth, and he didn't want any more secrets between them. Would she forgive him? His stomach tightened at the very real possibility that she wouldn't, that the companionship and intimacy, passion and camaraderie they shared for the past 2 months would be irreparably broken. The thought of that suffused him with a pain that damn near crushed his heart, the sensation that was at the root of him not telling her already. But he couldn't lie to her any more. She cared for him. He knew she did. She showed it every day in myriad ways, every time she smiled at him, touched him, took him into her body, held him after another nightmare. But did she care enough to forgive him? He didn't know. He could only hope to God she did. He moved to the window and looked out at the tranquil garden blooming with a profusion of colour thanks to Penelope's efforts. He'd thrived under her loving touch, just as his weed-ridden, neglected garden had. 1 year ago today, he'd stood on a battlefield and fought for his country, his life, and the lives of his men. Today he would fight again for the unforeseen gift of this life he'd been given with Penelope. He hadn't asked for it, hadn't expected it. yet he wanted it more than he ever would have believed possible. He heard the light tread of her footfalls in the corridor, and he turned. Seconds later she appeared in the doorway, and as it always did, when he gazed into those magnified, bespectacled eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Without a word she crossed to him, put her arms around his waist, fitted her body to his, and nuzzled her face against his neck. "Good morning," she whispered in his ear. His arms went around her, and he pressed his lips to her fragrant hair, wondering how it was possible that her touch, her mere presence, managed to simultaneously excite and calm him. "Good morning." She leaned back, and her eyes searched his. "This is a difficult day for you." They hadn't talked about it, but the fact that she knew was merely another facet of her to love. "For you as well." "Not like it is for you. I haven't seen Mrs. Watson this morning, but she left breakfast in covered dishes on the sideboard. You must be hungry." "I'm not. At least not yet." He eased himself back a step and clasped her hands. "I told Mrs. Watson to take the rest of the day off," he said, referring to the kindly, plump woman from the village who served as their cook and maid. "There's something I need to tell you, and I wish to do so privately."
"I've something to tell you as well."
"And I very much want to hear it. But I need to tell you now, as I've already allowed far too much time to pass without doing so." He led her to the settee in front of the fireplace and indicated she should sit. After she'd settled herself, he perched on the edge of the cushion, forced himself to look her in the eyes, and drew a bracing breath. "It concerns Edward." A frown formed between her brows.
"What about him?"
"I need to tell you about Edward's death, about Waterloo." Dozens of images suddenly burst into his brain. Blood, death, the sound of artillery fire. Something warm touched his hand, and he looked down. She had wrapped her fingers around his.
"I can see this is painful for you, Alec. You don't have to tell me."
"Yes, I do." He cleared his throat and gripped her hand, an anchor in the storm of the horrific memories. "There was a small chateau, Hougoumont, that was in a key position for our army. 2 of our companies, including mine, garrisoned the chateau and the surrounding woods. We fortified the buildings and blocked all the gates, except one to provide access for ourselves and our allies." He drew a breath, shoved aside the images pounding through his head, and continued, the words coming faster as he spoke. "The battle for Hougoumont was fierce, bloody. The French were everywhere, rushing the main gate, surging around the outbuildings. We had to keep them out, but the gate sustained damage. We were determined to close it, but they were just as determined to force their way through. We managed to shut the gate, and one brave soldier slammed the bar in place, but not before a number of French had penetrated. I was the officer in charge of hunting down those French soldiers. I selected several men to assist me. Edward was one of them. It was during that mission he was killed." He paused, his jaw tightened at the sympathy, the concern in her eyes, and hoped this wouldn't be the final time he'd see them shining there for him. "Edward's death was my fault, Penelope. I killed him." He briefly squeezed his eyes shut. "God help me, I killed him." A layer of colour leached from her face.
"What do you mean? Did your weapon mistakenly discharge?"
"No."
"An accident with your bayonet?"
"No." Unable to remain still, he stood and paced in front of her. "The men I chose fanned out, with Edward and I heading toward the most distant outbuilding at the rear of the chateau. When we entered, we discovered a Frenchman lying on the floor, his leg bleeding." He paused at the fireplace and turned to face her. "We were not there to gather prisoners." She nodded slowly.
"You had to kill him?"
"Yes." As I raised my weapon, the
The Frenchman looked me in the eyes and begged for his life. Said he had a wife, children, and wanted to live. And I hesitated. He turned back toward the fireplace and stared into the low burning flames, braced his fisted hands on the mantel, then squeezed his eyes shut, and relived that horrible moment so vividly it was as if he stood in that outbuilding once again. "I hesitated," he repeated, forcing the words from his raw throat. And in that split second of hesitation, the Frenchman fired the weapon concealed beside his injured leg, hitting Edward. I immediately killed the Frenchman, but it was too late. Edward was dead. He swallowed and turned to face her once again. He died because of me. I killed him. She rose and moved to stand in front of him. You didn't kill him, Alec. He died because I hesitated, he said, his voice as flat and bleak as he felt. If I'd killed the Frenchman instantly, as I should have, he wouldn't have been able to discharge his weapon. I killed Edward as surely as if I'd pulled that trigger myself. He dragged a hand through his hair. It was always my intention to tell you. It's why I sought you out immediately upon your return to England. I went to Exeter House to tell you. But then I didn't. Couldn't. You were so lovely, and looked at me with those beautiful eyes, as if I were a hero. I knew it wasn't true, knew I had to tell you, yet I couldn't force out the words. I was overwhelmed by how much I wanted you. And if I told you right away, you'd go away and I'd never see you again. Never have the chance to explore the extraordinary way you made me feel. Her expression had gone blank, and something very close to panic clutched his heart. And then we married, and I swore to myself, I tell you, that I'd just wait a bit longer, until you perhaps came to care for me, at least a little, enough to consider forgiving me, not only for the careless act that killed your brother, but for not telling you. My only excuse is that until I met you, I'd forgotten what happiness felt like, and I selfishly wanted to prolong the feeling for as long as possible. He reached for her hands. They felt cold and lifeless in his. Looking into her eyes, he prayed she could see the depth of his regret, and he said, I'm sorry, Penelope. So bloody damn sorry. Sorry Edward died, sorry I killed him. Sorry I didn't tell you before now. And I hope, oh God, I pray that you can somehow find it in your heart to forgive me. She didn't move, didn't blink, just looked at him through blank eyes that reminded him of snuffed-out candles. He forced himself to remain equally immobile, because he knew if he moved, it would be to fall on his knees before her and beg her to forgive him. Finally she raised her chin in that show of bravery and determination he loved so much. I wish you had told me this 2 months ago, Alec. So do I. I'm certain you do, but I suspect not for the same reasons I do. It's clear you've borne an enormous burden of guilt, not only these past 2 months, but this entire year. I'll say to you now what I would have if you'd told me when we first met, and I'm certain my brother would echo these sentiments. You did not kill Edward. Edward was a soldier, and as horrible as it is, as much as we may detest it, soldiers die. It could just have easily been you who perished. If I hadn't hesitated, he might very well have died anyway. Everyone knows how heavy the casualties were that day. The point is, you're not only human, you're humane. That Frenchman begged for his life. I cannot imagine anyone not hesitating under similar circumstances. She gently squeezed his hands, a gesture that swamped him with such hope his knees nearly buckled. It breaks my heart that you have suffered such torment over Edward's death, and also on my behalf these last 2 months. You asked for my forgiveness, and I give it to you readily,
as I do not blame you for Edward's death, nor would anyone else. The person who needs to forgive you is you, and I pray you do so, Alec. You're a brave and noble man. Edward respected and admired you, sentiments I echo, and that you deserve." For several long seconds, Alec couldn't move, couldn't speak. Her words reverberated through his mind, pounding in tandem with his thumping heart. She forgave him, didn't hate him. Forgave him. The future he believed would be ripped from his fisted hands, spread before him like a sun-dappled ocean. He had to swallow twice to locate his voice. "Thank you," although those two words feel extraordinarily inadequate. Such kindness, understanding, compassion, and unconditional forgiveness are far more than I deserve, and gifts I'll treasure forever. He raised their joined hands to his lips and pressed a fervent kiss against her fingers. "You are a gift, Penelope." He tried to draw her into his arms, but she shook her head. The warmth in her eyes dimmed, replaced with what appeared to be dawning dismay, and she withdrew her hands from his. He felt her slipping away, and he tightened his grip, but again she shook her head, and he forced himself to release her. "You lied to me," she said. Guilt, along with confusion, slapped him at her accusatory tone. Had he misunderstood when she said she forgave him? "Yes, I've admitted that. Not about Edward. About why you married me. You assured me your proposal was not due to a sense of responsibility toward me, but clearly it was." All the colour drained from her face, and she pressed her hands to her midsection. "All these weeks I believed you, thought your proposal stemmed from some liking of me, but it was only because of your misguided guilt about Edward. I should have known better, but I allowed myself to think, to hope." She squeezed her eyes shut and lowered her gaze to the floor. "Dear God, what a fool I am! What a fool you must think me!" Alec stepped forward and grasped her upper arms. "I don't think you're a fool. I think you're the most amazing, incredible, beautiful woman I've ever known." A noise that sounded like a half-laugh, half-sob escaped her. She raised her head, and his insides clenched at the defeated humiliation in her eyes that swam with unshed tears. "Stop, please. I understand now why you acted as you did, why you married me rather than one of those society beauties. There's no more need for further pretense." He barely resisted the urge to shake her, but his fingers tightened on her arms. "You don't understand, damn it, and I'm not pretending." There was no mistaking the disbelief in her eyes. "I understand perfectly. You weren't racked with guilt over the death of a brother of any of those other women. You cannot possibly expect me to believe that your marriage proposal sprang from anything other than a sense of responsibility and obligation." He hesitated, and instantly saw that once again a hesitation cost him dearly as her eyes went bleak. "I never denied wanting to help you out of the difficult situation in which you were involved. You needed help, I needed a wife. Marriage was the perfect solution for us both." "Perhaps. But I had a right to know the true reason behind your proposal. I deserved the unvarnished truth from you, that I was nothing more than an obligation and responsibility, and that you wouldn't have spared me a second glance otherwise. Of course I should have known that without you telling me. Why else would a man like you have paid attention to a woman like me, especially when you had a pick of society beauties at your disposal?" "The second glance I gave you had nothing to do with Edward, and everything to do with you. I didn't want any of those other women. I wanted you." "Because you felt a duty to look after me because of Edward." He huffed out a frustrated breath. "Yes, but it was more than that. And even if I did feel responsible for you, is that so terrible?" "Not if you'd admitted it. Instead, you denied it, and showered me with compliments which I stupidly believed." She released a shaky breath. "In truth, I'm more upset with myself than I am with you, for allowing myself to believe pretty words."
"Any pretty words I said were sincerely meant."
She merely shrugged. "For wanting things I should have known were beyond my reach."
"Such as?"
"A man who wouldn't purposely mislead me to believe he wanted to marry me for any reason other than because he felt obligated to do so."
The hurt in her eyes ate at him like acid.
He lifted a hand to touch her cheek, but she stepped back, and his hand fell to his side.
"I never meant to mislead you. I didn't really understand what I felt for you 2 months ago. But I do now. I love you, Penelope."
Her bottom lip quivered, smiting him where he stood. "You cannot know how much it hurts to say this. But I don't believe you."
His heart seemed to crack. "You cannot know how much it hurts to hear that."
"It's not love, but responsibility you feel. I'm a duty and an obligation, things I never wanted to be to anyone, especially not my husband."
Damn it, that hurt. He raked his hands through his hair. "Is it so difficult to believe I've fallen in love with you?"
"Under the circumstances, given your feelings regarding Edward's death? Yes, I'm afraid so." A bitter sound escaped her. Then she muttered something that sounded like, "And it's only going to get worse." But before he could ask, she began walking toward the door. An acute sense of loss invaded his entire body.
"Where are you going?"
"I must think. There is much for me to consider, and I wish to do so alone." He caught up with her in 3 long strides and grasped her arm.
"Look at me."
She turned her head, and his heart sank at the complete lack of warmth in her eyes. "Let me go, Alec. Please." Letting her go in any manner was the exact opposite of what he wanted to do. But clearly his cause wouldn't be helped by detaining her.
"Very well. But I want you to know, to understand this. Regardless of how our marriage came about or began, the fact is that I love you. My heart is yours, not because I feel obligated to give it to you, not because you're a duty to be borne, but because I'm helpless not to give it to you, because you've owned it since the first time you smiled at me. And while I understand that you're angry and hurt and upset right now, I shall remember the words of Alexander Pope, that hope springs eternal, and I'll hope that you'll believe me."
Silence swelled between them for several seconds. Finally, she inclined her head, and then, without a word, quit the room. Chapter 11. Silence echoed in the library. Alex stared at the doorway through which Penelope had just departed. A shudder ran through him, and he sank down on the settee, then dropped his head into his hands. Jesus, he felt gutted. By her hurt, by the fact that she didn't believe he loved her, by her unexpected anger over something he'd never expected would anger her, but mostly by the understanding and compassion she'd shown when he'd confessed his role in Edward's death. It had never occurred to him that she wouldn't blame him, would insist he not blame himself, that she'd still consider him heroic. He blew out a sound of disbelief. Penelope had surprised him from the moment he'd met her, and she continued to do so. Yet he supposed he shouldn't have been surprised by her kindness. It was one of the many things he loved about her. "I don't believe you." Bloody hell, those words had stabbed him in the heart. How could he change her mind, make her realize that she was everything he'd always wanted, everything he needed, that she was everything? He raised his head, and his gaze fell on his desk. An idea formed in his mind, and he nodded as it took shape. He rose and quickly crossed the room, sat at his desk, and pulled open the top drawer, withdrew a sheet of vellum, and began to plan.
She was everything, and before this day was over, by God, she was damn well going to know it. When he finally put down his quill, he glanced at the mantel clock and was shocked to note that more than 4 hours had passed. But they were 4 hours well spent. He folded the sheets of vellum that were the results of his labours and tucked them in his waistcoat pocket. It was time to find his wife, and pray that the last 4 hours would convince her how much she was loved. As he rose, thunder rumbled in the distance. Perfect timing to seek out Penelope, for one of the many things he'd learned about his wife was that she disliked thunderstorms. He exited the library and began looking for Penelope. He first searched all her favourite spots in the cottage, but one by one found them unoccupied. It wasn't until he found their bedchamber empty that he began to worry and started calling her name. Another few minutes of calling and searching revealed that she wasn't in the house at all. Damn it! How long had she been gone? It hadn't occurred to him she'd leave the cottage without telling him. She'd never done so before. Panic cramped his entire body. Bloody hell, was it possible? Had she left him? No, surely not. She must be in the garden or the barn where Apollo was stalled. Yet if she'd been in either place, surely she would have returned to the house immediately upon hearing the thunder. He strode to the foyer and jerked open the front door. Fat raindrops pelted him, falling from a slate-grey sky. He ran to the rear of the cottage, calling her name. The sky seemed to open, dropping a veritable sheet of water that quickly soaked him through to his skin. After a quick search of the garden revealed she wasn't there, he dashed toward the barn. A flash of lightning illuminated the gloom, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. He burst inside the barn, shouting her name, but was greeted only with a soft nicker from Apollo. Alec quickly saddled the gelding, then headed toward the path leading into the thick woods that eventually ended at the edge of the village. Penelope loved walking there, and his best guess was that that's what she'd done. He hoped she was currently dry and safe inside one of the village establishments, rather than caught outside in this storm. But he knew either way she'd be frightened. As if to confirm the thought, another blaze of lightning streaked across the sky. Thunder boomed, and it required all Alec's strength and agility to keep Apollo from rearing in fright. After regaining control of the horse, they raced along the path. Alec's unease and worry and fear for Penelope increased with each passing second. They rounded a sharp curve, and he pulled up when a wet, bedraggled Penelope came into view. She clutched her drenched shawl around her hunched shoulders, her face downcast as she concentrated on the wet, uneven ground. Relief walloped him. He shouted her name, and she looked up, squinting through the sheet of rain. He pressed his heels to Apollo's flanks, and they started forward, his entire being focused on reaching her, getting her home and dry. They were nearly upon her when lightning rent the sky. Blinding light lit the woods, followed by a clap of thunder that made his ears ring. A deafening crack sounded, splitting a tree directly in front of him. He saw the heavy branch swinging toward him a split second before it connected with his head. White-hot pain jolted through him, and he felt himself falling. More jarring pain as he crashed to the ground, knocking the air from his lungs. Blackness swallowed him, and he felt no more. Chapter 12.
Alec, wake up! Dear God, please, wake up!
Kneeling next to him, heedless of the rocks digging into her knees, Penelope frantically patted his pale cheek, her gaze alternating between his closed eyes and the terrifying bruise blooming on his temple. Rain cascaded over them, and she prayed the wetness would help revive him.
Alec, please, you must open your eyes.
She brushed his wet hair from his forehead and continued to lightly tap his face. Her gaze flicked to the branch that had felled him, and her stomach turned over. Dear God, she'd never forget the horrifying crack of it smacking against him, the dreadful sight of him falling, hitting the ground, then lying so still, so very frighteningly still. Her fault, all her fault. He had to be all right, had to be. Just then,
He groaned, the sound piercing relief into her frantically beating heart. She grabbed his hand and lifted it to her mouth, pressed her lips against his wet fingers.
"Alec, can you hear me? Please, open your eyes."
Another moan, and then his eyelids slowly blinked open. Unfocused dark blue eyes looked up at her, the most welcome sight she'd ever seen.
"I'm right here, Alec. Can you hear me? Please say something."
His eyes drifted closed again.
"Hurt."
She swallowed the panic threatening to overwhelm her and gently ran her hands over him, praying no bones were broken.
"I know. Where does it hurt?"
"Not me. You."
He opened his eyes, and this time they focused on her much more clearly.
"Are you hurt?"
Her heart stumbled.
Dear God, he was delirious. "I'm fine. I am not the one who was just knocked senseless."
He made a move to sit up, sucked in a quick breath, and his eyes slammed shut.
"Bloody hell."
"Stay still,"
she ordered, gently pressing a hand to his chest.
"I want to determine if anything is broken. Tell me if anything I do hurts."
She ran her hands over him, gently testing the movement of his arms and legs.
"Nothing appears broken,"
she reported with relief, once again taking his hand.
"Nor are you bleeding anywhere, although you're sporting an egg-sized lump on your temple. How does your head feel?"
"Like a battalion of bloody demons are banging on it with hammers."
He opened his eyes and scanned her face.
"You're all wet."
"It's been raining. So are you."
"I don't mind. You don't like storms."
"It's almost over. The rain has nearly stopped."
Once again he tried to sit up, and this time, with her assistance, he succeeded. He sat immobile for a moment, with his eyes closed, taking several deep breaths, then slowly nodded.
"Better."
He opened his eyes, and her heart turned over with relief that their blue depths were now perfectly clear, and seemed to bore into her soul.
"I tried to find you. You were gone."
He reached out a hand she noted wasn't completely steady and brushed his fingers across her cheek. His throat moved with a hard swallow.
"I have to know. Did you leave me?"
There was no mistaking the anguish in that quiet question, and Penelope mentally flogged herself for causing him both injury and distress.
"No, I merely walked to the village. I was on my way home when the storm broke."
She pressed his hand to her face, then turned to kiss his palm.
"I'm so sorry you were hurt, and so relieved you're all right."
She turned back to him.
"I did a great deal of thinking during my walk, and realized many things I'd planned to tell you as soon as I returned to the house, but regardless of the fact that we're both wet and sitting in the mud, I cannot wait another second. I love you, Alec."
He went perfectly still.
"Are you only saying that because you feel a sense of responsibility over the lump on my head?"
Penelope's cheeks heated.
"Based on what happened this morning, I cannot blame you for thinking so. But no, I didn't only just realize I love you. I've known for weeks. It's one of the things I planned to tell you in the library this morning. During my walk, I realized that it doesn't matter why you married me, nor does it matter if you are in love with me. What matters is that you've been incredibly kind to me. I know you care, and that's enough. I should have told you this morning, how grateful I am to you for your kindness toward me. The reason I didn't stemmed from my disappointment of feeling like an obligation. I suppose I always dreamed of romance, and well, as you know, hope springs eternal. But I'm truly grateful."
"I don't want your gratitude. I want your love."
"You have that, all of it, always."
"And I want you to accept mine. I don't simply care for you, Penelope. I meant every word I said to you in the library. I love you. Perhaps this will show you how much."
He reached into his waistcoat pocket, withdrew several folded pieces of vellum, and held them out to her.
"What is this?"
she asked, taking the damp papers. "Open them." She carefully unfolded the sheets and looked at the top one.
"These are room plans,"
she whispered, her heartbeat giving a hard kick. Her gaze lingered on the words he'd written across the bottom of the drawing. "For an art studio." "Yes. Do you like it?"
It's perfect."
She touched her finger to the date written in the corner. July the 1st, 1816.
"Why that date? Today is June 18th.
"I'm planning that construction will begin on July 1st. Tears swam into Penelope's eyes. Dear God, what a fool she'd been. She allowed her hurt to blind her to what was so clearly obvious. Alec loved her. It was there, in his eyes, and in this beautiful gesture.
"Alec, I don't know what to say."
He brushed a damp curl from her cheek. "Does it please you?"
"More than I can say."
"Then I hope the rest of it pleases you as well." He nodded toward the papers she held, and she realized she'd only looked at the top sheet. She slipped it behind the bottom one and stared at a copy of the wish list she kept in her sketch pad, written in Alec's precise, neat hand. Each wish was numbered, all 53 of them, and next to each was a date. "I've had the list since the night of our first kiss," he said.
"In the gallery. I dropped my sketch pad."
"Yes. I copied down your list before returning the pad. It is my intention to make certain every one of those wishes comes true by the date I've noted." She noted the date beside Getter Hugo was only a few weeks away. This time there was no stopping the tears that rushed into Penelope's eyes.
"Alec, this is too much."
"No, it's not nearly enough." He framed her face in his hands, and all the love and desire she'd ever dreamed of seeing glowed in his eyes. "I want to do this because I love you. Do you believe me?"
"Yes, God, yes. I'm so sorry I ever doubted you. The fact that you love me, that alone fulfills every wish I've ever had. And I love you, too. So much."
She leaned forward and touched her lips to his.
"So very much."
"Thank God." He tugged her onto his lap, pulled off her soggy bonnet, and kissed her until her head spun. When he lifted his head, she said,
"There's one small problem with wish number 23.
"Oh?" He took the list from her and frowned. "You don't wish to travel to the continent next spring?"
"It might be too soon."
"Too soon?"
"After the baby is born."
She felt him go perfectly still. "Baby?" She nodded.
"While I was in the village, I visited Dr. Williams. He confirmed I'm with child."
A slow smile creased Alec's face, stealing her breath with its beauty. His arms tightened around her, and he gently kissed her. "Have I told you how much I love you?"
"Yes, but I'd certainly not be averse to hearing it again."
"I love you." He rested his hand against her abdomen and splayed his fingers. "Thank you." Emotion clogged her throat.
"I hope it's a boy."
"I don't care. Boy, girl, it doesn't matter. I will humbly accept and adore any child you give me." He dropped a quick kiss on her lips. "And now it's time to get you home and out of these wet clothes." She raked her fingers through his wet, silky hair.
"I thought you'd never ask."
A strangled laugh escaped him. "That's not what I meant, although now that you mention it." He nuzzled her neck, shooting tingles of pleasure down her spine.
"You did promise we'd make love every day.
Several times, at least.
Then we'd best get home, Mrs. Trentwell. We're behind schedule.
They rose, and with Alec holding Apollo's reins, they walked arm in arm back to their cottage, where every wish Penelope had ever hoped for had come true. Epilogue. April 1817. I believe I'm going to start charging you a fee for my modelling services, Penelope. Penelope looked over the top of her easel in her new art studio at her very naked, very aroused husband. Oh? Yes. Whoever heard of a painting taking an entire year to complete? At this rate, you won't be finished until Colin and Andrew are grown men. She inwardly smiled at the mention of their twin sons, currently napping, then pursed her lips and shot his erection a pointed look. Perhaps. Yet if that is a complaint, it is somehow not ringing true. She heaved an exaggerated sigh. Very well, sir. What is your price? You. Now. She cocked a brow. I see. A flesh payment. You realize that's an outrageous sum. Eyes glittering with unmistakable intent, he abandoned his position and slowly approached her. Her breath caught at the sheer beauty of him, and a heated shiver rippled through her in anticipation of his touch. When he reached her, he simply scooped her up in his arms and, without missing so much as a step, headed toward their bedchamber. Your portrait isn't finished, Alec, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in to lightly graze his neck with her teeth. My darling Penelope, that is hardly news. I still expect you to pay your debt. Very well. I shall endeavour to meet your exorbitant price. I was hoping you'd say that. And as you know, she smiled into his beautiful eyes, and in unison they said, Hope springs eternal.
Fate Strikes a Bargain, Candace Hearn. Chapter 1. London, April 1816. It is a good hiding place, is it not? Nathaniel Beckwith gave a start at the soft voice and turned to find a young woman seated on the other side of the potted tree he stood behind, the lush orange tree with dark leaves but allowed him to see the ballroom below without himself being seen. Or so he had hoped. What makes you think I am hiding? He stepped away from the plant and straightened his coat with an air of nonchalance. Standing behind a tree was the first clue. Nat heard the smile in the woman's voice and stopped fussing with his coat to look at her. The small balcony alcove was bathed in shadow, with only the diffused light from the chandeliers in the room below and one single candle sconce on the wall behind, but he could see her clearly enough. She was young, but no fresh-faced schoolgirl, probably no more than 22 at best guess. Dark hair, brownish, with flashes of auburn picked out by the candlelight. It was pulled away from her face in a simple arrangement, twisted and pinned at the back of her head, with a few fresh flowers woven in. She did not have the ubiquitous girlish curls spiraling down from her forehead and at the nape of her neck. Neither did she sport one of those elaborate styles he saw on other women, the ones made up of jewelled combs or braided fabric or strands of pearls or diamond ornaments tucked among complicated plaits and coils. The only jewellery she wore was a simple heart-shaped locket on a gold chain. Was she a poor relation who could not afford fripperies, or did she simply not care about the latest fashions? His other first impressions were of large dark-coloured eyes, lovely arched brows, a bow-shaped mouth with the upper lip slightly fuller than the lower, a longish nose, a well-defined jaw and slender neck. She wore a pink lace-trimmed dress that gave no hint of what curves might be underneath. She seemed a pretty enough girl, not beautiful but nice-looking. Considering his current objective, he decided she was worth a closer look. He stepped around the tree and stood beside the little bench where she sat. Perhaps I was merely studying the tree. I ask you, who puts a full-sized orange tree inside the house?
An army of servants must have been employed to haul the deuced thing up from the conservatory. I have spent time in Spain and Portugal where orange groves are plentiful. I've never seen one indoors. I was intrigued." She shook her head and smiled. "No, you were hiding. You clearly used the foliage to shield yourself as you peered through it. Plus you have that look." "What look?" "The one that says you are reluctant to enter the ballroom. I know the look well. I wear it often myself. I am hiding too, you see." He arched an eyebrow. "Are you indeed? From whom?" "My mother." "What about you? Who are you hiding from?" "No one, I told you. I am not hiding. I am merely doing a bit of reconnaissance, getting a lay of the land before joining the fray." "Ah, I will hazard a guess that you are a military man, sir." "I was until this morning. He'd sold out today, given up his commission and the life he'd loved for so many years. Captain Nathaniel Beckworth retired at your service, ma'am." He sketched a bow and she nodded in acknowledgement. "I beg your pardon. I'm not supposed to introduce myself, am I? I keep forgetting all the rules." Ignoring them, more like. He did not mind rules. He'd lived by them for years in the army. But there it was to instill discipline, which was essential to an effective fighting force. Here, in a ballroom, rules just seemed so much foolishness. "It is quite all right, sir. I shall not chastise you for impertinence, as I was the one to speak first. And as we appear to be kindred spirits in hiding, it seems right that we introduce ourselves. I am Miss Reynolds, Philippa Reynolds. If anyone should ask, we will invent someone who made the introductions. An elderly dowager, I think. Yes, the Dowager Lady Kumquat, who sadly fell into a fit of the vapours and had to leave, the poor dear." "Lady Kumquat, eh?" It was an effort not to smile. "I am indebted to the Phantom Dowager for the introduction, Miss Reynolds. Now that we are acquainted, tell me why you are hiding from your mother." She shook her head. "It's a dull tale, Captain. I'd much rather hear why you are hiding. Is it because you feel awkward and unnatural not to be in uniform?" "Something like that, though I have not worn my uniform in almost a year." "A year? But you only sold your commission today." "I have been rusticating on half pay since the war's ended." "Ah, and what prompted you to sell out now, if I may ask?" "Family obligations. I am to be married, you see." "Well then, you have my sincerest congratulations, sir. May I ask the name of your betrothed? I have been out in society several years. Perhaps I am acquainted with her." "I do not yet know her name, Miss Reynolds." "I beg your pardon?" "I haven't met her yet." He looked at her more closely. "At least I do not think I have. I have been given orders to find a bride and to set up my nursery at once." Her eyes flashed with amusement. "Indeed? Is it your mother or your father who has issued the command?" "My elder brother, actually. He is Lord Dern. And as he has only managed to sire daughters, I am his heir. His countess has been told she cannot endure another pregnancy, and... damn, that is too indelicate to mention, is it not? I fear, Miss Reynolds, but I am hopelessly gauche. Anyway, my blackguard of a brother is convinced he cannot live in peace until he knows the earldom is secure, and our loathsome cousin Leonard will never inherit, and so I am ordered into familial duty." Duty. Nate had always put duty first in all things, along with honour, of course, but his adult life, 9 years in the army, had been defined by duty. Nate had loved the army, though. He'd found purpose in life with the 52nd Foot, and had loved every aspect of that life. Training companies of soldiers, leading them into battle with solid strategy and planning, the nervous excitement before a battle, the steadfast confidence of command, the thrill of outfoxing the French. Every moment of his military service was cherished, both the victories and the defeats. Some of the defeats had been horrific. Hell, even some of the victories had been horrific. But he'd begun and ended every battle with confidence and pride, had thrived on battlefield strategy and action. He missed it, desperately missed it. Deep in his heart, he wished he'd never been talked into selling out, wished there was some new conflict he could join, but he'd always followed the orders of his commanding officers, and Dern was the commanding officer of the family. Nate had no choice but to do his duty.
And so here he was at his first society ball in almost a decade, lurking in the shadows with a very intriguing young woman. She tilted her head to one side, and a sudden brilliant glint of copper shone in the candlelight. Her hair was more auburn than he'd originally thought. "You were speaking truthfully then," she said, "about getting a lay of the land from up here, were you not? You were looking to see what sort of girls you would find among this year's crop of beauties who might be prime candidates for your bride." He shrugged. "Yes, that's it exactly." The moment he'd entered the ballroom, after waiting about 100 hours in the interminable receiving line, he'd spied the little balcony alcoves above the room and had made a dash for the stairs before one of the hopeful mothers giving him the fish-eye could run him to ground. He wasn't ready. His heart had been racing and his throat was dry. He ought never to have allowed himself to be talked into coming, though he knew he would have to make an appearance among the ton sooner or later. "I still say you were hiding." She gave him a charming, completely uninhibited grin, so unlike the forced smiles of many of the young ladies he'd seen in the ballroom. "You might just as easily have searched from down there." "The view from up here is better." She clicked her tongue in mock disapproval. "Such cowardice from a soldier." He flinched at her words. His jaw was clenched tight, so he spoke through his teeth. "I am no coward." Her face paled, and he realized he had snapped at her, probably even frightened her. Dear God, he knew this would not work. He was not ready for society. Nate had come to London last summer after Waterloo. He had not wanted to follow the 52nd into France, as he had no stomach for the tedium of peacekeeping. In London he was expected to participate in all the celebrations of victory, to be wined and dined as a hero, but he'd hated it all and bolted to the estate his father had left him in Oxfordshire. He'd felt somewhat worn out, though he would never have admitted such a thing to anyone, and had believed that time back home would revitalize him, so he'd gone on temporary leave at half pay. But it had not, after all, been revitalizing. It had been quite the opposite. Nate had grown increasingly melancholy as he realized that the fighting at Waterloo had left him more than physically worn out. He simply was not himself. Something had changed inside him, and he sometimes thought he might be a little insane. He hated the nightmares and flashbacks of the battle. They'd been victorious, for God's sake, and the 52nd had been integral to that victory. He ought to have been basking in glory, knowing that he and his men had done well. Instead, his damnable brain insisted on reliving the worst parts, the most frightening parts of the battle. Nate had never considered himself a weak man, but this last battle had somehow weakened him, and he felt nothing but shame for it. To hear Miss Reynolds suggest he was a coward, even in jest, brought it all back to him. It was what he feared most about himself, in the darkest, most secret recesses of his heart, but he'd never dared to allow that word even to form itself in his head. This young woman did not know that, however, and he had no right to lash out at her for a bit of innocent teasing. "Forgive me, Miss Reynolds. I've spent too many years in rough company. I'm afraid I've forgotten how to converse with a gentlewoman. I no longer know how to behave properly, and to be frank, I do not much care to do so. This whole social season business makes my flesh crawl. That's why I was hiding. Yes, you were right, damn it. I was hiding, or at least putting off the inevitable. I will never fit in, you see, and having to pretend I do is abhorrent to me." Her expression softened, and her eyes became very bright. Good Lord, he hoped she was not about to cry. Bloody frigging hell. His first foray into society again, and already it was a complete cock-up. The first woman he'd spoken to at his first ball of the season, and he'd made her cry. Damn it all, he should never be allowed out of the house. He was going to kill Dern for making him go through this. Philippa's heart ached for the poor man. He really was quite terrified of entering the ballroom, though he would never admit it. She could have cut out her tongue when she saw his reaction to her mention of cowardice. She ought to have better sense than to say such a thing to a soldier. How mortifying. "I know exactly how you feel, sir." His eyes narrowed. "Do you?" "I do not fit in either, Captain. That's why I'm hiding." "A pretty girl like you? How can you not fit in?"
I have a limp.
A limp?
Yes. Some people try to ignore it, others can't stop staring in horror. Either way, it makes people uncomfortable, which means I make them uncomfortable, which means I don't fit in.
Good God, are you serious? Is the bloody, forgive me, ton, that narrow-minded over a little bit of a limp?
It's not so little, Captain.
Bah! I've seen fellow officers who've lost an arm or leg in battle mingle perfectly easily in society. How can a minor limp cause such a fuss?
In the first place, I did not lose a limb in a battle to save our country from that dreadful Corsican. A wounded hero is still a hero. A girl born with a displaced hip is not. In the second place, it is not a minor limp. It is rather severe.
Show me.
What?
Stand up and show me. I want to see you walk. Goodness, what a request.
Philippa did not believe he mocked her, though, or had a morbid curiosity. She got the impression he simply wanted to see for himself whether or not she exaggerated her condition. Well then, let him be the judge.
All right.
She rose from the bench and stood facing him. Her skirts disguised the fact, but she did not stand quite straight, that she had to keep one knee bent so that she did not tilt to one side. It was a posture that was second nature to her, but she was excessively conscious of it at the moment, as she stood before the handsome Captain Beckwith with his straight-backed military bearing. "Stand aside and let me pass." He did, and she lurched past him, her crooked hip forcing her to lift her right leg awkwardly and high at each step in order to maintain balance, then place it carefully and drag the left forward quickly. Because she could not put much weight on the right hip, her steps were uneven, one short, one long, one high, one low. Philippa had lived with her disability her whole life and was well accustomed to it, but having to demonstrate its effects to a man who looked to be as perfectly formed as one of those Greek statues at the British Museum was unnerving at best. She turned around and walked back toward him. He frowned as he watched her, his eyes on her feet and legs, and stood back so she could take her seat on the bench again. She arranged her skirts nervously, then looked up at him.
"You're right," he said. "That's a hell of a limp."
He said it without sympathy or pity, just as a statement of fact. Philippa could not help herself. She burst into laughter. He first looked stunned, then rolled his eyes.
"Damn, I've done it again, haven't I? I must make a better effort to guard my tongue. I am more accustomed to being around other military men and not mincing words. My apologies, Miss Reynolds. That was a harsh thing to say."
Philippa wiped her eyes and grinned at him. Heavens, he was adorable. Could one say that about a man who stood at least a foot taller than her and outweighed her by 4 or 5 stone? No, Captain, it was not harsh. It was honest. It is a hell of a limp, but no one has ever before had the courage to say so to my face.
I am so sorry.
Do not apologize, sir, I beg you. I far prefer blunt honesty to lies and euphemisms. It is irksome to have people always watching what they say to me, thinking they might offend if they dare to notice that my hip is twisted and bent. I hate dissimulation, even when kindness is behind it. I would rather hear plain speaking any day.
Then I am your man, Miss Reynolds.
Her heart skittered for an instant. Perhaps he was.
"I am more than plain-spoken," he continued. "I fear I am too often gruff and tactless. Vulgar too, I suppose. I have forgotten the art of guarding one's tongue in polite conversation. You may not credit it, because I have certainly given you no reason to do so, but I was actually taught how to behave as I ought. My mother was a stickler for proper behavior, and she did her best. I was never good at fitting in, though, and tact never came easily to me. It's one of the reasons why I went into the army. I thought I might fit in better with other rough customers. My father gave his enthusiastic support, as he knew I would likely disgrace him one day, and it was his fondest hope that the military might make a man of me. It did."
He let out a disdainful huff, and his next words were muttered so low Philippa had to strain to hear.
Not the sort of man he would have expected, though.
He raised his eyes to hers, and his voice to a more natural timbre.
"I am sorry, Miss Reynolds, but you were forced into the company of such an uncivilized lout without an ounce of charm."
"Ah, but, sir, there are many types of charm. Most are based on guile and flattery, which I find tiresome at best. In fact, I find I much prefer your brand of charm, Captain. Charm based on honesty."
He uttered a snort of disbelief. "Most would say there is no charm in honesty, ma'am. No, I think 9 years in the military leached any hint of my mother's teachings clean out of me. But tell me," he said, and leaned back against the balcony balustrade to face her, "what the devil— damn, I beg your pardon— are you doing at a ball if you cannot dance?" She shook her head and gave a hollow, mirthless laugh.
"Silly, isn't it? It is Mamma's hope that I will meet some compassionate soul who will take pity on me, or her, and marry me."
"At a ball, where your impediment is most exposed because you cannot dance?"
Goodness, he really was plain-spoken. This was surely the most refreshing conversation she'd ever had.
"What a beastly thing to do to you," he said.
"Not at all. It was my doing as much as hers. I wanted to go to balls like other girls. In my first season I did not mind sitting out, as I loved to watch the dancers. But the more I watch, the more I wish I could join in. That's why I was hiding up here. I sometimes tire of watching others do what I cannot."
"I do not doubt it. You have a great deal of forbearance, Miss Reynolds. I suppose no compassionate gentlemen have yet come to your rescue?"
"The occasional gentleman will kindly sit out a dance with me, or take me in to supper. I have 2 brothers, and they often send their friends to keep me company. But this is my 3rd season, and I have grown tired of pretending to be part of the marriage mart when it is clear that no one will ever marry me."
"Do you wish to be married?"
"Of course. Doesn't every woman? But I do not bother to dream of what will never be."
"But your mother does."
"Yes. I am her only daughter, and she wants me to have everything in life that she has had. It pains me that I cannot be the sort of daughter she wants. Oh, do not misunderstand. She loves me and understands my disability better than anyone, but she still thinks I can be like other girls, when it just isn't true."
"No wonder you were hiding."
She could not help staring at him, not because he was handsome, though there was that, but because she had never met anyone who spoke to her so candidly about subjects others found unpleasant or awkward to mention. Someone who did not treat her with kid gloves because of her lameness. It was both exhilarating and touching.
"So," he said, "this is to be your last season?"
"Yes, I think so. I enjoy many of the social events, but I tire of being patronized as though I were an invalid."
"What will you do after this season is over?"
"How will I spend the rest of my life?"
The captain shrugged. "I almost said exactly that, but thought better of it. I suppose I am not entirely lost to good manners, but yes, since we are being honest, that is what I meant."
"I will stay on at Harcourt Manor in Wiltshire with Mamma. It is where I grew up, and is now my elder brother's estate, Sir William Reynolds. He inherited it from Papa and allows Mamma and me to live there. I will act as companion to her while she lives, and then will likely do the same for William's daughters. And I have my music and my needlework to give me pleasure, and some charity work from time to time, when Mamma allows it. In truth, it is a very comfortable life, and the grounds are lovely. I am more than fortunate, and have nothing to complain of."
"Except the lack of a husband and family of your own."
She lifted her shoulders in a little shrug. "As I said, I no longer dream of what will never be, but I will admit, since we are being honest," she said, smiling as she threw his words back at him, "but I regret having to be so dependent on others. It is the lot of women in general, of course, but my disability makes me even more dependent. My mother and brothers feel responsible for me and always will. I will forever be a burden to them, and I dislike that very much."
Nate sympathized completely. In the last year since Waterloo, he had been so off balance that he had hidden himself away in the country rather than impose himself and his bad moods on anyone else. He'd suffered since that last battle in ways that still surprised and disturbed him. After 9 years of hard-fought battles in Copenhagen and Spain and Portugal, he'd thought he'd been inured to the hardships of war, both physical and mental. For reasons he did not understand, he had not yet been able to shake off that final stand at Waterloo. Nate found that sort of weakness intolerable. He hated what he'd become, and it made him constantly angry and frustrated and irritable.
He'd tried to convince his brother that he was not fit to enter society again, but Dern would not be dissuaded and insisted that Nate come to town and find a bride. So Nate had some understanding of Miss Reynolds's frustrations. Neither of them wished to inflict themselves and their weaknesses upon their well-meaning families. He suddenly realized he'd been speaking with her for at least a half hour without the usual tight knot in his chest that kept him on edge in polite society. He was almost entirely at ease with a perfect stranger, a female stranger at that. How extraordinary. As he looked down at her, an attractive young woman with a charming personality who would surely have been snapped up by some young swain by now if she did not have the limp, an idea burst upon his brain full-blown, like a kind of epiphany. The perfect solution to both their problems. He was reminded of those turning points in a battle, when a breach unexpectedly opened or the enemy faltered, and he had to make a decision instantly to take advantage. Even a moment of hesitation would have meant a missed opportunity or worse. And so before he could convince himself it was not an absolutely brilliant idea, before he could second-guess himself, he blurted it out to her. "I think we should marry, Miss Reynolds." Her mouth dropped open as she glared at him wide-eyed. Then in a thin voice she said, "I beg your pardon." "Forgive me. I ought not to have come out with it so boldly like that, but hear me out, please. You wish to marry but have no hope of doing so. I need to marry and have no desire to go through the bother of finding a bride who will have me. You have no wish to sit out another season without hope of finding a husband. I have no wish to endure a season where I have to pretend to be someone I am not in order to find a bride. We could save ourselves a great deal of fuss and bother by becoming betrothed." "But we've only just met, sir." "Yes, but consider our conversation. We have each been frank about our situations. There has been no pretense or artifice between us. I suspect we already know each other better in half an hour than many betrothed couples do in half a season. I have enjoyed our conversation, and believe me, I do not enjoy the company of very many people these days. I think we would rub along nicely together, don't you agree? I already know I like you, Miss Reynolds, which is more than I was expecting to find in a bride." She looked flustered and confused, a bit embarrassed. Damn, he had not done this well. Naturally. But he still thought it was a grand idea and hoped she would consider it. "Miss Reynolds, have I put my foot in it too far this time? You must think me a complete idiot and wish to fling me over this railing to land crashing on dancers below. But I assure you, I am quite serious. Will you consider it? Marrying me, I mean, not sending me over the railing."
Philippa was glad she was seated, else she would surely have collapsed from astonishment. Could this truly be happening? Her very first marriage proposal after an acquaintance of half an hour? It was incredible. More incredible was the fact that she was actually thinking of accepting. Could she? Should she? It would certainly be the answer to all her prayers. She could finally relieve her family of the burden of looking after her and have a home and family of her own. It was what she had always wanted and never dared hope would happen. And her husband would be this tall, handsome soldier who did not patronize her. Yes, he was a bit rough around the edges, but that was part of his charm. Others might not see any appeal in the stern expression he wore, in the severe lines of his face, in the way he never smiled, or in his unpolished way of speaking. But through years of watching people in society, while not herself participating, Philippa had learned to read a person's character rather well, through his face, his movements, his speech, his behavior. There was much more to Captain Beckwith than met the eye. She sensed something troubling or painful beneath his austere demeanor, a vulnerability about him that touched her, though he would not want to hear her say that. It intrigued her, though, and made her want to know him better. What better way to get to know him than to marry him? Heavens, had she lost her mind? "It is an interesting idea, Captain."
"Ah, I am encouraged that you have not rejected it outright."
"No, I have not. Quite foolishly, sir, I am considering it. Seriously considering it."
His eyes brightened, though he did not smile.
"As you should. It is an excellent idea, and quite logical. People enter into marriages of convenience all the time, and think of all those arranged marriages among people in our class.
Marriages made solely to expand rank or fortune. Those are marriages of convenience, too, convenient for the families. Why should we not be able to do the same? Would it not be exceedingly convenient for us to marry? You would like to be married, and I need to be married. Quid pro quo, Miss Reynolds. Plus, not to put too fine a point on it, it is likely that neither of us will ever find anyone else who will have us. You because of your limp, and me because of my roughness and moodiness. We are both misfits in our own ways. Why not join forces?
Well, that is certainly plain speaking, sir. He looked chagrined and was about to speak again, no doubt to apologize for his bluntness, when she held up a hand to stop him. Do not apologize, Captain. Plain speaking is most definitely in order in such a situation, and so let me be plain with you, if I may. When he nodded, she continued. I have said that I dislike being patronized for my lameness. One of the reasons I am willing to consider your offer is that you have not done so. You have been straightforward and honest with me. If we were to marry, I would expect that sort of honesty to continue. If I wanted indulgence, condescension, and well-meaning cosseting, I would remain with my family.
I think you can rely on me not to cosset, Miss Reynolds.
Good, but you are a soldier, sir, and no doubt protective both by nature and training, which is a good thing, for the most part, but I have no wish to be overly protected, packed in cotton wool like a fragile doll. Nor do I wish to have everything done for me. I am lame, not an invalid. I would not want my disability to encourage coddling. I would hate that from you above all things. If we marry, you must promise not to coddle me.
He placed his hand over his heart. No coddling, I promise. I further promise not to treat you like an invalid. If I thought you were the sort of woman who wanted such treatment, I would never have suggested an alliance, because, believe me, I am not the sort to coddle. It pleases me that you want to do more for yourself. In fact, it rather irritates me that you have apparently not been allowed to do so. However, if you should happen to trip and fall flat on your face, or if you are thrown from a horse, am I to be allowed to help you up? Or must I leave you to your own devices, sprawled on the ground with your skirts around your ears?
Philippa laughed. Oh, she really did like him. I will ask for help when I need it, sir. I promise.
All right, then. Do you have any other concerns we should discuss?
She had 1,000 of them, and would likely have 1,000 more when she took time to think about it. But none of them could be answered with any certainty, so what was the point of airing them? The promises you have made are sufficient for me at the moment.
Very well.
He frowned and began to pace the short length of the balcony. After a long silent moment, he spoke again, keeping his head down, his gaze on the floor, as though embarrassed.
There is more you should know about me, Mom. I'm a bad bargain, to be sure. I have no social skills, as you have seen, and don't really care if I ever develop them. I fear I will never fit in, and quite frankly, I don't care much about that either. I prefer my own company to anyone else's, which is why I have spent the last year alone. I am battle-hardened and battle-scarred in both body and mind.
He stopped pacing and ran a hand through his longish dark blonde hair.
His mouth was a grim line set in the harsh planes of his face.
Philippa suspected it was difficult and painful for him to admit to any after-effects of war, especially those of the mind. She did not entirely understand what that meant, but she knew that had she been thrown into battle to kill or be killed, then she would not have been able to shake off the effects either. She had often wondered how men returned from war and fell back into ordinary lives so easily after all they'd been through. Maybe it wasn't always so easy.
Look here, Miss Reynolds, he said. You need to know, but I am frequently cross and irritable for no reason. I can be dreadfully impatient. I am accustomed to command others and tend to order people about. I don't sleep well and often wander the house at night, and I sometimes drink too much.
He shook his head.
There, I've sunk myself, haven't I? You'll want nothing to do with me now.
I can be cross and impatient too, when people fuss over me, or treat me as if my crooked hips somehow affected my brain. Do you know there are people who raise their voices when they speak to me, as though I were hard of hearing? Why would they think that because I limp I must therefore have a whole host of other problems as well? No, Captain, you have not sunk yourself. Indeed, you have risen in my esteem once again, through honesty. We both have our crosses to bear, Perhaps we can ease each other's burden.
Yes, perhaps we can. His silvery blue eyes, clear and steady, were fixed intently on hers. Shall we try?
First, I want you to be honest with yourself as well as with me, she said. Are you absolutely certain my lameness does not bother you? That you will not be embarrassed to be seen with a wife who cannot walk properly? She probably ought not to have given him the opportunity to reply to such a question, but it needed asking. No matter how much she wanted to fall into this impetuous scheme, she could not go through with it, if she had any suspicion that he might, in time, be sorry he married a cripple.
I've known countless good men, he said, whose limbs were blown clean off by French artillery or savagely amputated by a camp surgeon. She winced, and he added, I'm sorry. That was too vivid, was it not? You see how unfit I am for polite company. In any case, each of them was still a good man, even when missing an arm or leg. You merely have a limp, Miss Reynolds. A serious one, to be sure, but just a limp. You still have all your important bits, as far as I can tell, and your brain is obviously in fine working order. My gut tells me you're a good person inside. He tapped his chest, where it matters.
All her life, Philippa's family had said that her character was more important than her crooked body, but for the first time, this man, this stranger, actually made her believe it. Made her believe that he believed it. She almost fell in love with him on the spot. By God, she was going to do it. This rough-edged, plain-speaking soldier just might be worth taking a chance on. All right, Captain, I think we have a bargain. She reached out her hand to him, but he did not take it. Instead, he looked her squarely in the eye, as though measuring the sincerity of her commitment.
Before we agree to anything, Miss Reynolds, I must warn you one more time that I am no prize. You might want to think twice or 3 times or 10 times before aligning yourself with me. You see, I have certain demons I contend with.
Indeed, sir, I can see that. One is tempted to describe you as dark and brooding, but you are almost blonde, and your eyes are blue. No, more grey than blue. Could one describe you then as light and brooding? His lips gave the tiniest twitch, as though they wanted to smile, but he would not allow it. No, she said, that doesn't sound right at all, does it? Fair and brooding? No, I think not. We shall have to devise another description for you. Reserved, stern. Perhaps we shall just wait until those demons disappear, and then we may describe you as that handsome gentleman who is always smiling. This time he did smile, and it transformed his face from severe to almost boyish. Dear heaven, he was gorgeous. Ah, see? I knew you would be very handsome when you smiled. You must do it more often.
Perhaps with you, Miss Reynolds, I will have more reason to.
He took her proffered hand, and instead of shaking it, as she'd expected, he brought it to his lips.
Miss Philippa Reynolds, will you do me the very great honour of becoming my wife?
I do believe I will, sir. And so it was done. Chapter 2.
I cannot say I am entirely happy about this.
Philippa's mother had that concerned look she so often wore, brows furrowed, lips pursed. It was not surprising, considering what she'd just learned. Philippa had hoped, though, that she and William might be just a little bit pleased for her. But Captain Beckwith stood very stiff before all their questioning, giving no hint of warmth or humour. Despite keeping his unruly tongue surprisingly in order, not a single curse or indelicate comment had passed his lips. He was not making a favourable impression. I know, Mamma, Philippa said, this must come as a tremendous surprise.
That is putting it mildly, her brother William said.
He had behaved with as much severity as the captain, and with considerable less civility.
I would never have expected so rash a decision from you, Pip. It smacks of desperation.
Philippa flinched. Was it truly the desperate act of a hopeless, helpless female to align herself with a perfect stranger? Who was she kidding? Of course it was. But she did not believe she would have agreed to it with just any gentleman. She had never met another gentleman who was so open and honest with her, who did not make her feel like a poor, pitiful, lame girl. So it was a serendipitous moment of desperation joined with opportunity, and by God, she was not going to let this opportunity pass her by. It may seem a desperate action, William, but I assure you it is not entirely so. The captain and I believe it will be a good arrangement for each of us. Captain Beckwith is a fine man, William, a soldier who fought bravely for our country. I would be honoured to be his wife.
And of course you would be a countess one day, William said. We must consider that, Mother. I suppose it could be a good match for our Pip. I trust it will be a very long time, sir, if ever, before I inherit the earldom with your sister as my countess.
A muscle twitched in the captain's jaw. It was the only indication that his back teeth must be clenching fair to cracking, that he was making a prodigious effort to keep his temper in check.
My brother is barely 40 and healthy as a horse. In the meantime, you should have no concerns for Miss Reynolds's welfare or security. I have a profitable estate in Oxfordshire, a generous settlement from my father's estate, and a handsome annuity from my maternal grandmother. I am happy to have my man of affairs lay out the particulars for you at your convenience. I will take you up on that offer, Captain, William said.
He turned to Mamma and said,
I am willing to accede to Pip's wishes in this matter. What do you say, Mother?
She turned to the captain, who had remained standing throughout, his hands clasped behind his back.
You must understand, sir, that our Philippa has lived her whole life among people who know her limitations and anticipate the requirements of her condition. She is not an ordinary girl, sir. She needs looking after. I'm afraid it is hard to imagine her getting along without us. You speak as though you never intended for her to leave you, Ma'am, the captain said. And yet I believe this to be the third season when you have brought her out, in hopes, one assumes, of finding a husband. Well, she has found one, though perhaps not one to your liking.
Philippa's mother had the good sense to flush at his words.
I just want my only daughter to be happy, sir. Yes, I have long hoped she would be fortunate enough to marry, but in the end it is difficult to let her go, to give her into the care of someone else, anyone else. I do not know you well enough, Captain, to have any objections to you personally. It is merely the way this has come about, this arrangement you have made after a single meeting. It is hard to imagine that you fully comprehend her special needs.
Philippa hated being discussed as though she were not right there in the room, sitting no more than a foot away from her mother on the sofa. But Mamma meant well. She always did, even if Philippa sometimes felt suffocated by all those good intentions. The captain caught her eye, and a look of understanding passed between them.
I have known Miss Reynolds only a very short time, Ma'am, he said, and yet I believe I comprehend precisely what she needs. I would make it my life's work to ensure her happiness.
Would he, or was he instinctively falling back on the good manners his mother taught him? Philippa studied his face for a moment. His gaze had not left hers, even though he'd addressed Mamma. No, this was not artful dissembling to placate her mother. He meant it. He really would try to make her happy. He was already doing so. Her mother heaved a deep sigh.
All right, then. I will agree to this impetuous marriage of convenience, but do not think for a moment that I will allow a rushed-up hole-in-the-corner wedding. I will not have people thinking a quick marriage is necessary. There will be a proper courtship, Captain Beckwith, in public.
She turned to Philippa.
You must be seen together at social events, and I want you to spend more time getting to know each other. At the end of the season, if you still feel that you want to go through with this, my dear, I will not stand in your way.
Philippa leaned over, wrapped an arm around her mother's shoulders, and gave her a squeeze. Thank you, Mamma. A short time later, she walked with Captain Beckwith downstairs and to the entry hall. Her mother granted them these few moments alone, and there was so much to be said. Philippa could not contain herself, and the words came spilling out. I think it went well, do you not, sir? I so admired how you stood up to my family throughout their ruthless questioning. It was not completely without a rough spot or two, but overall you gave the impression of a serious gentleman who will take good care of me, which is, of course, their primary concern. They will not think I have made a frivolous choice. Impetuous, yes. Frivolous, no.
I do not imagine anyone thinking me frivolous.
Indeed, no. You are the most sombre of gentlemen, who has probably never experienced a moment of frivolity in his life. Ah, there's that smile again. I do wish you had shown it to Mamma. You could have won her over completely with that smile.
I doubt it. Your mother is a fearsome woman. I do believe I'd rather endure a dressing down by Wellington himself than to stand again before Lady Reynolds's fierce interrogation.
She only wants what's best for me, Captain. Do not begrudge her or William the right to be protective of me. Oh, but, sir, when William asked who had introduced us, and you looked over to me with one eyebrow cocked, I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. I was sure you were going to mention Lady Kumquat.
He grinned. I was tempted just to see your reaction, but neither your brother nor your mother would have bought that tall tale. I'm not certain they bought my excuse of not remembering the woman's name, but then you jumped into the breach, changing the subject before either of them could pursue the matter. To be honest, I suspect they both know full well that we had no formal introduction, but there is no point in worrying about that now.
One thing I am sorry for, Captain. I know that the whole idea of our bargain was for each of us to bypass the season and the marriage mart. However, Mamma will not be gainsaid on this. She will insist on a full season. If that is completely unacceptable to you, I will understand if you wish to back out. There will be no dishonor in doing so, I assure you. He stopped walking and touched her elbow to turn her toward him.
I will not back out, Miss Reynolds. I gave you my promise, and I have no intention of breaking it. Yes, the idea of a full season of society events makes my belly ache, but I will gladly go through with it, if you agree that in the end we will wed.
That was our plan, sir. I see no reason to change it.
Good. It will make it easier for me to endure the infernal season if I know from the beginning that you and I are promised to each other. I won't be forced to dance attendance on insipid girls with little wit and no conversation.
But you may be forced to dance, sir. You cannot sit out every set with me. Only 2 sets with one partner, whether dancing or sitting out is considered proper.
Is that another one of those abominable rules? Who makes up these idiotic restrictions?
I do not know, but Mamma will not allow us to ignore them completely. Again, sir, if you wish to back out—
Nonsense. We will get through this, Philippa. May I call you Philippa? We are practically betrothed after all.
Of course.
Unless you'd prefer Pip. One corner of his mouth twitched, and his silvery grey eyes sparkled with amusement. I thought it a rather charming sobriquet.
Don't you dare call me Pip. Only my brothers ever use that name, and I've always hated it. It makes me sound even smaller than I am.
It does not suit you in any case. Philippa does. My given name is Nathaniel, but hardly anyone uses that mouthful. I am called Nate by my friends.
Then I should be pleased to call you Nate. In private, of course.
Of course. The confounded rules.
He touched her elbow again to indicate they could resume walking.
He did not take her arm, as most men and women were generally quick to do, assuming she could not walk without assistance. She liked him all the more for allowing her to hobble along on her own. She might look ungainly, but she was not helpless. I know we spoke of making a marriage of convenience, he said, 2 social misfits joining forces and all that, but let me be clear, Philippa. Ours would not be a marriage in name only. I never meant that we would have anything but a true marriage. I have no desire to embark on a cold, bloodless alliance, typical of so many arranged aristocratic marriages. We already like each other, do we not? Over time we will no doubt develop affection for one another, and we will share a marriage bed, in case you wondered.
She felt her cheeks warm, and Philippa knew she'd broken out in bright pink blotches. She silently cursed all her red-headed ancestors for that unwelcome inheritance. "Let me be frank as well, then," she said, hoping her firm, even tone counteracted the flushed cheeks. "I never wanted a bloodless alliance either, but neither do I want a sophisticated marriage in which we each turn our heads at the other's indiscretions. I do not believe I have the stomach for it. I want a true marriage too, Captain."
"Good, we are in agreement then. Now let us get on with this damnable courtship your mother has insisted upon." Nate led his horse down South Audley Street and on to Curzon Street. He had no wish to face his brother yet, to tell him of the proposed courtship with Philippa. So instead of returning to Dern House on St. James's Square, he headed toward Kensington, where there was a cosy little tavern he frequented. He never met anyone he knew there, and was left in peace to nurse a pint or two. Or maybe 3, after the trying morning he'd had. When Philippa had introduced him to her mother last night at the ball, he'd known he was in for a controlled battle. Lady Reynolds was a formidable hen, fiercely protective of her disabled chick. Though he had not yet spoken to her of marriage, he still had enough wits about him to know a ball was not the place to request her daughter's hand. She was not stupid and knew something was afoot, and clearly was not happy about it. Nate had girded his loins for battle when he'd called on her this morning. He had not been surprised to find Philippa's brother, Sir William, in attendance as well. It had been an awkward meeting at best. Nate tried to be on his best behaviour, calling on remembrances of days long past before he'd gone to war, and when his mother had tried to teach him fine manners. It was difficult to be amiable when both mother and brother probed and prodded to discover if there was some ulterior motive to his offer, as though it was impossible that any man could seriously want to marry Philippa. No wonder the girl was so quick to accept his offer. She must be anxious to escape a family who thought so little of her. No, that was unfair. They loved her, that much was clear, but they saw her as a cripple first and a young woman second. They wanted happiness for her, but more than that they wanted her to be protected. Nate had every intention of protecting Philippa, but even after a short acquaintance, not even 24 hours, it was evident to Nate that she did not need the kind of protection her family intended. Yes, he would keep her safe from harm, from unhappiness, as best he could, and from financial want. More than that, however, he would protect her from being smothered to death by her well-meaning family. Nate had promised not to coddle her, and he would keep that promise. He had a notion that she just might blossom into something quite extraordinary if she was allowed a bit more freedom. He was pleased that his talk of a true marriage had not shocked her. She had blushed rather prettily, but had spoken with equal candour regarding her own expectations. One of the things he liked best about her was that he did not need to guard his words with her. Philippa actually seemed to enjoy his unpolished ways. He was glad she had not spoken of love. How could she on such brief acquaintance? But ladies liked that sort of thing, he knew, liked to talk of love and happily ever afters. Nate had never been able to do that, had never been one to offer Spanish coin. He hadn't given it much thought until Dern had extracted that accursed promise from him, but it was very likely he was incapable of love. Yes, there had been affairs over the years, some of which had burned hot on a physical level, but never for longer than a few months. In the end, one woman was much the same as the next, which was why he'd agreed to Dern's request to find a bride. He did not much care whom he married, so long as she was not a complete shrew. He did not pick up any hint of shrewishness from Philippa, quite the opposite, in fact. She was not one of those brightly polished society jewels who'd had all the interesting bits smoothed down, and any sign of true character buffed clean out of her. Perhaps her family had not thought her worth the effort of a high polish when she was deemed imperfect due to her lameness. Dashed unfair, to be sure, but there it was, and he was glad of it, for it made her all the more available to him. He liked her, which was more than he could say about other young women of the ton he'd met who were indistinguishable one from another, each modelled from the same tiresome pattern card. Philippa seemed so much more open and guileless than other young women, more genuine. Everything that was unique and interesting about her seemed to spring from a single source, the limp. Since there was no disguising it, and since it apparently made her unacceptable to most men, perhaps she saw no reason for artifice. Whatever the reason, he liked her. He knew that he could appear aloof and even cold, and that young women were often uncomfortable in his presence, and yet Philippa was not at all intimidated by him. He did not want a woman who would be cowed by him, though he had not realized that until he'd met one who wasn't. He had decided on the spot that she would do for him. Yes, her mother had insisted on a public courtship, which meant he would have to attend more balls and parties, would likely have to dance with a girl or two, God help him, but at least he would not have to consider them seriously as potential brides. He'd found his bride, and he was content with her.
even more content than he'd been last evening. As he watched her with her family, he was witness to a level of kindness and compassion he'd rarely encountered, not from Sir William or Lady Reynolds, but from Philippa herself. She accepted their overprotective fussing and cosseting with grace, even when he suspected she hated it, all because they did it with love. She would not toss that love back in their faces through ingratitude. That took a strength of character Nate could only admire. He'd learned something else about her today that pleased him. She was much more attractive in the daylight than he'd expected. He would have married her regardless because he truly liked her and thought they would suit each other. But discovering she was pretty was an added bonus. No, pretty did not describe her accurately. She was not the typical fair-haired, blue-eyed English rose pretty. Her appearance was much more striking than that. Her hair was extraordinary, thick and shiny. It was one of the loveliest shades of red he'd ever seen, somewhere between bright coppery red and darkest auburn. He'd had a horse for several years in Spain, a chestnut with a dark red coat that gleamed bright and shiny in the sun. Philippa's hair was almost exactly that colour, or maybe even a shade darker. He suspected it was quite long hair, judging by the thickness of the various twists and knots at the back of her head. How far down her back did it hang, he wondered, and would it feel as satiny in his hands as it looked? Her eyebrows were quite naturally the same dark red, and were delicately arched over large eyes. Most fascinating of all was that her eyes were also the same brownish-red colour, or perhaps a touch lighter, the colour of Spanish sherry, a good amontillado. All that sameness of colour ought to have been dull and uninteresting, but against the pale, fine-textured skin it was actually quite stunning, beautiful even. And that skin, Lord, he'd wanted to touch it from the moment he first saw her. He'd often heard beautiful skin compared to porcelain, but had always thought it so much poetic exaggeration. Yet Philippa's skin did indeed bring to mind fine porcelain. Clear, white, smooth, translucent. She was one of those rare redheads who was not freckled, at least on her face and neck. He wondered about the rest of her, and realized he would enjoy finding out. All in all, he was quite pleased with the arrangement with Philippa Reynolds, though clearly he was getting the better end of the bargain. She deserved more than a sullen, broken-down soldier who could barely open his mouth without putting his foot in it. "Do you not find him a bit austere, my dear?" Philippa's mother was still struggling with this new situation. It had been hours since the captain had left them, and between discussions of balls and parties and dressmakers, she continued to drop in these little probing questions. "Austere and even somewhat cold, and I am not quite sure his manners are all they should be. He seems a bit unpolished for the son of an earl." "I don't mind his lack of polish, Mamma. In fact, I find it rather refreshing. As for his austerity, remember that he is a military man, one who has spent many years in battle." She remembered his mention of having demons, of being scarred in both body and mind. A lesser man would never have confessed as much, and she was pleased that he had trusted her enough to do so. He has probably seen and done things during wartime that would harden any man. I suspect he is more sensitive than he lets on, and those experiences affected him deeply. I believe that is why he is so uncomfortable in society. He hasn't yet shaken off the horrors of war, and is finding it difficult to adjust. Mamma's eyebrows lifted in question. "You learned all this about him in one short evening?" Philippa shrugged. "Just intuition." "Well, you've always been a good judge of people, but I can't shake the impression that he might be an ill-tempered man. Are you certain you will be safe with him?" "Physically safe. I have no doubt of it. Remember, he is a soldier at heart. He will go out of his way to protect me, to keep me safe." "I hope you are right." "I know I am." And she did. She trusted him, was ready, in fact, to trust him with her future happiness. It was possible, of course, that she was the biggest fool ever born, and that once married, Captain Beckwith would treat her like so much dirt beneath his feet. But she knew he would not. Philippa was willing to bet her life on it. It was time to change tactics. "And just think, Mamma, I might even be a countess one day. Won't that make you proud, to introduce your daughter as Lady Dern?"
Yes, I suppose so. And everyone will know that you were right to trot me out each season, just like any other girl, that you knew someone would finally make me an offer. That is precisely what I am hoping, my dear, and why I have insisted on a public courtship. I would not want for anyone to know the truth of how this marriage actually came about. A harebrained scheme concocted after half an hour's conversation. Really, Philippa, I am beyond astonished at you. I would never have dreamed. But do you not think him handsome, Mamma? The lame girl with no marital hopes will be seen on the arm of an incredibly attractive man. I will be the envy of every other girl this season. I dare say it will do you some good to be seen to have a suitor at last, and I suppose Captain Beckwith might be handsome if he did not insist on fixing a scowl on his face at all times. You and William made him nervous, that's all. You're a formidable pair, you know. I can assure you, but he does not always scowl. When he smiles, it is actually quite dazzling. Her mother arched an eyebrow. Are you dazzled, Philippa? Is that what this is all about? An attractive man notices you, and you lose all common sense? No, that is not what happened. He won me over with honor and honesty. His good looks only sweetened the bargain. Her mother grabbed her hand and squeezed. Oh, I do hope you know what you are doing, Philippa. It is not like you to be so impetuous. I know, but I want this, Mamma, and something tells me it will be all right. Your intuition again? Perhaps. Please trust me. I know it will work out. I just know it. The open courtship of Captain Nathaniel Beckwith for Miss Philippa Reynolds became fodder for tongue gossips. It was a most unusual pairing, to be sure. Until a few weeks ago, the former army captain had been an infamous recluse for reasons unknown and widely speculated about. He was a somewhat dour man, but the heir to an earldom was still a prime catch. Why was he so interested in the poor lame girl, whose mother had been hopelessly thrusting her into the marriage mart for 3 seasons, when his rank and fortune could win him any number of more suitable young women? It was generally believed that there was more to this odd courtship than met the eye. They were invited everywhere, as each hostess hoped that her ball or party would be the scene of some new and interesting development. Philippa found the increased attention given to her to be by turns embarrassing and amusing. Most times she tried to ignore it and focused on Captain Beckwith. In public, he wore an air of command that marked him as a military officer. It also put a distance between him and everyone else, as though he might snap the head off anyone who spoke to him. Philippa had come to understand that his manner was meant to discourage hopeful mothers, matchmakers, and anyone else who might want something of him. She did not know why he did it, why he felt so uncomfortable in the world to which he was born. But she was perversely glad that he appeared so formidable and unapproachable. It meant she got to keep him all to herself. At the Eastern ball, her friend Lillian Faulkner sat out a set with her and chatted about the new bonnet she had purchased that afternoon. Philippa barely listened as she watched Nate partner Clementina Easton in a country dance. "I do believe you are infatuated with the captain," Lillian said. "Not infatuated, but very intrigued. Are you sure it is not more than that? You've been stealing glances at him all evening. I'm not the only one to notice, you know. Tongues are wagging, Philippa." "Let them wag. I am enjoying myself for once, after 2 awkward seasons." There were no doubt many who believed she was besotted and could not take her eyes from him. There was some truth in that, she had to admit, but only to herself. She was not yet ready to openly confess her most private feelings, even to Lillian. The real reason she watched Nate, though, was to see how he fared in such close company. He maintained a stiff-backed, soldierly composure, but she saw signs of uneasiness and knew he held himself under tight control. Philippa wondered if he would ever lose that enforced restraint and feel comfortable in his own skin again. Sometimes she watched him simply because he was glorious to look at. His complexion was sun-glazed, setting off the golden lights in his tawny hair, and acting as a bold and attractive contrast to the crisp white of his linen. His grey eyes were striking silver against the dark skin. He stood with the straight-backed bearing of a military man, his shoulders broad, his waist narrow, his legs long and well-muscled.
Nate looked handsome in his blue coat and gold breeches, but oh, how she would love to have seen him in full regimentals. How grand he must have looked. She really did try not to stare at him too obviously. She did not wish to appear a lovesick fool, the poor, pitiful cripple with a hopeless infatuation. Philippa knew the Ton was fascinated with the lame girl who'd never had a suitor, and the glorious golden god who might have had any woman, but openly courted her. She wished that at least some of them were happy for her good fortune, but she suspected most of them expected Nate eventually to abandon her and were anxiously watching to see what she would do. In fact, she was quite confident he would not abandon her. They had made a bargain and he would honor it. Besides, Philippa did not believe he was interested in breaking their bargain, even if he could honorably do so. He showed no partiality for any other woman, even the ones who blatantly threw themselves in his path. He was polite, but spoke very little. Nate still had a tendency to speak a bit too bluntly, and she believed he often remained silent so as not to embarrass himself or others with one of his unvarnished truths. Philippa adored his bold tongue, and was delighted that he did not feel the need to curb it in her presence. She had the impression he said things to her that he was not comfortable saying to others, shared things with her that he hadn't shared with anyone else. He was at ease with her. Now and then, though, her confidence waned, especially when she saw him with a beautiful woman who moved with grace and elegance, like Clementina Easton, who was smiling brightly as they danced together. She never doubted Nate, but sometimes she could not help but worry that he would ultimately realize that he'd got the worse end of their bargain. He deserved more than an unremarkable redhead with a crooked body. Nate watched the dancers from the edge of the room. So many pretty young ladies with their fresh faces, charming smiles, and graceful movements. They all looked the same to him. His eyes sought out Philippa's brilliant hair, and found it easily, shimmering like garnets in the candlelight. She was the only one he wanted to see. He honestly did not know how he would have survived the damnable social whirl without her. It would have probably come to the point where he would simply have asked Dern to pick a bride for him. How could he have chosen for himself from among so many, especially when he couldn't bring himself to care? He thanked his lucky stars that he'd met Philippa on that fateful evening a few weeks ago. He'd been reprieved of having to throw himself into the marriage mart and had been allowed to squire around a young woman he genuinely liked. Everything was going his way, so he ought to have been happy. But he was still too often tense, his nerves stretched tight as a drum. Overly crowded rooms could send him into a sweat, bringing images to mind of those packed squares of infantrymen battered by French artillery. Sharp noises sometimes took on the sounds of that incessant French cannonade. At such times it was all he could do not to turn tail and bolt. But he was determined not to give in to those wretched moments of weakness. He fought them, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths, until he came back to himself. Many times when he opened his eyes, he found Philippa looking up at him with quiet understanding, though she never said a word. Then she would smile, sometimes touching his hand, and he forgot all about the war. If she continued to smile at him like that, surely the damnable episodes would eventually cease. Nate had danced once this evening with the daughter of the hostess, who'd given him no choice but to ask her, and had not allowed himself to be persuaded to dance with anyone else. He disappeared into the card-room for a while, then wandered about the room, chatting briefly with a fellow officer or two, but primarily he waited impatiently for the next set promised to Philippa. Sitting with her for half an hour was the only part of a ball he enjoyed, the only time he was truly at ease. They spoke of random topics, of family and friends, of books and music. She was better read and more cultured than Nate, but she somehow drew him into conversation without any hint of condescension on her part or boredom on his. Even the sound of Philippa's voice, and especially her laughter, had become a balm to his soul. The instant the previous set ended, Nate was at her side. He acknowledged Lady Reynolds with a nod, then gave Philippa his arm and led her away. "I have done some reconnaissance," he said. "There is a small terrace off one of the ante-rooms that no one seems to have discovered. We can be private there." You know, sir, that people have noticed how you and I disappear together for at least one set at every ball.
It seems foolish to simply sit and watch. I much prefer to take you someplace where we can actually have a private conversation.
It might be thought that I am trying to encourage a compromising situation.
Bah, only your mother thinks that, admit it.
Philippa smiled. She has mentioned it, not about my engineering a compromising situation. She knows that is not necessary when you and I already have an agreement, but she worries that other people may get that impression.
She worries too much about what other people think. Here we are. See, there is a door to the terrace.
He guided her through the empty room and out the door.
There is no bench, I'm afraid, but I thought you might appreciate the cool night air for a few minutes.
I do, thank you.
I have come to a decision, Philippa, about balls.
You hate them.
So do you. I see you watching the other dancers with longing. I do not understand why your mother insists you attend them.
Because Philippa could not participate, more attention was drawn to her disability. It seemed incredibly cruel to Nate. They are important social events, Philippa said. She wants us to be seen together.
We have been seen together often enough. I believe it is obvious that I am courting you. I spoke to an army colleague this evening and he mentioned it. I think we are doing quite enough to ensure that we are seen together. I intend to tell your mother that there are to be no more balls.
Oh,
the look in her eyes made him reconsider. Damn, am I coddling?
She smiled. No, you are being kind.
That is often the same thing, is it not? I am accustomed to issuing orders. I should have asked about your feelings on the matter. Do you enjoy balls?
Now and then. I love the music. I like to watch the dancers, but I do sometimes get a bit wistful that I cannot join in. I watched you and Clementina Easton. You danced very well, as I knew you would, and I found myself wishing it could have been me, but those are fleeting regrets that I do not dwell on.
Ah, Philippa. He took her hand. I would rather sit out 10 sets with you than dance 1 set with Miss Easton.
Thank you for saying so, but you mustn't worry about me. I've had a lifetime of not dancing, so I am well accustomed to sitting out. I do tire of always being with the dowagers and chaperones, though. These stolen sets with you are what I most look forward to.
Suppose we limit them. Balls, I mean, not stolen sets. I have no wish to give up those. I rather enjoy finding hiding places. One never knows what interesting people one may encounter while hiding.
She threw back her head and laughed. Oh, what interesting circumstances may result. His laughter joined hers, and then he brought her gloved hand to his lips.
I am quite pleased with our interesting circumstance, ma'am.
She flushed a lovely shade of pink and lowered her eyes. As am I, sir.
What would you say to no more than 1 ball per week?
I would say that is more than reasonable.
Good. Consider it done.
3 weeks into his courtship, he escorted Philippa to a rout party given by Lord and Lady Craig. It was the sort of event he most hated, where one stood in long lines to get in, then stood shoulder to shoulder with a throng of people one didn't know, or one did know and disliked, and then one turned around and made the slow progress to get the hell out. He would never understand the appeal of such a gathering. Nothing ever happened. One simply milled about in overwarm, overcrowded rooms with overdressed people and engaged in overlong, meaningless conversations. If one was lucky, one might be served a glass of wine, if one could get near a footman with a tray full of glasses, but there was never food or cards or dancing to offer a moment's distraction. Sometimes there were several such parties in an evening, but Nate refused to squire Philippa to more than one. He'd established that rule shortly after the 1 ball per week rule, much to Lady Reynolds's chagrin. He had stood his ground against her protests, though, and she had no choice but to capitulate. Despite what she might have thought, he did not establish these rules purely for selfish motives. Besides his own aversion to crowds and noise and pointless socializing, he did not like to see Philippa forced to stand for such a long period without hope of a chair to give her hip a rest. She never complained, and probably never would, as she wanted so badly to seem normal, for his sake, he thought, rather than for her own, but he had become aware of tiny signs of fatigue that signaled to him it was time to leave. a tightness around her mouth, a more frequent shifting of weight, a slight tilting of her body away from the bad hip, the limp a bit more pronounced. After noticing one or two of those signs at the Craig route, he'd begun to steer her toward the exit, when they became stalled behind a group of loud, swaggering young men whose conversation turned to Waterloo and the rousting of Napoleon. A year later, the famous battle was still being rehashed, primarily by those who were not there. Armchair generals who would not know a line from a column made Nate want to spit. He was in no mood to listen to such prattle right now and tried to elbow his way past them, when one of the men said, "Thank God for the Prussians. Wellington's scum of the earth, troops would have fallen without them." Nate saw red. He'd commanded some of those troops, and they had performed bravely and well at Waterloo. Hell, if not for the 52nd Foot, there might not have been an Allied victory at all, or at least not that day. Yes, many of the men had come up from the lowest levels of society, some even from the criminal ranks, but with good training and army discipline, they had become a proud fighting force. Nate would have trusted any one of them with his life. Those prosing fools with their pomaded hair and high shirt points could not be trusted with the time of day. You should be damned grateful for those scum-of-the-earth soldiers. He ought to have kept his tongue between his teeth, but when did he ever? The dandified pup who'd spoken turned and glared at Nate through a quizzing glass that hung from his neck on a black ribbon. He might have been examining a particularly nasty insect. "I beg your pardon. Were you speaking to us, sir?" "I was indeed, you insolent cur. You have no idea what happened on that battlefield and what the Prussians did or did not do. You do not even have the right to an opinion." "And you do?" "I was there. You were not. I advise you not to make a fool of yourself by pretending to know what happened. And by the way, that lot of scum you talk about was responsible for routing the last of the Imperial Guard and bringing an end to the battle. Those scum soldiers saved your prissy indulgent way of life, sir. I'll thank you to remember that next time you dare to criticize them." He took Philippa's arm and led her away from the gaping young man. "I'm sorry, Philippa. That was badly done. I should have kept my mouth shut." "I'm glad you did not." "You are?" "Yes. I have often noticed that you get angry or irritable when there is talk of Waterloo. You usually become silent and morose. I'm glad you spoke up this time. I know it must be difficult to leave the horrors of war behind, and you should not. It made you the man you are. I also believe it is a good thing to air your opinions now and then, to vent a bit of steam, so to speak." "It will take more than a bit of steam, Philippa." He kept her close as he led her through the crowd, speaking almost directly into her ear so that she could hear him above the din of voices, but not loud enough to be overheard. These were not words he wanted others to hear. "You cannot know what I have seen and done, how many men I have killed, how many of my own men I've seen killed. Not so much at Waterloo, where we suffered few losses. We fared much worse as breach assault teams at Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz." In fact, those sieges had been gruesome, with his company among the party known as the Forlorn Hope at Badajoz. He still treasured his valiant Stormer arm badge, earned by 52nd survivors of those campaigns. He had suffered no mental weakness afterward, though both sieges had been 10 times worse than Waterloo. He still did not understand it. Perhaps it was because there was always another battle, and therefore no time to reflect on the last one. Waterloo had been his final battle. Since then he'd had nothing but time to replay in his mind that last stand and the horrific ceaseless pounding of French cannonade. "I will never know what you have lived through," Philippa said, "but I suspect the faces of your fallen men, and even those of the enemy fallen, will stay with you forever." How could she know that? Did she know that his dreams were filled with those faces still, long after battle? "I know you cannot leave it all behind," she said. "I believe it would be impossible for the most heartless of men to do so. And you are far from heartless. You are a man of fierce honor and duty and loyalty. I cannot make you forget, and would not presume to try. The best I can do is to help you cope with the past, and try to make the rest of your life peaceful." "Peaceful? I don't know." "Well, perhaps a minor skirmish now and then," She smiled almost coquettishly. But no battles, if you please. By God, she was flirting with him. Nate bit back a grin. I knew from the first that I would like you. Let's get the hell out of here. Chapter 3. Nate entered the club with some trepidation. It was an exclusively military club, for infantry and cavalry officers only. He was a member, but almost never showed up. However, when his close friend and fellow officer of the 52nd, Reginald Kenning, had asked Nate to join him for a bottle and a bird, Nate hadn't the heart to refuse. It was bad enough being among London's social elite and trying to hide his particular anxieties. To be among other soldiers could be disastrous. What if they guessed? What would they think of him? Lord, he could not wait to get back to the solitude of his Oxfordshire home. His troubles manifested themselves more frequently in town, probably because of the incessant noise and crowds. He sometimes felt smothered, closed in, stifled. He had more nightmares, longer bouts of melancholy, and was easily startled. He had little patience for London social life and found nothing purposeful in the way most so-called gentlemen spent their time. Some days he wanted to scream with frustration. He hated what had become of him, this prickly, tentative existence, a life only half-lived. It had been a year since he'd seen battle. A stronger man, a better soldier, would have shaken off the effects by now. If not for his commitment to Philippa, he'd have bolted long ago. Nate was hailed by several acquaintances as he entered the club's coffee room, where he was to meet Kenning. It was a boisterous, jovial gathering, and he was welcomed warmly. He relaxed only slightly as he studied the men around him. They were good men, most of them, and he liked them. Part of him was pleased to be among friends and colleagues again. Another part remained guarded and watchful. None of the others seemed to exhibit the same tension and stressfulness he had felt during the last year. He did not see wariness in their eyes or tension in their shoulders. He saw only laughter and hail-fellow well-met camaraderie. No one spoke of battle at such gatherings. Lost friends were mentioned and lauded, but specifics of battle were never discussed. Nate would have liked to have known if any of his fellow lightbulbs had been affected by the extraordinary cannonade the infantry squares had endured on that northern ridge. He'd never seen the like in 9 years in Copenhagen, Spain or Portugal, and had been shaken to his core, literally and figuratively. That deafening, ceaseless pounding of French artillery still haunted him, keeping him constantly on edge. But none of his fellow officers seemed fazed, not even Kenning, who'd commanded a square under the same bombardment. 9 years of battle had, of course, taken its toll on his body. He'd been shot, slashed with sabres and bayoneted. He'd been thrown from horses and struck by artillery debris. He'd been treated by surgeons so exhausted or drunk or inexperienced that it was a miracle he survived. But he had survived and returned to battle time and time again with no more ill effects than a few scars. Never ever had war affected his mind, until now. He was determined, though, to overcome whatever it was that ailed him. He would not give in to weakness, whether of the body or of the mind. He would not. "Ah, there you are, Beckwith." Kenning waved him over to a leather chair next to his own, then signalled for a waiter to pour a second glass of wine. "Glad you were able to tear yourself away from Miss Reynolds for an evening. The devil, you say?" Nate took a seat and the proffered glass of wine, which he downed in a single swallow. He felt the need of a bit of Dutch courage to survive an evening at the club. "Or did you have to get Lady Reynolds's permission for a night off from squiring her daughter around? Bugger off, Kenning. It is not like that, isn't it?" Nate groaned. "God, is that how it looks? It looks as though the young lady has captured your attention. She is an interesting choice, Nate. Because she is lame. Well, yes. What the bloody hell does that matter? She is a charming girl, with a razor wit and a kind heart. Handsome too, by God. I'll not have you speaking ill of her." Kenning held up a palm. "Fall back, old boy. Didn't mean anything by it, I assure you. No need to bite my head off. Sorry, I'm just so damned tired of being the latest on D. Why can't people mind their own damned business and leave us the hell alone? Because society thrives on gossip and innuendo.
Yours is an unusual courtship, so people will talk. I've met Miss Reynolds once or twice, you know, and quite liked her. So do I. But what the deuce is so unusual about a limp? It's not so much of a limp, old boy. It's you. Me? You've been least in sight for a good year. Then you suddenly show up courting Miss Reynolds. Naturally, everyone is curious. Was there some sort of family arrangement over the winter? Not exactly. Nate held out his empty glass to a passing waiter, who refilled it with the club's best claret. When he'd gone, Nate lowered his voice and said, "If I tell you how it came about, do you promise to keep your trap closed?" Kenning promised, and so Nate gave him the whole tale about two misfits hiding behind a tree in a ballroom and joining forces. By the end of it, Kenning was wiping tears of laughter from his eyes and drawing far too much attention with his guffaws. "Quiet, you bonehead," Nate said, unable to keep back his own smile. "I don't want every nosy Nelly in here to come over and ask what is so funny. You are not to repeat this, Reggie. I swear if I hear one word—" "Enough! I have promised to keep my lips sealed, and I shall, even though it is by far the best story I've heard all season. Lord, what a time the printmakers would have with it! I can see it now. Scandalous prints with the two of you hiding behind a potted plant, sealing the deal with a kiss. It was a tree, I tell you, a frigging orange tree. But if I happen to see any such print making the rounds, Reggie, I shall be forced to call you out. And you know I am the better shot." "I do indeed. Reason enough to keep this entertaining tidbit to myself. It's a shame, really. I could dine out on that tale for months. But seriously, Nate, regardless of the unorthodox way it came about, I think you have chosen wisely. An impetuous choice, but a good one." "I am glad you think so." Nate could not keep the sarcasm from his voice. He did not need anyone's approval of his choice of bride, not even Kenning's. "I like her, Nate, and I think she is just the right woman for you. You are alike in many ways, I think. How the devil are we alike? I'm a rough-spoken soldier with no social skills and a sullen nature. She is a lady, born and bred, gentle and sweet, about as different from me as she could be. She puts herself at a sort of distance from the rest of the world, because of the limp, no doubt, but you do the same, especially since Waterloo. I don't know how much she knows about that battle, or what it did to you. Hell, I'm not sure I know, and I was there. But I think she understands what it is to have to shield oneself from the world, to guard against showing too much vulnerability. She understands you, and I'm guessing you have a better understanding of her difficulties than many others do. It's a good match, Nate." They did not speak of Philippa again that evening, but Nate never forgot his friend's words. Was he right about Philippa understanding him because of her lameness? Kenning hadn't said it outright, but it was clear that he meant they understood each other because each was crippled. One crippled in body, one in mind. Was he right? He had certainly felt drawn to her enough to hint of his troubles. He could not have, in good conscience, allowed her to agree to a marriage of convenience without knowing something of the truth, and she was smart enough from the beginning to realize his troubles related to Waterloo. She already knew almost as much as Kenning, though she had never asked for details, and he'd never offered any. Nate did not want his weakness, his shame, to touch her in any way. He wanted to keep it apart from her. Yet she did not want to be protected like that. She had been overly protected and patronized her whole life, and did not want that from him. She had said from the first that the reason she was willing to form this alliance with him was because he'd spoken honestly to her, and she hoped their marriage would be based on honesty. If he was to maintain a level of honesty with her, she would soon discover the depth of his pain and his shame. Strangely, that did not bother him as much as he'd expected. He hated for anyone else to know of his weakness, but he did not seem to mind that she would know. Perhaps because she would understand. Cripple to cripple? No, he would not accept that word. She wasn't crippled. She merely had a limp, and he may be experiencing moments of confusion or weakness, but his mind was not crippled. He still had most of his wits about him most of the time. Philippa would not give in to her disability, and neither would he, by God. He might not be ready to bare his soul completely to her, but he could learn from her.
He could and would try to be a better man for her, a man worthy of her. They entered the park a bit earlier than the fashionable hour to take advantage of the fragile sunshine, the first to be seen after a week of gloomy days. Philippa enjoyed having the parklands to themselves for a short time. She was admiring his profile as he expertly handled the team when he said, "Do you ever drive, Philippa? Are you allowed?" "There is a groom at Harcourt Manor who allows me to drive from time to time, when he can be sure no one will see and report us. William and Mamma have strict orders about such things, as you can imagine. They fear that I will injure myself."
"What about riding? Do you ride?"
"Oh, I love to ride. When I am atop a horse, I feel like a whole person. His legs become mine, and I see the world from a grand height. It is thrilling to me. I am allowed an occasional ride at Harcourt, but only on the slowest, gentlest mare, and only with an army of grooms and family members with me. It is all very sedate, too sedate for the very smart habit I had made last year. Green velvet with lots of gold braiding, and a jaunty little hat with a feather that curves around my face. I look quite dashing in it, I'll have you know." He smiled and said,
"More than merely dashing, I'd guess."
He slid her a glance that raked her up and down in a most disconcerting manner. A tingly sort of heat trickled down her spine like warm honey.
"And now you are going to tell me that same groom sometimes sneaks you out alone on a more spirited horse?"
Philippa laughed. "He does indeed. Not often, for fear of losing his job, but I can coax him into allowing me a good ride from time to time."
"I should like to see you ride. When we are married, I will buy you a proper horse, and we will ride about the estate together. I might even challenge you to a race or two, and you shall have as many dashing habits as you please."
All at once there was a lump in her throat, so high and hard she couldn't swallow, could barely even breathe. He was promising a level of freedom she'd never been allowed. Did he know how much that meant to her? What a gift he was.
She ought to have known she would fall in love with him.
He grabbed a small corner of her heart the moment he'd said she had a hell of a limp, and said it without any sympathy at all, merely as a statement of fact. Other women might have preferred words of love and devotion. Philippa much preferred a man who treated her like an ordinary woman with no disability, and no man had ever done so, until Nate Beckwith. To him, it seemed her displaced hip was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She had always treated it that way. She knew her limitations, but otherwise went about day-to-day living just as everyone else did. As best she could, anyway, with well-meaning people constantly behaving as though she were an invalid and could do nothing for herself. When a man finally came along who refused to treat her with kid gloves, she was bound to fall in love with him, and of course she had done so. She was now thoroughly, irrevocably head over heels in love with him.
"And in the meantime," he said, "I see no reason why you shouldn't have the pleasure of driving now and then. Would you like to take the ribbons now?"
"You are a wicked man, sir, tempting me with all my favourite things." He held out the reins to her, and she took them. He kept a loose hold for a moment, until he saw that she knew how to manage the team, then allowed her full control. Philippa thought her face might crack from smiling. To have the power of such a fine team in her own hands was exhilarating, and more fun than she'd had in an age. Life with Captain Beckwith was going to be breathtaking. She would like to have given the horses their heads for a time, but the park had begun to fill up with the usual afternoon crowd. It was to be a dignified drive, this time. Several people passed by in carriages or on horseback and nodded in their direction. Some even stopped to exchange a few words. The whole time, Nate allowed her to keep the reins and showed no discomfort at being driven by a woman. When an officer in uniform rode up, introduced as Captain Baird, he joked about Nate relinquishing control to a female.
"I am in very capable hands, Baird," he said. "As you see, Miss Reynolds could have managed a supply wagon with ease." "I do not doubt it. We could have used you in Spain, ma'am. It was good to see you at the club last night, Beckwith. You have been too long absent."
After a few more pleasantries, he bowed to Philippa and rode on. She handed the reins back to him. "I have had too much fun for one day. You will spoil me, sir." He gave her a look that said he understood her true motive.
Silly woman, you can drive whenever you want. You need only ask.
I know. Thank you, Nate.
He gave her a mock bow. Your servant, ma'am.
I did not know you were part of a military club, she said. It must have been nice to be among your fellow officers once again, men who've been through the war with you.
He did not answer, but merely lifted one shoulder in a non-committal acknowledgement of the question. She watched him closely, but he kept his eyes straight ahead, his lips in a tight line.
You did not enjoy it at all, did you?
He shook his head. You know I dislike social situations, especially loud and boisterous ones.
It was more than that, she knew, but did not press him.
She sat quiet at his side on the carriage seat. After long silent moments, he said, I don't fit in. She looked at him, pleased that he had said anything at all, hoping he would say more. I can't abide all the backslapping, he said, the singing, the toasts, and the are we not magnificent heroes attitudes. No one wants to actually speak of the war, of the particulars of battle, I mean. They only want to speak of the glory of victory, not the costs. No one else. He clamped his lips together and shook his head, as though he had no more to say on the subject, perhaps even thinking he'd said too much. But Philippa did not want to let the moment pass. She wanted him to know he could confide in her.
No one else suffers as you do?
He turned sharply and glared at her beneath deeply furrowed brows. What do you know of my so-called suffering?
Very little, to be sure, but I know you struggle with demons of some kind. You told me so yourself, and since you spent most of your adult life soldiering, it is logical that your demons are war demons.
He nodded, but said nothing.
I do not know what you may have experienced, she continued, but it is clear to me that whatever it was affected you deeply, and you think because your fellow officers do not speak of it, that they were not similarly affected. You are wrong, though. You are not alone in your pain.
His frown deepened. How do you know? How can you possibly know?
Because anyone who lived through the carnage of a fierce battle and came out unmoved would not be human. He would be an unfeeling automaton, without heart or soul. I doubt you would describe your friends in that way.
No, of course not. They are all good, honourable men.
Then they too have been affected by the wars. They just hide it better, that's all, and are too proud to speak of it. Men can be foolish creatures at times.
He did not respond, and returned his gaze to the path ahead. His brow remained furrowed, but not so much in anger. Instead, he looked pensive. Philippa hoped he was considering her words.
Please do not think you are alone in this, Nate. We are all human and fraught with frailties. Some are permanent, like my bent hip. Others are temporary and ultimately overcome. You will overcome yours. One day you will wake up and realize those demons are gone. Then you can stop fighting them and live in peace again.
He turned toward her once more and said, I hope you are right, Philippa, though I fear any such peace will be a long time coming.
Then we shall wait for it together and rejoice together when it comes. He gazed at her intently, a slight frown on his face, then said,
If we were not on a public road in a crowded park, I would kiss you right now.
And I would let you.
He smiled. Later then.
Oh, she hoped so.
The next evening, Nate escorted Philippa and her mother to a musical evening at the home of his sister Eugenia Lady Thorpe. At his insistence, Jeanie had agreed not to patronize Philippa or her lameness, and she had been as good as her word. She'd been all that was kind and gracious, and Philippa had in turn charmed her. Within 5 minutes they seemed to be fast friends.
I like her, Nate,
Jeanie whispered when Philippa was engaged in conversation with her friend Lillian Faulkner.
One is tempted to condescend to her lameness, but she does not encourage it, does she? She is no shrinking violet, and she makes me laugh.
Me too.
Does she? Oh, I am so pleased to hear it. You have been too sombre for too long. I do hope this is a serious courtship, Nate. You really should marry her. She will do you a world of good, I think.
I intend to marry her, Nate said, but our mother insists that we endure an entire God-forsaken season before we may do so. Lady Reynolds is a slave to appearances and rules.
So are most of us, my dear.
but I am very pleased at your plans. You must allow me to hold a betrothal ball when you are ready to announce. Dern House is much too stuffy, as is our brother. Our ballroom is much more comfortable. Oh, but wait, perhaps a ball is inappropriate when the betrothed couple cannot lead the dancing. Should I arrange a large dinner party instead? That is dashed good of you to offer, Jeanie. Go ahead and plan a ball. Philippa and I met at a ball. It is fitting that we should celebrate our engagement at one. Talk to Lady Reynolds about it. She will want to help with the planning. When Philippa joined him again, and he told her of Jeanie's ball, she beamed with pleasure. How very kind of her. What a lovely family you have, Nate. You haven't met them all yet. Jeanie's the best of the lot. One or two of the others are downright harridans. Did I mention I have 7 sisters? Philippa chuckled. No, you did not. Worse, I am the youngest. A battalion of girls between Dern and me. Damnation, speak of the devil. Here comes Dern himself, looking very lordly and imposing. That's his wife Adelaide beside him. Buck up, my girl, you are about to be introduced. As his brother approached, people milling about waiting for the concert to begin stepped out of his path, as though he were the regent himself. Dern had that way about him, an air of importance that sat comfortably upon his shoulders. He'd been trained from boyhood to assume the earldom, and it showed. Nate sketched a bow. Dern, Adelaide, good to see you both. Allow me to present Miss Reynolds. Turning to Philippa, he added, This is my brother, Lord Dern, and his wife, Lady Dern. Philippa made a creditable curtsy. She must have been made to practice for years. One would hardly know she was lame. The fact that she favoured her right hip was barely noticeable. Lord Dern, Lady Dern, I am pleased to meet more members of Captain Beckwith's family. And we are delighted to meet you, Adelaide said, offering a warm smile. What a pretty dress. That shade of blue is the perfect complement to your lovely hair. She took Philippa's arm and steered her toward the music room. Come, you must tell us the name of your modiste. I am most envious of the set of your sleeves. And the two of them disappeared into the next room. Why do I get the feeling, Nate said, that Philippa has been ushered out for your benefit? Did you ask Adelaide to sweep her away? I would hardly call it a sweep, Dern said, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. That would require speed and grace, which your Miss Reynolds is sadly unable to accomplish. Careful, Frederick. You're a tick away from being out of line. I only meant to express regret that the poor girl's disability makes it difficult for her to move quickly. And your point? Dern shrugged. I simply mention it to remind you that many other unattached young ladies possess graces that Miss Reynolds will never be able to achieve. I trust you will give your attention to some of them. You told me to look about for a bride, Nate said. I looked and found Miss Reynolds. I intend to look no further. Dern's face grew red with rage. He disliked being defied, though in fact Nate had not defied him. He'd done precisely as asked. Have you deliberately set out to thwart me, Nathaniel? Quite the opposite, old boy. I am thwarting my own desires to address yours. I did not come to London willingly, did I? Ah, the musicians are tuning up. Let us find the ladies and hope that the soprano does not screech like Camp Trull. Dern mumbled something about coarse language that Nate chose to ignore as they entered the music room. He sought out Philippa's distinctive hair and found her seated with her mother and Adelaide. After introductions were made, Lady Reynolds, who was positively beaming, turned to Dern and said, My lord, I am beyond thrilled. Your Countess has done us the very great honour of inviting Philip and me to spend a few days at your villa in Richmond. Dern glowered at his wife. Has she indeed? Yes, Adelaide said. I thought it would provide an opportunity for us all to become better acquainted. It is not our primary residence, Lady Reynolds, which is of course the Earl's seat in Wiltshire. Nunbridge Park was built in the last century, when it was fashionable to have a country home within easy reach of town, so it is close enough that we will not lose too many days of the season. 3 or 4 days at most, I should think. We shall invite your sons, Sir William and Mr. Edgar Reynolds, as well as whichever of Dern's sisters is available. And Nathaniel, of course. It will be a cosy gathering, nothing formal. Please call on me tomorrow, and we shall discuss the schedule and guest list. Dern uttered an exasperated huff. It appears a fait accompli, my dear. You seem to have matters well in hand.
Naturally. Come and sit down, Dern. The music is about to begin. Nathaniel, you will wish to sit beside Miss Reynolds. He did so, and when the music started, Philippa leaned close and whispered, Lady Dern is very kind to invite us, don't you think? Mamma is in raptures.
Adelaide is an excellent hostess, as I recall. I confess that I welcome a respite from the cursed social whirl of London. It's a pretty little estate. You will like it, I think.
I know I will. She surreptitiously slipped her hand into his. He entwined his fingers with hers and smiled. Before the end of the evening, Nate had been dragged about by Eugenia, who wanted everyone to meet her brother, the war hero, a role he was loath to play. Philippa, too, was introduced around, and though everyone was polite, several were cruelly, if unintentionally, condescending. She said nothing, but he knew she felt their patronizing deference deeply. Nate managed to convince Lady Reynolds to allow him to escort Philippa home in his carriage, while she attended another rout party with Adelaide. Lady Reynolds seemed so pleased with his solicitousness, not to mention the chance to spend more time with a countess, that she agreed without even bringing up the issue of propriety. After Nate had settled Philippa on the carriage bench and climbed in beside her, he asked if she minded very much missing the rout party. Not at all. I find I am a bit tired.
I thought as much. I wanted to slap some of those old biddies who didn't seem to think you could put one foot in front of the other without their help. Some people never quite know how to treat you, do they?
A great many people either smother me with unnecessary concern or keep their distance, as though my lameness was somehow contagious.
Idiots.
Well-meaning ones, though.
A friend recently told me that you and I are very much alike in the way we keep distance between ourselves and the rest of the world. Yours is not always self-imposed, though, is it? Idiots and fools impose that distance. It is their loss. They never get to see the warm, beautiful woman behind the limp. But I do. If we marry, Philippa, I will try never to deliberately put up walls between us. You may have to deal with me in my worst moments, my bouts of melancholy, my lack of patience, my damnable temper, and wish that I had indeed built a wall to hide behind. The first time we met, both of us were hiding from the world. I suspect there will be times when we will still want to do that, but let's never hide from each other.
I will never hide from you, Captain. I have no wish to do so. I have never been more perfectly at ease with a gentleman.
After a few moments of comfortable silence, he said, I do not know how you bear it here, Philippa. Town life is unsettling to me.
How is it better in Oxfordshire?
It was not, in fact. It was simply quieter there, with fewer opportunities to run into people he had no wish to see, and to whom he was forced to be polite. All things considered, however, living outside the military world was no easier in the country than in town. He could find no joy in country life, no meaning, certainly no excitement, no life or death decisions, only decisions regarding which field to plough or how high to build a fence. He found the mundane nature of it stifling, even demoralizing. There is always something to keep me busy there, digging drainage ditches, building new fences, repairing tenant roofs. It is not important work by any means, but it keeps my mind and body occupied.
Why is it not important?
I am accustomed to soldiering, where every day can be a life-or-death struggle. I cannot find purpose in ordinary work.
You would rather be on the battlefield again?
Her big sherry-coloured eyes were filled with incredulity tinged with sadness.
Putting your life and the lives of your men at risk?
God help me, I would. There, he'd said it. He'd finally confessed aloud to her and himself, but he'd rather be back on a battlefield. And he was apparently about to confess more. I would love nothing more than to put my life on the line once again, to rush headlong into battle, knowing I might not make it out alive.
But why?
Her voice was tremulous, as though she were on the edge of tears.
Why would you want to risk your life like that?
To prove that I can. To prove that I still have the courage to do so.
But of course you have the courage. Did you not prove it over and over again in your career, risking your life for your men and your country? Heavens, Nate, even I know of the bravery of the 52nd Foot. Some say 52nd turned the course of the battle,
paving the path to final victory. And you led them, Nate, not only at Waterloo, but at countless battles in Spain and Portugal. I don't believe I have ever met anyone so courageous in all my life. There is surely no need to prove it, certainly not to me." She paused and looked directly into his eyes. "Please tell me you have no need to prove it to yourself." Oh, but he did. More than anything, he did. His inexplicable reaction to that final unprecedented French bombardment smacked of cowardice, and it had been tearing him apart inside. He shook his head, as though denying her statement without actually doing so in words. "It's hard to explain," he said, "to those who have not experienced war. It sounds silly, I suppose, but life feels flat without that rush, that surge of energy that fills your blood and propels you into battle. I can find nothing here in England that gives me that same thrill. Damn it, Philippa, am I insane, do you think?" "No," she smiled, and an expression of relief gathered in her eyes, as though she had in fact momentarily considered that he might indeed be mad. "No, you are not ready for Bedlam yet, Captain. I am sure it is simply a matter of learning to live a different kind of life. You need to find a new perspective, to find joy in things that do not threaten your existence. Learn to appreciate peacefulness." Peace. He shook his head. Peace was killing him. "I wish I could be like you, Philippa, content, happy. I truly do. Sometimes I feel as if I might fly apart at the seams. I wish I could forget the wars and get on with my life." "No, you should not forget. It is important to remember what happened, no matter how horrific. You will never forget the lives lost and ruined, but neither will you forget what you fought for and how those sacrifices made our country safe. Don't try to forget. Try instead to remember well and fight in other ways to make sure it never happens again."
"How did you get to be so wise?"
"I learned long ago that sometimes the best way to overcome pain is by staring it straight in the face."
You almost said that such things were easier said than done, dismissing that old adage about adversity building character, but realized how insulting that would be to her. She had certainly faced her own infirmities head-on, and he was quite sure she was a better person for it. She was not pitiful or pathetic or needy, quite the opposite, in fact. Could he learn from her example, or was he too damaged?
"Soldiers are not the only ones impacted by wars," she said. "May I take you somewhere tomorrow? I'd like to show you one of the ways I have found to give purpose to my life."
The Curricles' bonnet was up against the threat of more rain when Nate drove them to their destination the following afternoon.
"I know you are feeling somewhat lost without the life-and-death struggle of war."
Philippa waited for Nate to come around to her side of the curricle and help her down. After he did so, she said,
"But there are more ways to find one's life threatened than at the end of a bayonet or rifle. There are daily battles to stay alive right here in London. This is Marlow House."
"What is it? Looks like an old almshouse."
"It once was, I believe, but it has been greatly expanded and is now a facility for the widows of soldiers and their children."
Nate blinked owlishly. "Soldiers? Widows?"
"The soldier husband and father was the sole source of support for many families," Philippa said, as they walked toward the entrance. "When they lost him, they also lost his desperately needed income, no matter how meager it might have been. Some of the widows are able to find work, brutal, unskilled labor with long hours and little pay, but others are forced into the lowest levels of existence, thievery, prostitution, and worse. The children fall under the thumbs of petty criminals, pimps, or ruthless chimney sweeps. It's a life of wretchedness filled with despair, illness, hunger, and early death. Yet their husbands and fathers sacrificed their lives for us.
Many a time I wrote letters for soldiers to be enclosed with a portion of their pay and sent home to wives and mothers. I remember times when the pay was late, months late sometimes, and those men would be frantic with worry. We tried to send back pay to the families of those killed, but were not always successful in locating them. And even if we did, there was always another battle to distract us, so the widows of the dead were, I am ashamed to admit, sometimes forgotten."
"They were forgotten by everyone, including the government, but a group of wealthy widows determined to do something for their less fortunate sisters.
The Benevolent Widows Fund has raised enormous amounts to support war widows and orphans. They took over and expanded this old almshouse and made it into a sort of halfway house where the families can stay until they can find honest work and a safe place to live. Marlow House provides training for the women to provide them with skills to find decent employment and schools for the children. No one leaves Marlow House, mother or child, without being able to read and write. I have been a volunteer here for 2 years, when Mamma allows it. I help out in the schoolrooms. It has been the most rewarding thing I have ever done. Would you like to come inside and see what we do?
I would indeed.
They toured the schoolrooms and kitchens, the various workshops where women were trained in sewing and housekeeping and gardening and more. They observed a class in session where women were being taught basic arithmetic. Philippa could see that Nate was impressed. It made her proud to know she had a small role in keeping this humanitarian project alive. She hoped Nate would understand and be proud of her too. After the tour, as they were thanking the supervisor for her time, a woman shyly approached and bobbed a curtsy. "Begging your pardon, sir, but I heard as how you was called Captain Beckwith. That right?"
"Yes, I am Beckwith. I was once a captain, though I have sold my commission. Is there something I may do for you, ma'am?"
"Oh, sir, it's right pleased I am to make your acquaintance. Name's Daisy Garth. My Alfie spoke real well of you, sir, in his letters from Spain. Didn't write 'em himself, of course, but told whoever took down his words what to say. And he always had summat nice to say about his Captain Beckwith. Right proud he was to be under your command, sir, right proud."
Nate smiled at the woman. Alfie Garth, sandy hair, notch in his left ear, forever whistling through that big gap between his front teeth.
Daisy Garth grinned, showing a similar gap. "That's him, all right. Gah, you remember him? Out of all them soldiers, you remember my Alfie."
"Of course I do. Who could forget that smile? He was a good soldier, ma'am, worked hard and never complained. He fought bravely and well. I was proud to have him in my regiment. He fell at Ortez, wasn't it?"
"Yes, sir, so I were told. It mean a lot to me, sir, that you remember him and has such kind words for him. He'd have been right pleased."
"And I am pleased to have met you, Mrs. Garth. I am glad you were able to find such a fine place as Marlow House."
"I'd have been dead for sure without it, most like, and me little uns too. This place be a godsend for all us living here, and no mistake."
"Ortez was over 2 years ago. Have you been here all that time?"
"Gone, no. I didn't even know about this place till 6 months ago or thereabouts."
"Then where did you—"
He stopped as Philippa caught his eye and shook her head. It would not be wise for him to ask such questions of the women here. He would likely be appalled at the answers, and outraged. Daisy Garth shrugged and dropped her eyes. "I managed. Had to feed me babies, didn't I? But now I'm learning fancy needlework and how to make patterns for clothes and such. They tell me I might be able to get me a position in a fine house with a gentry family, helping out with linens and darning, and maybe even making new clothes for the children. Ain't that summink? Who'd have thunk it?" When they left Marlow House, Nate wondered aloud if he might be able to find her a position at Dern's estate, or maybe even his own. Philippa smiled. Sometimes it took the pain of others to make one forget one's own difficulties. This audiobook is continued on Disc 11. Chapter 4. The next day, Nate was invited to join a party of Lady Reynolds's friends at Vauxhall. He hadn't been to the famous pleasure gardens since he was a young pup, and had heard it was no longer as fashionable. He was, though, counting on all the dark walks still being there. He planned to lead Philippa down the darkest path he could find, and finally kiss her. He was going to kiss her senseless, by God. At every recent party or other social event he'd been dragged to, there had been no opportunity to sneak away and steal a kiss. Even that evening at Eugenia's musicale, when he'd escorted Philippa home in his carriage, or when they'd visited Marlow House, it had not seemed the right time. The conversation had been too serious, too uncomfortable. A kiss would have been awkward at best. He'd been wanting to kiss her for some time now. In fact, it was rather startling how much he looked forward to it. and to more than kisses. When they'd made their bargain, he'd assumed their eventual physical intimacy would be comfortable and pleasant, but not heated. He had believed it would be a true marriage of convenience with a solid core of friendship, but no passion, no fire, no rapture. He no longer believed that. His attraction to her had increased tenfold, and he was fairly certain she was not indifferent to him in that way. She was so sweet and innocent, though, having been kept in cotton wool like a china doll most of her life, and even though she clearly was not as fragile as everyone believed, Nate had no wish to frighten her with his own heated desire. It was time, though, to start getting her accustomed to his touch and his kisses. Vauxhall was the perfect venue for a first kiss. After a cold meal of chicken, cheeses, custards, and the obligatory paper-thin ham, several members of the party left their supper box in the grove to join in the dancing near the orchestra pavilion. Nate approached Lady Reynolds. "If you have no objections, Mom, I should like to take Philippa on a walk through the gardens." Philippa beamed. "Oh, I should enjoy it above all things, Mamma." "Do you really think you ought, my dear?" Lady Reynolds said. "You do not want to become overtired. You did a good bit of walking on Bond Street today." "That was shopping, Mamma. There was hardly any walking at all. In fact, the only exertion involved was the trying on of a dozen bonnets." She turned to Nate. "I purchased the most fetching chip-straw confection you ever saw. I plan to wear it to Lady Dern's house party." "I look forward to seeing it on you," Nate said. Lady Reynolds frowned. "But, Philippa, the gardens are vast here, and the paths are long. If you tire your hip, you'll be in bed for a day or more recovering." Nate had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Devil take it, but that woman was insufferably imperious. It never ceased to amaze him that Philippa had somehow managed to maintain not only a cheerful disposition, but a keen sense of humour while under her mother's domination. "I believe," Philippa said, "that there are many benches and small pavilions throughout the gardens. I promise you I will stop and rest if I get too tired." "And I promise to make her do so," Nate said. "She will come to no harm under my watch." "I sometimes wonder, Captain," Sir William Reynolds interjected in a voice dripping with scorn, "if you fully appreciate our Pip's limitations. She cannot be always dashing about like other girls." "I do indeed appreciate her limitations, sir," Nate replied with equal scorn, "but I also appreciate her strengths. I believe she can accomplish more than you give her credit for." "Really, sir," the baronet said, "you have only known her for a short time. We have watched over her for her entire life. You must trust that we know what is best for her. When we marry, it will become my responsibility to watch over her, as you put it, and you must trust me to do so. A short walk along the garden paths will do her no harm. I promise to bring her back in one piece." He did not wait for a response, but took Philippa by the elbow and led her out of the box. "That was masterfully done, Captain." Philippa could not stop smiling as they strolled along the wide public paths crowded with other groups and couples. She had heard tales of darker, more private paths deeper in the gardens, and hoped that was where they were headed. She was determined to be kissed tonight. "I sometimes wonder that they ever let you out of the house," Nate said. "God's teeth, Philippa, how do you bear it?" "I am used to it. It is the only life I've known, and all that overprotectiveness is based on love. They care for me." "So do I, but I hope I never smother you with so much concern. When we are married, I should like to better understand your physical condition. I do not wish to make assumptions regarding your stamina that may not be true." "You understand my condition very well, Captain. Do you know that I feel more steady on my pins with you than with almost anyone else? But I will certainly arrange for you to meet with my physician." Philippa felt steady with him because Nate always compensated for her limp by adjusting his weight and the angle of her arm in a way that made her feel that she was walking almost normally, with less of a lurch. It was almost a natural adjustment, but he seemed to do without conscious thought. Or perhaps it was a very conscious thing, a more subtle, less obvious solicitude. Longer walks did sometimes cause her hip to ache and her limp to become more pronounced, but Nate always seemed to be aware of the slightest sign of fatigue and stopped when he noticed it. Best of all, he showed no shame in being seen walking with a woman with so jerky a step. Her limp did not appear to embarrass him at all. Instead, he seemed pleased to have her on his arm, even as some curious glances followed them as they strolled down the grand walk. He was unmoved by the attention. Soon after many turns through the grid of pathways, the pretty lanterns hanging from trees had become more sparse, and the paths darker as a result. Philippa experienced an odd fluttering in her stomach and lower. She was almost certain she was going to be kissed for the first time in her life. Nate turned down a dark path to the left. There were no other people on this particular path as far as she could see, and no more lanterns. They were quite alone and in the dark. "Should I be worried, sir, that we seem to have lost our way in the darkness?" She sent him a smile that told him she was not in the least worried. He stopped and leaned back against a tree, tugging her close up against him. "I promised your family that I would bring you back uninjured. I did not, however, mention other sorts of dangers that may lurk in the darkness. A sudden explosion rent the air, and brilliant light filled the sky, and Philippa was thrown to the ground. Breathless and more than a little stunned, Philippa found herself crushed beneath Nate's formidable weight. At the sound of exploding fireworks directly overhead, he had moved instinctively to cover her, to shelter her with his own body. When he lifted his head and looked down at her, his eyes shone with the ferocity of a soldier on alert. At the next explosion, he shifted to cover her head with his shoulders. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his body trembled. He had not yet shaken off the sense of danger. His focus was elsewhere, someplace beyond her, beyond now. She had not been wrong in the assessment of his character that she had given her mother on that first day. He would indeed protect her at all costs, even when the threat to her was unrealized, and he most definitely had not yet shaken off the horrors of war. Ah, Nate. And now no doubt he would be embarrassed at his overreaction to the noise, at the uncharacteristic display of vulnerability. Philippa was almost overcome with tenderness for him. She wanted nothing more than to comfort Nate, to show him that she was pleased at how quick he was to protect her, and that there was no actual danger. "Nate," she spoke against his shoulder, "it's only fireworks, nothing more." She reached up and touched the back of his head, threading her fingers through the soft hair at his nape. "Nate? Nate?" The sound of his name seemed to bring him back to earth. He raised his head and shoulders and gazed down at her with a bewildered expression, followed almost instantly by a look of sheer horror. He quickly rolled off her. "Good God!" He rose to his knees beside her, and his assessing gaze swept up and down her body. "Are you all right? Have I hurt you? Is your hip injured?" She looked up at him, her eyes filled with concern. "I am fine. Perhaps a grass stain or two, but nothing more." "Damnation! What have I done?" He was mortified and more than a little frightened. He'd heard what his weakened brain had believed to be artillery fire, and had reacted without conscious thought. It did not occur to him that he was in the middle of London, a year after the French defeat. All he'd known was that there was someone he had to protect, someone precious. His soldier's reflexes had taken over, throwing his body into action. For the merest instant, at least he hoped to God it was only an instant, he was no longer at Vauxhall but was on another battlefield, reaching for the sword that should have been at his side but was not. He'd had similar episodes in the past, but had never before put a woman in danger, a lame woman. He'd pushed a defenseless lame woman to the ground, for God's sake, over a bloody fireworks display. He ought to be shot. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up to a sitting position. He'd never been more mortified in his life. "I am so sorry, Philippa. I didn't mean to hurt you." "I know, and you didn't. Truly, I am fine." "It was an unconscionable thing to do. Do you really have grass stains on your dress? Damn it all, your mother will kill me, and I will deserve it." Philippa examined her skirts. "I do not think there are any stains, just a few leaves." He helped her to brush them off. She gave a little squeak of alarm, and Nate thought he'd hurt her, but saw her eyes fixed on a rather large spider that crawled up her skirts. He flicked it off along with the leaves, and she uttered a sigh of relief. How odd that she seemed more afraid of a spider than the brute who'd just thrown her to the ground. "If we'd been seen," he said, "I could have been arrested for assault. Thank heaven we were not on a more public path."
She looked up and smiled. She actually smiled at him after he'd just knocked her down. "I've always heard the dark paths at Vauxhall can be quite dangerous." "I don't believe being knocked to the ground by a maniac is the sort of danger normally encountered here. God, Philippa, what must you think of me?" She reached out and placed her fingers against his cheek, in a gesture so tender it was enough to make a hardened man weep. "I think you are a good man, born to protect those around him. Your reaction was perfectly logical for a soldier accustomed to taking cover at the sound of gunfire. I ought to have warned you about the fireworks, but I assumed you knew. You are not to be faulted for trying to protect me. In fact, if we are to be married, I will depend upon it." "Ah, you cannot still want to marry me now that you have seen firsthand that I might not be entirely sane." "Of course you are sane, just a bit battle-worn, and yes, I do still want to marry you."
"But what if this happens again and I really do hurt you? I don't know if you should feel safe around me. You ought to be afraid."
"I'm not afraid of you, Nate. How could I be? You would never hurt me."
"Not deliberately."
"Not at all." He took her hand away from his face, turned it and kissed the palm.
"I do not deserve you, Philippa."
"No, you deserve much more." He pulled her to her feet, a bit awkwardly due to her bad hip, then leaned back against the tree he'd used earlier when he was about to kiss her. After making such a fool of himself, he had no right to kiss her now, but he still wanted it. He wanted her. He needed her. He gathered her close and put his lips to hers. Philippa's heart raced. It was all that she'd expected and more. His lips were surprisingly soft and supple, and constantly moving as he seemed to explore her mouth, first from one direction, then another. She had not expected that. She'd assumed a kiss was two mouths latching onto each other in a firm, possessive hold. This gentle exploration was more sensuous than she could ever have imagined. He reached around her waist, holding her close and steady so she would not sink bonelessly to the ground as she feared she might. Her fingers threaded through his beautiful golden hair, relishing the silky softness of it. He deepened the kiss, pulling her closer, moving one arm down over the curve of her bottom and below, finally lifting her slightly so she was pressed tightly against him, against the hardness that both shocked and excited her. His lips slid away from hers and trailed down her jaw and throat, finding sensitive spots she'd never known she had. Boldly she arched her neck to give him better access. Philippa breathed deeply as his mouth worked miracles, taking in the masculine scent of him. Hints of bay rum, leather, horse, linen starch, and something warm and musky and uniquely Nate. She would be able to close her eyes and know him anywhere. Finally, he pulled back slightly and looked down into her eyes.
"I am sorry, Philippa. After such an ignominious display, I ought not to have done that, but I have wanted to kiss you so badly for so long. After what happened, I couldn't stop myself."
"Please do not apologize, Nate. I wanted it too. I have never been kissed before, you know."
"No, I did not know." He ran the backs of his fingers along her cheek. "But now that the first kiss is over, all the next ones should be easier, less frightening."
"I was not frightened. I wanted you to kiss me, Nate, and I enjoyed it. In fact, if you would like to do it again, I would not object."
He grinned boyishly, and her heart turned over in her chest. "Let's see if the second kiss is better than the first."
And it was. So was the third and the fourth and the fifth.
Lord Derne's villa in Richmond was in fact a rather grand estate, at least to Philippa's eyes. Nate told her it was a Palladian villa in the Roman style, built by a former earl who'd been inspired by his grand tour in Italy. She could not imagine what the earl's country seat must be like if it was considered to be even more grand. Her own family was not without a degree of wealth, but she suspected it could not compare to the fortunes of an earl. She was glad to be marrying a younger son, which was much less intimidating. But then she remembered that Nate was the earl's heir. Philippa might one day be a countess, and this estate and others might be hers. It was a heady notion, but one she would not dwell on. As Nate had told her brother, The Earl was young and in good health. There would be no inheritance for many, many years, which was perfectly agreeable to Philippa. She was not ready to be a countess. The gathering was not quite as cosy as she'd expected. Besides her own family, Mamma, William and his wife, and her younger brother Edgar, there were several of Nate's sisters, Lady Thorpe, Lady Sutcliffe, Lady Hilliard, and their husbands. Other friends of the family had also been invited: Lord and Lady Marchton and their daughter, Lady Camilla, Lord and Lady Randolph and their daughter, Lady Serena, and, much to Philippa's delight, Lillian Faulkner and her parents had been invited. Lady Dern said she wanted Philippa to have at least one friend among the guests, and hoped she would enjoy the company of the other young ladies as well. She was, as Nate said, an excellent hostess. Despite her efforts to make the party perfect, Lady Dern could not control the weather. They had all hoped the sun would come out after so many weeks of chilly gloom and rain, but they were not to be so fortunate. The skies darkened and the heavens opened up during the first afternoon of the party. Lady Dern despaired of having to cancel picnics and riverside breakfasts, but Philippa did not mind. It was pleasant just to spend time with Nate, away from the bustle of town, in a setting more comfortable for him. Over the last few weeks, Philippa had seen his forbidding demeanour begin to soften ever so slightly. He still, she knew, disliked taunt events, with their endless insipid conversations and false flattery and forced gaiety, for he commented on it privately to her often enough, and would say as much bluntly to anyone who happened to ask him. But he was also somewhat less stiff and uncomfortable than he'd been when she first met him. Nate would probably never enjoy being out in society, which he found frivolous and artificial, but he was apparently becoming more accustomed to it, as long as she was at his side. He seemed to treat her like an anchor, never wanting to be too far from her. Others no doubt thought he was overly protective of her because of her lameness, but Philippa knew he wanted her nearby for his own sake, not hers. "You ground me," he'd said to her after a particularly tedious party. "Without you by my side, or at least nearby, I would lose my temper 1,000 times at one of these cursed events." She did not understand how she provided him with that security, or why he needed it, but she was glad she was able to help him make his way back into the world. In spite of the incessant gloom, she and Nate took long walks along the river and through the estate gardens. Philippa's family fussed and complained that he was overtiring her, or that the damp air would cause her hip to ache. Even Lady Dern and Lady Sutcliffe joined in the general concern for her health. It was only Lady Thorpe who seemed to understand, as Nate did, that she did not need or want to be so cosseted. On the third day in Richmond, when it appeared there would be only more gloom but no rain, Nate invited Philippa to go for a walk along the riverside. As usual, her mother objected. "I am sorry, Captain, but I cannot agree to it. You are forcing our Philippa into too much exercise and exertion. You forget, I think, that she is lame." Dear God, but Philippa was tired of this same conversation every time Nate wanted to do anything outdoors with her. He repeated his usual assurances, but Mamma was relentless in her objection. It might rain, she might slip and fall, she might catch a chill, the damp might cause her hip to seize up, she might overtire herself and be forced to take to her bed. Philippa could not take it any more. "Really, Mamma, I am not an invalid." The anger in her voice surprised her, but she had been pushed too far. "I know what I can and cannot do. So does the Captain. He does not overtire me. In fact, I have never enjoyed myself so much as I have this season since meeting him. Please do not ruin it for me." It was unlike her to speak up like this, to question her mother's solicitude, but she felt she had to take a stand. "I am sorry, Mamma, but you must trust me not only to know my limitations, but also to know what I can do. I am not stupid. I have no wish to cause myself harm. If any of those things you worry about does happen to me, it will be my fault and I will suffer the consequences. But the risk is worth it, Mamma. Please let me decide." Her mother was apparently struck dumb. She stared at Philippa as if she did not recognize her. Finally, with a parting glower at Nate, she said, "Do as you wish, then." And so they set out along the river. "Well done," Nate said. But Philippa was secretly ashamed. Her mother loved her and only wanted to protect her. No, it was not well done. I should not have lashed out at her like that, especially in front of Lady Dern and the other guests. I will apologize to her when we return."
"You are kind-hearted, Philippa, but do not be sorry for standing up for yourself. When we are married, I will expect you to stand up to me. I will probably try to dominate you, because I am so accustomed to command. But you must never fear to put me in my place. If I ever become overbearing, I expect you to tell me so."
Philippa offered a smart salute. "Yes, sir, Captain, sir." During the course of their river walk, they came across a fallen tree that provided a comfortable bench, and they sat and watched the river traffic. Conversation turned to the various party guests, and Nate expressed pleasure that she had her friend Lillian at hand.
"She does not patronize you like everyone else does," he said. "That is no doubt why she is your close friend."
"That's exactly right. We've been friends since we were schoolgirls. I can be open and frank with her. She knows how I feel about having my lameness be the center of attention. She knows that I am more than a girl with a limp, as you do."
"You are much more than that," he said. "You are a beautiful woman, Philippa. A beautiful, desirable woman."
He took her in his arms and kissed her. It was not like the other kisses, gentle and exploring. This time it was urgent and ruthless and heated. He coaxed her lips open and set up a dance with her tongue that sent her mind reeling with shock. It was a ravishment of her mouth, inside and out. Dear heaven, she'd never imagined a kiss could be like this. She gave herself up to his mastery, submitting to this new intimacy, allowing him to plunder her depths as she sank into a sea of sensation. After long moments, he rested his forehead against hers.
"God, Philippa, you do not know what you do to me. I had no idea I was entering into a bargain with a firebrand when we met behind that absurd orange tree."
"I hope you are not disappointed, sir." He smiled and nipped her ear.
"Silly girl, I could not be more pleased with you. And to think I found you after only 30 minutes into my first ball. I must have been born under a lucky star after all."
And he kissed her again. "He is certainly an attractive man." Philippa pulled her gaze away from Nate. Heavens, she really must try to stop staring so obviously, and turned to Lillian, who sat beside her on the terrace while they watched the gentlemen play a game of cricket on the lawn. She could not watch him now without recalling his lips and his hands, and how he made her feel. Unable to suppress a delighted grin, she said, "He is gorgeous, isn't he?" And he was hers. This golden god with the silvery eyes had pledged himself to her. He displayed strength and grace on the makeshift playing field, put together at a moment's notice when the sun deigned to peek through the clouds for a moment. Watching all that masculine vigor and health made Philippa wonder if it was fair that he should be saddled with a small woman with a bent hip. He really ought to have someone as strong and healthy as he was. These tiny doubts had begun to niggle at her conscience during the stay in Richmond. There were so many pretty young women here to remind her of how unworthy she was to have a man like Nate. But then there were his kisses, which had become like a potent drug to her. A man would not kiss a girl like that if he felt her unworthy, would he?
"Yes, he is handsome," Lillian said, "but is he not a bit too aloof, even stern? Mamma says he has been in seclusion in the country this past year, and there are rumors that he might have suffered some sort of injury at Waterloo."
"No need to worry, Lillian. He was not injured. His regiment was important to the final victory, but suffered few casualties. All his parts are intact, I assure you." At least she assumed they were. She had no reason to believe otherwise.
"But there are other sorts of injuries," Lillian said. "I understand that head injuries, for example, can cause more than physical harm."
"You think he might have been struck on the head and lost his senses?"
When Lillian blushed, Philippa felt a surge of anger. Is this what people thought of him, that he was no longer completely sane? And I suppose being seen to court a cripple further encourages the idea that he is not quite right in the head.
"Oh no, Philippa, I did not mean— Dear God, Lillian, I hope you will put any such notion right out of your mind. It's rubbish, I tell you. He is as sane as you or I. Captain Reynolds fought in one of the worst battles ever, and many more before that one. Can you even begin to imagine what he saw and did?
having to kill or be killed, watching his men blown to bits and friends fall under enemy fire. Did you ever hear they ran out of carts to carry away the dead? That bodies lay on the field for days before they could all be recovered? How would you feel if you'd had to live through that? None of us would be quite the same, would we? I hadn't thought of that. It's just that most other soldiers strut about like cocks of the walk, inviting glory and adulation. To be honest, Lillian, I suspect all of them are changed from the war deep inside themselves. They would have to be, wouldn't they? Most of them cover it up well, at least in public. I think Captain Reynolds finds it more difficult than others to ignore the change in himself. Or perhaps he saw worse carnage than most. I don't know. But just because he is more obviously changed than other soldiers does not mean he is insane. You must not judge him for having strong feelings. Lillian placed her hand over Philippa's. Oh, my dear friend, you are in love with him, aren't you? Philippa felt her cheeks flame and looked away. I am very fond of him, Lillian, and I admire him a great deal. Best of all, he never treats me as an invalid. Ah, Lillian smiled. Then of course you are in love with him. Philippa squeezed her friend's hand. I think, Lillian, that meeting Captain Reynolds quite by chance behind a potted orange tree may be the best thing that has ever happened to me. Lillian gave her a fond smile, tinged with the merest hint of trepidation. I hope you are proved right, my dear, and I swear if he makes you unhappy, soldier or no soldier, he will have me to deal with. Chapter 5. Damn, your mother was right. Nate looked at the dark clouds gathering overhead. When he'd announced he was taking Philippa for another walk, because it was the only way they seemed to be able to spend time alone together, Lady Reynolds had muttered something about rain, but she had stopped fighting him. He suspected she would be happy if Philippa caught a chill or was injured, simply so she could say, I told you so. But she had been right this time. It was most definitely going to rain, and very soon. We'll be drenched when we return, he said, and your mother will gloat. She probably will. Oh dear, I felt a few drops already. We'd better hurry. Nate took her firmly by the arm. He didn't mind if they got wet, but the last thing he wanted was for Philippa to lose her balance on the wet path. It is times like this, she said in an amused voice, that I wish I could run. Is there perhaps a large tree we could take shelter under? There is something better than that. We could reach the folly on the east garden if we hurry. I know a shortcut. Let's go. She set a faster pace than he would have liked, but he kept her as steady as possible. Damn, she was amazing. No, she was not graceful, but she certainly had more strength and energy than many believed. Such a woman should never be coddled like an invalid. The next turn in the path brought the domed and pillared folly into view. It was a circular Palladian building known as the Temple of the Muses. Corinthian columns supported a quadrooned roof from which the dome rose in bronze splendor. On the outer wall of the structure was a series of 9 niches, each filled with a life-sized statue of one of the muses. Nate guided Philippa up the short stairway into the entrance, set between the niches of Melpomene and Polyhymnia. Once inside, they shook out their coats and hats and laughed at the folly that had brought them to a folly. Oh, it is lovely, Philippa said as she looked around the circular room. The walls and floors were set in patterns of varied colours of marble. Cushioned benches lined the walls, and glass roundels were set above them to bring in light when there was sunshine. There was none today. This little folly has often been used for small parties, Nate said. Our mother used to set out tables around the central pit and have dinner served in here. Philippa pointed to the circular pit in the centre of the room, lined with darkened brick. This is a fire pit? Yes, and see, he pointed upward, there is a chimney opening in the centre of the dome. My grandfather, the old earl, thought the place was too cold and had the pit built. There is a storage closet over here. Let me see if the gardeners still keep dry wood inside. Ah, well done. A good supply. Shall I build us a fire to keep warm? Yes, thank you. Whoever thought we would need a fire in June? Nate built up a roaring good fire, and they warmed their hands on it. He found some of his mother's collapsible chairs in another closet and set them near the fire.
He shrugged out of his jacket and draped it over a chair.
"Give me your pelisse, Philippa. I'll hang it here to dry."
He helped her out of the coat and hung it beside his own. When he turned back toward her, he saw that the thin white muslin of her dress was damp from the rain and clinging to her every curve. His groin sprang to life at the sight. Philippa was small in stature, and her frame, though more slender than plump, was nicely rounded, in all the right places. How on earth was he to resist her? And was there any reason why he should? They were to be married, after all.
"Your dress is wet," he said. "Should we take it off and let it dry before the fire?"
She looked down at her dress and must have realized what was revealed, because her face and neck flushed pink. "You want me to take it off?" Her voice trembled.
"Only if you want to."
"I think I do, but I'm a bit frightened. I know what will happen."
"Do you?"
"I think so. Not from any first-hand experience, of course." Nate smiled at her attempt to cover her anxiety with humor.
"Philippa, my dear girl, nothing will ever happen between us that you do not want. I promise you. Will you let me kiss you?"
She opened her arms and he stepped into them. He did not kiss her right away, but just held her close, his chin resting atop her head. Philippa's nose pressed against his waistcoat, and she breathed in the familiar scent of him. His arms banished the chill, and she thought she could have stayed here, with him holding her like this, forever. After a moment, he lifted her chin with a finger and touched his lips to hers. He kissed her sweetly and tenderly, and she almost wept with love for him. He had implied there could be more between them if she wanted, but he was gentle with her, not pressing for anything she wasn't willing to give. But she was willing, God help her, she was. She loved him and wanted to be as close to him as possible. Although it shocked her to realize it, she was ready for him to do anything and everything to her. But he would not, unless and until she let him know that she wanted it. She wrapped her arms more tightly around his neck and teased his lips with her tongue, seeking entrance. He obliged her, and the kiss deepened and quickly became lush and heated. When he pulled away, panting, she tried to pull him back, but he stepped away to strip off his waistcoat and neckcloth. She could see the golden brown skin of his throat through the open neck of his shirt, and she wanted to kiss him there, to taste his skin. Where had such an idea come from? She giggled softly to imagine how brazen she'd become. In the next moment, he pulled off his shirt, and she was spellbound at the sight. He was beautiful. Broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, well-muscled, with skin bronzed from the sun and a light dusting of golden hair on his chest. Dear Lord, he was perfect, and she was not. How could she bear herself to this perfect man? He stepped close to her and turned her around so she was facing away from him. He fingered the tapes at the back of her bodice and said, "Shall I?" And all at once, a great sob escaped from her. She covered her mouth with her hand and walked away from him. Oh God, she hadn't meant to cry. How mortifying. She blinked furiously, trying to stop the tears, but a few managed to run down her cheeks. She was ruining everything. Nate came up behind her and touched her shoulder.
"What is it, my dear? Did I frighten you?"
No, of course not. It is just...
"Just what, sweetheart?"
"I am bent, you know, crooked, my hip..." He turned her around and took her in his arms.
"I've lost count of the number of scars I have," he said. "Saber wounds, gunshots, got in the way of a French bayonet at Busaku. That one almost killed me. A supply wagon mule once bit me in the leg." He felt her chuckle and knew the storm had passed. "I'm not perfect either, Philippa, but I'm ready to give myself to you completely, scars and all, if you will have me."
She looked up at him, her eyes still bright. "You know I will." He kissed her again, and the heat flared between them almost instantly. She wanted this, he knew, but she was an innocent and insecure about her body. He would try to take it slow, but at the moment he was on fire for her, crooked hip and all. Once she was almost limp in his arms, he set her gently aside and pulled several of the bench cushions onto the floor beside the fire. He looked at her and raised an eyebrow in question. She bit her lip and nodded. He helped her out of her dress, and she stood before him in her chemise and stays, looking diminutive and lovely and very innocent. He unlaced her stays from behind, and as the corset fell to the floor, he caught her breasts in his hands. They were soft and round and perfect. He teased them with his fingers while he kissed her neck and shoulders, and her soft moans of pleasure were almost his undoing. He turned her in his arms and kissed her deeply, while his hands slipped the straps of her chemise over her shoulders and down her arms. She gave a little cry of alarm when it slid to the floor. She was naked now, except for her stockings and garters. Nate stepped back so he could gaze at her, but she instinctively covered herself. He took her hands and held them out. "Don't hide from me, Philippa. You are very beautiful." And she was. Yes, her pelvis was tilted, and one thigh was more muscled than the other, but her curves were quite luscious, her breasts high and round with dark nipples, and her skin was snowy white and flawless. The triangle of hair covering her sex was dark red and thick. She was perfectly, deliciously lovely. "I think we will leave your stockings on," he said, thinking how erotic she looked wearing nothing else. "But there is one thing more I want to see. Can we let your hair down?" Thankfully, she did not wear a complicated arrangement today. It was the matter of removing a few pins and uncoiling a long plait, and the beautiful red tresses fell almost to her waist. He lifted them in his hands, wrapped them around his arms, and buried his nose in their depths. It was too much. He could wait no longer. In a matter of seconds, he'd stripped off his boots and pantaloons and small clothes. Her eyes widened, and he allowed her to study him, to accustom herself to his nakedness and his erection. "I am all yours, Miss Reynolds." "And I am yours, sir, all yours." Nate lifted her into his arms and laid her gently on the cushions. He stretched out beside her and began to slowly stroke her breasts while he kissed her neck and shoulders. Soon his mouth had replaced a hand, and he teased her cold, puckered nipple with the warmth of his tongue. Philippa had never felt anything like it. Her whole body trembled and tingled, from her toenails to the roots of her hair. Her breath caught, her head fell back, her body arched. She was almost delirious with pleasure. When one hand snaked down her belly, she moaned. When his fingers found her most secret private place, she gave an involuntary jerk of astonishment. She knew in that instant that she had been waiting all her life for such sweet astonishment, and from a man who was not only beautiful, but gentle and patient with her innocence. She was ready, though, to give up her innocence. She leaned into him to see what other delicious surprises he had in store. He did not disappoint. His hands and mouth stirred up almost unbearable sparks of sensation, no quarter given. He gave attention to every part of her body. Her hair, which he seemed to adore, her neck, her shoulders, her breasts. His hand skimmed her thighs and hips and belly in ways that made her forget that she was not perfect. He made her feel perfect. And she touched him, too, shyly at first, but more boldly as he encouraged her to explore. Finally, he lay over her and nudged her knees apart. "Are you afraid?" he asked. "No." Anxious, excited, but not afraid. She would never be afraid with Nate. "It will probably hurt this first time. I will try to be gentle." He took her mouth first in another lush, languorous kiss, in which his tongue moved in and out in a way that sent heat rushing through her veins. All the while, he gently urged her knees apart, and she felt his erection hot and hard against her. When his fingers reached down again to her sex and began to circle a tiny bud of pleasure, her body arched off the floor and she cried out in surprise. This touch, this new touch, stimulated her in a way she could not have imagined. Tension built and swelled until she was mindless with pleasure and practically thrashing against his hand. And finally, the tension uncoiled and reached a peak of explosive sensation she had not known to expect. "Oh, Nate!" Her breath came in pants so she could barely speak. "I had no idea." "There's more to come, darling." He kissed her again, and before the kiss ended, he had entered her and made her his own. There was a brief instant of pain, the sense of stretching, A still moment while he allowed her to adjust to him, but as soon as he began to move in her, it was all pleasure and more new sensations, and a profound intimacy she had never imagined. As his rhythm increased, she felt waves of hot sensation overtake her again, and soon another explosion had her arching and bucking against his thrusts, and crying out his name. He uttered his own cry soon afterward as he reached his own peak of pleasure. They lay entwined and panting for several long, languorous minutes. Finally, he moved to his side and pulled her up against him. The feeling of his firm chest against her soft breast was still a fresh miracle. She would be happy if they never moved again, if they lay here together for all eternity.
"Are you all right?" he asked.
"More than all right. I am dazzled."
"And your hip?"
"It's fine. You made me forget all about it." He ran his fingers along the edge of her hip, then over her breast.
"I will be happy to make you forget as often as you like, Mom, and on a proper bed, without the wind sweeping down on us."
"The wind? Oh, Nate, it has stopped raining. We must go. I want to stay, but we must go." Nate sighed and sat up.
"I know. Soon."
He kissed her again, slowly and deeply. She was delicious, his Philippa, and he was mad for her. He wanted her again, and was pleasantly startled to realize that he was ready. But it was her first time, and she would be sore, perhaps, and Lady Reynolds would soon be sending out a search party.
"I suppose now I have to figure out how to get you put back together so we don't look as though you've been tumbled in a folly."
Before he could stand, she stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Thank you, Nate. I never thought I could have this. Not that I actually knew what it was, but I never dreamed I would know this kind of pleasure."
"Neither did I, Philippa. Who would have thought that two misfits given to hiding behind trees could find so much pleasure together?
It was fate,
and the sweetest bargain ever struck."
He stood alone on the terrace after dinner the next evening, enjoying a cheroot and musing on the changes in his life. Everything about his life was changing. Everything he'd hated about himself and what he'd become since Waterloo was changing, slowly but irrevocably. It had all started when he'd first met Philippa while hiding in that damned ballroom. From the moment she'd spoken to him, nothing had been the same, or ever would be. Nate had allowed himself to wallow in self-loathing and doubt for a year. Now he wanted more from life. Philippa made him want more. She'd found the empty place in his heart, the one he kept carefully hidden, the one filled with disappointments and fears and impossible dreams. She'd swept all that clean and taken up residence with her hope and cheer and fierce courage, her endless possibilities. He did not know if he could ever again be the man he once was, but he could certainly improve on the morose creature he'd become since Waterloo. With Philippa by his side, he believed he might ultimately be able to grow beyond the after-effects of battle and become a new, stronger person he could be proud of. When they'd made their bargain, he had thought she was a safe choice, not insipid or giggly, not clingy or possessive or needy, not dramatic or complicated, and despite a physical flaw, she did not wallow in self-pity, a perfectly ordinary woman with whom he could share a comfortable life, a safe choice. Instead, he'd fallen alarmingly in love with her, and that changed everything. He found himself smiling at that heady realization when he heard the terrace doors open. His brother came to stand beside him.
"Wretched weather," Dern said as he looked over the gardens below. "Dashed cool for this time of year. Haven't had a full day of sunshine for months. Heard some crops are already suffering. It's an odd thing, isn't it? Very odd. Almost as odd as this damned foolish courtship of yours. There's nothing at all odd about it. Philippa is a perfectly fine young woman, and I am lucky to have her." "Balderdash," Dern said, his lips curling into a sneer. "I know about the ramshackle way this courtship came about. Eugenia told me. Damn her, she was not supposed to, and I must say it is a very odd business indeed. What the devil were you thinking, Nate? Oh, I know you hated the idea of diving into the season and the marriage mart, but I thought you understood why it was necessary." "Of course I understood. You told me often enough. I can only assume that you did not, in fact, understand. I must say I am not entirely surprised, but you cooked up a convenient bargain with a perfect stranger in order to avoid the marriage mart. But she is a cripple, Nate. How could you have been so stupid? Did you not know she was a cripple? Did she somehow hide it from you until an agreement was made, and then you felt obliged to go along with it? God's teeth, Frederick, you can be such an ass. Of course I knew about her lameness. It doesn't matter to me. What the hell does it matter to you? Are you ashamed to think of a woman with a limp one day being the Countess of Dern? If that is all that worries you, then I don't see the problem. If she becomes the Countess, it means that you, dear brother, will have passed on to your heavenly reward. So I don't see that it should make any difference to you whether or not the new Lady Dern walks with a limp. You won't be around to be offended by it. Now who is being an ass? You know very well it is more than that. I do not know. Perhaps you had better explain it to me. I am only an ignorant soldier without any social skills or ready repartee. There must be something in your meaning that is too subtle for the likes of me. Don't be patronizing. You know precisely what I mean. My request was that you marry and set up your nursery. It is all about an heir, as you well know. And I still see no problem. By God, you really are thick, aren't you? Or do you deliberately misunderstand? We need an heir. You need a wife who can give us one. Miss Reynolds is a cripple. Her mother says she has been disabled since birth with a displaced hip. Her pelvis is bent. Do you really think a woman in her condition could bear a child? I have no idea. Nate had not even given it a thought. Dern might be right for all he knew, but he didn't care, and the fact that his brother would even broach the subject made him seethe. Anger roiled in his belly so that he could hardly breathe. No, and that is the point, isn't it? Dern said. We don't know, but the possibility that she cannot conceive or deliver a child must be considered. It is best, Nate, for you to turn your attentions elsewhere. There has been no formal betrothal, as I understand. Sever the connection now, before it is too late. You must find another more suitable bride. That is why the other young ladies were invited here. I thought one of them might pique your interest. Either Lady Camilla or Lady Serena would be a far better choice than a cripple.
Philippa pressed her hand to her mouth and turned away from the terrace doors before they could see her. Her heart plummeted to her toes. All the joy she had been feeling today drained out of her. She stood with her back against the wall adjacent to the doors, empty and bereft. She moved slowly away, skirting the large drawing room where most of the other guests were gathered. As she made her way up the stairs to her bedchamber, Lillian was coming down. She stopped, and her eyes widened with anxiety. "What is it, Philippa? Are you unwell? May I help you to your room?" "No, I am fine, Lillian. A bit tired, that is all. Will you do me a favour, though? Will you find Sophie and send her to me?" "Yes, of course. Shall I ask her to bring something? Tea or a posset?" "No, thank you. I just want to go to bed early and would like her help." "All right. I'll have her sent right up. You are sure nothing is wrong?" "Quite sure, thank you. Good night, my friend." When Philippa reached her bedchamber, she sat on the bed and tried to bring her racing thoughts in order. What Lord Dern said might be true. She did not know if she could conceive. No woman knew that for sure. But her bent pelvis might indeed be an impediment to conception or delivery, and she had been wrong not to consider it. When she first met Nate, he said he had to marry and sire an heir because Lady Dern was no longer able to have children. It was the one and only reason he had set out to find a bride. Her own ability to have children ought to have been a foremost concern. She ought to have denied his offer on those grounds alone, but she hadn't thought to do so. She hadn't thought. She'd been captivated by a handsome soldier who treated her as she'd always wished to be treated. Nothing else had mattered. How utterly selfish. Lord Dern was right. It was not too late to back out of their bargain. Nate was too honourable to do the right thing. It was up to Philippa to make this right. The bedchamber door opened and her maid Sophie stepped in. She bobbed a curtsy and said, "Can I help you get ready for bed, miss?" "Not just yet, Sophie. First I'd like to get my things together so that we can leave in the morning." "Tomorrow? But the party is to last another 2 days." "I know, but I find I must leave early. Will you help me to pack?" Nate stood over his brother, who was sprawled on the hard terrace floor with blood streaming from a nostril. "If you say one more word against Philippa, I will plant you another facer, and another until you are a bleeding pulp. Good God, man!" Dern rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, apparently stunned to find blood on it. "I think you have broken it. Have you gone mad?" "No, I am sane enough to know that you have insulted the woman I intend to marry, and I will not have it. Do you hear me? You will not speak of her like that ever again, if you value your life. I learned how to fight in the army, not only with swords and guns, but with my fists, and I have 10 years on you, old man, so there is no hope you could best me. But if you persist in this nonsense about Philippa and an heir, I will fight you." "Egad, Nate, be reasonable. It's important that we have an heir. You know that." "We have an heir. Let odious cousin Leonard have the damned title. I no longer care." Dern awkwardly got to his feet, still a bit unsteady. "You do not mean it. The girl has bewitched you somehow." "She has done more than that. She has given me reason to live for the first time in a very long time. I will marry her, Frederick. You cannot stop me. If we are able to have children, fine. If not, I really don't care." Dern glared at him, rubbing his nose. "My God, you are in love with her." Nate smiled. "Yes, I am, much to my surprise. I thought I had no love in me, but she proved me wrong. Humph. I guess there is nothing more to be said." "Nothing at all." And Nate walked through the terrace doors to find Philippa. "Shall I put the blue sarcenet carriage dress out for tomorrow?" "Yes, thank you, Sophie. And don't forget—" "May I come in?" The familiar voice sent a flush of anxiety to Philippa's cheeks. She was not ready to see him yet, but this meeting would have to happen sooner or later. "Of course, Captain. Come in." He stepped inside, looked around at the clothes strewn about and the open bandboxes, and scowled. Looking to Sophie, he said, "Would you excuse us, please?" The young maid looked to Philippa for direction, and upon receiving her nod, left the room, leaving the door conspicuously ajar. Nate reached behind him and shut it. "I understand you are leaving," he said, his grey eyes hard and flat as flint. Philippa nodded, unable to form the right words yet. "Were you going to say anything to me first?" he asked, "or did you plan to sneak away and leave me wondering what the hell happened?" "I was going to speak with you after we were finished packing." She could not control the trembling in her voice. "Speak to me now. Why are you leaving, Philippa? I thought after yesterday that things were settled between us." "No, we are not yet formally betrothed, and I think it best that we not be." The words felt like shards in her throat. Nate's eyes darkened with anger. "The devil, you say? Have you forgotten how you melted in my arms during that rainstorm?" "No." She would never forget it. "Well, if that doesn't matter to you," his sharp tone sliced through the air like a blade, "you might consider that you could be carrying my child." "But I might not," she said, pleading with her eyes for him to understand. "And that is the point. You need someone who can give you an heir, and I do not know if I can." Nate let out a string of curses that made her ears burn. "Has my brother said something to you? Is that what this is all about?" "I overheard what he said to you, and he is right. What if I cannot conceive? Or if I can, what if my body will not allow me to deliver a child? My pelvis is crooked after all." "To hell with your damnable crooked pelvis. I don't care if you are able to give me a child or not. I want you regardless. You, Philippa." "But wasn't that the point of this marriage of convenience we set out to do? To produce an heir to the earldom that Lady Dern was not able to do?" "Yes, damn it. That was the point, initially, but it no longer matters to me." "Why? You still need an heir." "I have one. Our cousin Leonard will inherit the earldom after me, and he is welcome to it." "I thought you both hated him." "We do. He is a nitwit of the first order, and an embarrassment to the family. Yes, I hate him, but I love you more." What? Had she heard right? Oh God, she hoped so. Her heart swelled in her chest. He came and took her in his arms. "I love you, Philippa. You have brought joy back into my life. You have helped me to cope with what happened at Waterloo, to learn to accept that I was affected, but not to let it rule my life. My nightmares are less frequent, and will likely disappear eventually. I still jump at loud noises, but that will get better too, I suspect. And it's all because of you, Philippa. I need you. I love you. I want to marry you whether or not you can provide an heir.
My brother can go to hell, and so I told him, after I bloodied his nose.
You hit him?
Of course I did. He insulted the woman I love. Will you still have me, Philippa, bad bargain that I am? Will you marry me?
You are an excellent bargain, Captain, the best I ever made. I shall be honored to marry you. I love you.
Then let us be properly betrothed, and dance at our engagement ball.
Dance? Me? You must be in love, you foolish man, if you think I can do that.
You can do anything you set your mind to, my love.
At the moment, I have a mind to kiss you.
Then do it, girl.
She reached up and pulled his head down to hers and kissed him with all the passion and desire and joy of a woman in love. An invitation to the Reynolds-Beckwith betrothal ball was one of the most coveted of the season. Half the ton was in attendance, still fascinated by one of the season's oddest matches. Lady Thorpe had done a splendid job decorating the ballroom. At the future bridegroom's request, there was a full-sized orange tree in a Versailles box, placed in each corner, and their sweet fragrance filled the air. The trees seemed to have some special meaning to the betrothed couple, as they laughed each time they happened to glance at one of them. Miss Reynolds looked lovely in a gown of pink tissue gauze over white satin, while the groom looked handsome in a blue velvet tailcoat and frilled shirt. Most startling of all was the uncharacteristic broad smile the groom wore, so unlike his usual dour demeanour. Those scandal-mongers among the guests were forced to admit that there would not, after all, be a sad scene where the couple parted ways. They had been wrong about this curious pair. The happiness in their faces could not be denied. The happy couple left the receiving line before the first dance began. Nate pulled Philippa behind one of the orange trees, where a small bench had been hidden just for them.
"I have a betrothal present for you," he said. "However, I am afraid it did not seem quite the thing to bring her into the ballroom tonight."
Her?
"A pretty little chestnut mare. She is a beauty, my love, almost the same colour as your hair, and she is spirited enough to give you a good ride without tossing you arse over ears."
"Oh, Nate, how wonderful! My own horse! What is her name?"
"She is called the Liar, and you will look splendid on her in one of your jaunty habits. We shall ride like the wind together, side by side, and you shall have that lovely pink glow you get whenever you exert yourself."
His heated gaze hinted at other exertions. She felt her cheeks warm, and his smile widened.
"Shall we try her out with a ride in the park tomorrow morning?" he asked.
"I think not. My mornings have become a bit difficult this past week or so."
Nate grabbed her arm. "Why is that?" Anxiety gathered in his eyes. "Are you ill? Have I pushed you too far?"
Philippa shook her head and smiled. "I did not want to say anything until I was more certain, but I think, Captain, that we have proven your brother wrong."
He looked confused, and then his eyes grew large as her meaning apparently became clear to him. "Philippa, my love, are you saying what I think you are saying?"
"We have made a child, Nate. The mad soldier and the lame lady have made a child together. Is it not wonderful?"
He gathered her in his arms and kissed her, oblivious to who might see them. "I am the most fortunate of men. Whatever did I do to deserve such happiness? I will take care of you, my love. I want no risks with your health or the child's."
"Not too much cotton wool, I beg you, but a bit of coddling, for this reason, would be lovely."
He rose and lifted her to her feet. "Come, my dear," Nate said, as he offered Philippa his arm. "The opening set is about to begin, and we have much to celebrate."
She smiled, perfectly happy to watch others dance in celebration of their betrothal.
"I have requested a waltz," he said. She raised her brows in question.
"A waltz? But a line dance or march usually opens a ball, certainly not a waltz."
"Now that we have completed this infernal season and are officially engaged, I no longer feel compelled to follow the confounded rules. I want a waltz, and we shall have it." Philippa grinned.
"All right then, my captain, it shall be as you command."
But Nate did not lead her to a chair along the edge of the room where they might watch the dancers. Instead, he led her to the center of the dance floor. A knot of pure panic coiled in Philippa's stomach.
"What are you doing?"
"I am going to dance with my betrothed and the mother of my child at our ball."
"Oh, Nate,
I don't know if I can. Of course you can. I want to dance with you, Philippa, and I want you to have this dance. Just follow my lead. We can do it. Her heart melted with love for him. She did not care how clumsy she would look. She was going to dance with Nate, and it would be wonderful. Oh, but Nate, I do not have permission to waltz. You have my permission. That is all you need. She squeezed his arm and laughed with pure glee. And to hell with the rules. To hell with the rules. That, my love, shall be the guiding principle of our life together. Other couples stepped back when they saw the betrothed couple take the floor. Silence fell as everyone watched, agog that the lame girl was going to dance. The scandalmongers fizzed with excitement. There might yet be a frightful scene to report. The couple smiled at each other as the music began. Miss Reynolds positively glowed as Captain Beckwith skillfully compensated for her limp, dipping and bending his body to accommodate her awkward movements, holding her tightly aloft on one foot as he twirled her across the floor. They were not the most elegant or graceful couple ever seen on a dance floor, but they were certainly the happiest. The sound of applause and cheers filled the room as they danced. Epilogue. Her eyes are so blue. Philippa held their tiny daughter on her lap, still in awe of her perfection. There had been no mishap during the birth, like the one that had displaced Philippa's hip. Little Charlotte Beckwith had all her fingers and toes, hair so blonde it was almost white, and the bluest eyes her mother had ever seen. I wonder if they will lighten over time and become more grey like yours. I like them just the way they are, Nate said, gazing fondly at his wife and daughter. She is a beauty, isn't she? Lord, how will I bear it when she grows up and worthless young swains lie in smitten heaps on the entry steps? How will I ever be able to let her go? With the reluctance of any doting father, but that won't be for a long, long time, long enough for you to become accustomed to the idea. Oh, Nate, I still find it so hard to believe. I spent my whole life believing I could never have any of this. A husband I adore and a family of my own. It's a miracle. No, it was fate. It was no miracle that brought us together behind that ridiculous orange tree. We were fated to meet, and that's a fact. And now I am fated to have a beautiful daughter to spoil and worry over. And what about the heir? He is most definitely a miracle. Nate reached into the second of 2 cribs and lifted his son to his shoulder. When your mother brought out Charlotte and placed her in my arms, I thought there could be no greater happiness. I did not care that she was not a son. It was love at first sight. Then my damned fool brother, who'd come solely to welcome the Dern heir, began stomping about the room and grumbling about the curse of girls on our family. He does have 5 daughters, Nate, and my mother had 7. It is no wonder he thought there was a curse. No healthy child is a curse. If I hadn't had the babe in my arms, I'd have broken his nose again. But then the miracle happened. The doctor came out with a second bundle and told me I had a son, Andrew. He held out a finger, and the baby grabbed it and held tight. My clever Philippa had given us twins. At least I made your brother happy. To hell with Dern. You made me ecstatic, and always will. At that moment his son made a face, and Nate realized his arm was damp. Never good in these situations, he called for the nurse, who gently took baby Andrew from his arms and laid him in his crib. Best give me the other little mite too, she said. She'll likely need a bit of a clean-up as well. Once Philippa was satisfied that both babies were in good hands, she and Nate strolled out onto the terrace. The sun was just going down, and the spring air was crisp. Nate wrapped an arm around his wife to keep her warm as they looked out over the brilliant green meadows and clay vales of Oxfordshire, crisscrossed with hedgerows and streams. After long moments of contented silence, Nate said, "Thank you, my love." "For what?" "For everything. You, the twins, peace. You changed my life, Philippa, not by giving me children, but by giving me back myself." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "Quid pro quo, Captain. Although you have given me a self I'd never known, one who could dance and ride like the wind and have babies. We were fated to be together, it seems, to change each other's lives.
Fate again, or a miracle? A bit of both, I think. He turned her in his arms and smiled. And I have a surprise for you, my love, for the christening party. Allowing the party is surprise enough, considering your aversion to social gatherings. What else have you planned? It is a wonderful thing, is it not, that two misfits produced two such beautiful children? I have decided we need something special to celebrate this miraculous, fateful event. And what is that? I have ordered a fireworks display. Philippa stared at him in astonishment. One more demon